Oye, muéstrame tu tierra, mami. Vamos para allá. Bueno, mira. Oye, llévame al campo, la tierra donde naciste. Carretero tira su carreta, que recuerda donde viviste. Contemplar de la sierra, contemplar de los valles, y lo hacemos juntos para capturar los detalles. Tierra, tierra, muéstrame tu tierra, mamá. Tierra, tierra, muéstrame tu tierra, mamita. Tierra, tierra. Tierra, tierra. Bueno, mira de nuevo. Estamos viajando lejos, pero vale la pena. Recogemos recuerdos y siempre buscamos terrena. Esto es tuyo y siempre lo será. Siempre será tu tierra y siempre lo recordarás. Óyelo. Tierra, tierra, siempre lo recordarás. Tierra, tierra, es tu tierra, mami. Tierra, tierra. Tierra, tierra. Bueno, mira, juntos vamos para allá. Tu tierra. Escucha. Aquí es tu tierra y siempre la será. Siempre la será, mamá. Aquí es tu tierra y siempre la recordará. Óyelo bien, mamita. Y siempre la será. Siempre.
Thank you for the tier 2.
Siempre la recordará. Siempre la recordará.
Thanks for the tier 2.
Y siempre la será. Vamos para allá, mamita linda. Y siempre la recordará. Vamos para allá, mamá. Tierra y siempre la será.
Siempre la será.
Tierra y siempre la recordará. Camina, como dicen, tierra y siempre la será. Siempre la será, mamá. Siempre la recordará. La tierra, tierra, tierra. Tierra, tierra. Vamos para allá, para tu tierra, mamita. Tierra, tierra. Siempre será tu tierra. Tierra, tierra. Camina para allá, camina. Siempre aquí estará. Se levanta la. Oye, siempre aquí estará. Siempre aquí estará. Fui papá, ya papá. Suena la trompeta ahí. Siempre aquí estará. Ay, qué rico.
Am I scamming?
Mi güerita, vamos a bailar. Yo sé
I'm
que
looking,
tú
I'm looking.
quieres y te va a gustar. Oye, mi güerita, vamos a bailar. Yo sé que tú quieres y te va a gustar. Oye, mi güerita, vamos a bailar con esta cumbia que te va a gustar. Oye, mi morena, vamos
I don't
a
see it. I don't see it.
con esta cumbia que te va a gustar. Ella se excita.
What up,
cuando
what up,
yo
what
le
up?
canto. Me dice que quiere más. Se pone bien loquita cuando yo le entro. Le doy un poquito más.
I didn't make the thumbnail.
Se excita, se excita. Ella es bien bonita, bien bonita, bien bonita. Como lo menea, dame lo que quieras. Ella es una loca, lo hacemos donde quiera. Oye, mi güerita, vamos a bailar. Yo sé que tú quieres y te va a gustar. Oye, mi
I did not
güerita,
design
vamos a bailar.
it.
Yo sé que tú quieres y te va a gustar. Oye, mi güerita, vamos a
Oh, okay. I'll take a look. Sorry.
con esta cumbia que te va a gustar. Oye, mi morena,
Thank you for reminding me.
vamos a bailar con esta cumbia que te va a gustar. Oye, mi güerita, vente mamacita, hago los pasitos bien prohibidos que te excita. Dime si tú quieres, vamos a bailar. Dime si te encanta.
They're pretty wild. They're pretty
vamos a
wild.
gozar. Ella se excita, se excita, se excita. Ella es bien bonita, bien bonita, bien bonita. Como lo menea, dame lo que quieras. Ella es una loca, lo hacemos donde quiera. Oye, mi güerita, vamos a bailar. Yo sé que tú quieres y te va a gustar.
I'm gonna start in like 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Vamos a bailar. Yo sé que tú quieres y te va a gustar. Oye, mi güerita, vamos a bailar con esta cumbia que te va a gustar. Oye, mi morena, vamos a bailar
Lizard.
con esta cumbia que te va a gustar.
I'm doing quite well. We're about to start in like 3 minutes, all right? I just need to do something real quick. But thank you guys for joining us. Lizard.
Let this go on. This violence has got to stop.
Will stand up to crazy Nancy Pelosi who ruined San Francisco. How's her husband doing, by the way? Anybody?
And they don't like what we talk about. Smart people don't like me. And they don't like what we talk about.
My children, my 17-year-old daughter has been in her room crying. It's changed her immensely. I mean, this is transcending not only the youth generation. That under President Trump's leadership, I don't care how big it can be a RICO charge, a conspiracy charge, conspiracy against the United States, insurrection. We are going to do what it takes to dismantle the organizations and entities that are fomenting violence, that are doxing, that are trying to inspire terrorism, that are committing acts of wanton violence. It has to stop. My message is
Fascists, between these far-left fascists, led by Harris and her group, we have a fascist person running who's incompetent. She's a Marxist, communist, fascist, socialist. She's not actually a socialist. She's got somebody's got to explain this one. There's a radical left Marxist, communist, fascist.
Yo, what up, what up, what up, what up? How we doing, folks? Hope you all doing well. Cheers. No, this is new wig stuff. This is new. We're not doing the old panel. This is from today. In fact, his stream hasn't even ended. Yeah, we're not doing the both sides stuff. We're doing this Sitchin Adam Wick TV thing. So that's, I think, different than what has been covered already ad infinitum. So it's a different kind of Wick schlop. But it's one that I think is relevant right now because don't you know there's a new cancel culture that has swept the nation. Who's aware of this? You guys watching it? There is. Oh, there is. There's a new cancel culture, and it's sweeping the nation. And actually, I'm going to full screen myself so we can talk about it a little bit. But it's justified. Yeah. So I want to talk first a little bit about kind of the aftermath of the assassination of Charlie Kirk and what has happened in our country via that discourse, my thoughts on that. So the first thing I have to say is, once again, as I did from the beginning when I wasn't even sure this was a confirmed shooting, I condemn in the strongest possible terms this kind of political violence. I think that's an easy call to make. And I've been consistent about that with the assassination attempt on Trump, other kinds of violence that has taken place in this country. Unfortunately, this kind of violence is not unknown to the United States, either in its history or its present. But that is, I think, something that people should do, is condemn this kind of political violence and the assassination of Charlie Kirk. That said, what we're seeing in response to this is nothing short of disgraceful from MAGA and from the right wing. Totally, totally disgraceful. Let's start first with the absurd hypocrisy regarding violence and quote unquote violent rhetoric. Now we're being told that calling someone a fascist is violent rhetoric. That it's in a different class of speech. It's not actually speech. It's not legitimate speech. That's what we're being told. That it's actually, you should be investigated if you call someone a fascist, because what you're doing is inciting violence directly. Now, I understand incitement to be something different. I understand incitement to be more tailored, more immediate, more direct. Not the expression of political opinion untailored to some act that is desired from the speaker. We have this test, and it's quite narrow, called Brandenburg for incitement in this country. And I find it awfully hilarious that Charlie Kirk, who I'm told one of his mantras in life was that speech is not violence, and that speech can never be violence, and we shouldn't be equating speech to violence, that now we're being told it's illegitimate to call your political enemy a fascist. Put aside the notion that, and truth and provable reality, that Trump calls his political rivals fascist, and let's just be, I'll put the tape again. You guys just heard it during the intro, but I'll play the tape so you can hear it.
Between these far-left fascists, led by Harris and her group, we have a fascist person running who's incompetent. She's a Marxist, communist, fascist, socialist. She's not actually a socialist. She's gone past that. Somebody's got to explain this woman. This is a radical left Marxist, communist, fascist.
I'm going to play it one more time. This is Donald Trump calling his political opponents fascists.
Between these far-left fascists, led by Harris and her group, we have a fascist person running who's incompetent. She's a Marxist, communist, fascist, socialist. She's not actually a socialist. She's gone past that. Somebody's got to explain this woman. This is a radical left Marxist, communist, fascist.
So I don't want to hear from MAGA that it is violence or a criminal act to call someone a fascist in this country. I called Trump a fascist. Guess what? I called Charlie Kirk a fascist. You know why I said it and why I say it? Because I believe it. Now, saying that doesn't mean that I support violence, illegal actions against these people, because I don't. And I've been consistent on that since day one. But yeah, I think Charlie Kirk was a fascist. I think Trump is a fascist. And saying so does not make me a user of violence any more than Trump is violent by calling Kamala Harris a fascist. But there's a new standard, apparently, which is if your words are offensive enough, now they are violence. Well, I say new standard, but you know, there were some conservatives that seem to be aware of this kind of style of thinking from other places, from other ideological groups, who said, for example, racist language is tantamount to violence. And what were we told back then? We were told, I think rightly, correctly, that it's not violence. That there are discrete categories of speech that are illegal, but they don't just contain any speech which is offensive or that could lead to violence. Any speech could lead to violence, but we have separate, discrete, narrow categories for illegal speech. Defamation, incitement, true threats, these kinds of things. There are historical exceptions, but they don't include racist language. They don't include calling people fascists or communists. But what do we have now? We have all the MAGA right-wingers. They want to open up a Spanish Inquisition using the forces of the state, of the federal government and any cooperating state, to start a Spanish Inquisition and to investigate every single leftist group and to start throwing people in jail because of their associations, because of their political beliefs, and not for any illegal speech. Now, it could be the case that other people knew about this assassination beyond the suspect. That's possible, and everyone should be held to justice if they had some kind of role in this criminal, illegal, and cowardly act. But that's not what these MAGA people are calling for. You want to talk about the response from some people celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk? Go for it. I do not support celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk at all. I think that that's wrong to do. Easy call. But the reaction from MAGA and from the right wing has been disgraceful, calling essentially for speech codes to be imposed not by cultural forces, so we'll get to that because they're also involved here, but directly from the state, directly from the federal government. They want Trump and his goons to be investigating every single left-wing group, not on the basis of some tangential relationship to the shooter and the specific criminal acts, but because of their criticism of Trump, their criticism of MAGA. You even have some people, and this is it's so crazy how they try to gaslight you. You have some people who are suggesting the only way, this is a quote, in order to move peacefully, this is a tweet, I think referencing this clip from Piers Morgan. I'm not going to play the full clip. I'm just going to tell you the tweet that quotes the Piers Morgan clip. In order to move forward peacefully, quote, let the left say, we were wrong. It is legitimate to vote for Donald Trump. It is legitimate to be pro-life. It is legitimate to believe that there are only two genders. And we were wrong to suggest that that is not the case. We were wrong to say that that is hateful. When they say that, I'm waiting with open arms to take down the temperature. Now, understand the kind of game that's being played here. There are multiple ways to interpret this term legitimate. Now, if what she means by legitimate is you shouldn't be shot for it, agree. It's legitimate in the sense that you should not be punished or shot for it by the government and by people like assassins and people who are trying to hunt down their political opponents. If that's what you mean by legitimate, but it's clearly not what she means by legitimate. It clearly is not what she means by legitimate, because she's saying, don't call it hateful. She's not using legitimate in the sense of you're legally allowed to say this without getting punished. She means you have to admit defeat to us, MAGA. That's what she's meaning by legitimate there. Because if what she means by legitimate is saying you shouldn't be shot over it, I'll grant you that. It's legitimate in that sense, but it's not legitimate in another sense. And she's clearly pushing, this is, I forget her name.
Allostasis, but I like
lady.
to refer to it just as simply like a body budget. So your brain isn't budgeting money for your body, it's budgeting glucose.
This woman that appears on Piers Morgan a lot, you guys will know the name. I'll put it up there if I ever make an edit of this. So, no, we're not going to, quote, in order to move peacefully, just say that all of your ideas are not hateful if they are hateful, and say that all of your ideas are correct if they're not. And no, I don't believe that what she meant by legitimate in that context was just, you shouldn't be shot over it. That's not what she means by legitimate in that context. And everyone in the reply saying, that's what she means. She means you're legally allowed to do this without having punishment. That's not what she means by legitimate. We all agree, who among the left-wing influencer class, the Democrats, think that you should not have the legal right to vote for Trump, the legal right to be pro-life, the legal right to believe there are only two genders? That's not what's being meant here by legitimate. It's insinuating a more sinister request, demand, as a condition of peace, which is agree with us. That's the demand here. Batya, that's whatever. She has a hyphenated name, I think. So no, I'm not going to, as a condition of y'all being peaceful, say we just acquiesce to whatever MAGA says, to their ideology, and ultimately to their vote for their dear leader, Trump. No. I don't think it was wise, smart, not hateful to vote for Trump. People have different myriad reasons, I guess, why they voted for Trump. But I'm not going to call it a legitimate vote using the sense of legitimate that I think she's using. Not the legal, I'm allowed to vote for Trump, which is what some people were trying to push in my replies. Moving on, though, yes, there's this double standard on how, and hypocrisy, blatant hypocrisy, in terms of how the right wing and MAGA are trying to portray speech. Some speech is illegitimate in the actual legal sense here. And then further to that, they are now instituting their own version of cancel culture. Now, I say their own version of cancel culture, and even that is what do the kids say? A cucked framing. It's a cucked framing because conservatives, of course, are the masters of cancel culture. We have it in our heads that it was started by these blue-haired liberals or leftists in 2014, 15, 16. That's where cancel culture started. But of course, that's not the case. Go back 100 years and we have cancel culture. What were the Hollywood communist investigations, the McCarthy era investigations, if not cancel culture from the right wing? Or the kinds of thought policing that the FBI and DOJ were doing under various different Republican administrations, including during the War on Terror. So never give ground that the right wing just now is adopting cancel culture, the satanic panic, right? Trying to cancel violent video games. Who was that coming from? Trying to cancel South Park. Don't ever accept that framing. But there was, I think, an exuberance gone way too far in terms of cancellation, quote unquote cancellation, cultural cancellation during the 2015, 16, 17, 18 era. And it had to do a lot with like this kind of like, don't let these speakers come to campus. Don't, yell at someone for wearing a sombrero. I didn't like that. Culturally, I didn't like that. Keep in mind, though, there's also a conflation with like Me Too, where people were being canceled for actual like sexual impropriety, like Harvey Weinstein and Bill Cosby and other people like this. There are justifiable reasons. I'm not going to say that I'm like totally against, quote unquote, canceling people under any circumstance. That was never a smart position to take. Thankfully, I never took it. I never took that position that like, oh, it's always wrong to be canceled. Whatever that means. I mean, I assume that means letting someone go, terminating their employment, pushing for, the stopping of association in every circumstance. But there are some circumstances under which it's justified. Surely. But that wasn't my standard that the right is trying to impose during that era. Their standard, the right standard, was we can't fire people because of their ideas. That's what they said their standard was. Although keep in mind, all the hypocrisies during that whole era. Colin Kaepernick, et cetera, okay? So they've never upheld this faithfully. Don't ever let them try to convince you that, oh, now, all of a sudden, now it's, we're doing cancel culture in response. They were always inconsistent about their application of whatever bullshit standard they're trying to push. But they were very strong, doesn't matter how hateful. It's wrong to just cancel people because of their views. It's wrong. You can't just be so offended that you go after people's employers, that you start advocating that they not be platformed. That's what I was told. That the left is the party of cancel culture and cancellations. And now look what's happening. It is an industrial operation of cancellation. It is fully industrial. In 3 days, they have created an industry of doxing and of going after people's employers and of cancellation. So you can say that it's justified, that people who advocate and say it's okay for someone to be killed, that no one should be associating with them, you can say whatever you want on that. What you can't say is that they're upholding what they said their standard was, which was don't be triggered, don't be offended by people's speech and beliefs, such that you are going to kick them out of employment, kick them out of, it was wrong, for example, they say, to kick all these people off of Twitch, YouTube, for COVID misinformation, for lying about the election. That's all wrong. We don't want these private organizations or the government, indeed, to be getting into those different calls. They were lying then, and they're lying now. They never cared about it. They never had a principled position against cancel culture the way they represented it. Never did. And now, by the way, they're including people who have genuinely reprehensible speech and people who are just like, listen, Kirk was a bad guy. And I view those as completely different, right? Like, completely different. One is saying, I'm happy he's dead. And I'm happy that he was shot, which I think is reprehensible. And another is saying he was a bad person. Because he was a bad person. And if Joe Biden was killed, or Kamala Harris were killed, I'm sure there would be a lot of principled right-wing people who would say that's condemnable, but Joe Biden was bad. Look at what he did with COVID, all their conspiracy theories, sure. But no one is going to bully me, and no one should bully you into eulogizing this man with lies. He should not lie in state. We should not have a national day of remembrance for him. Someone says violent speech ain't ever acceptable. That's the question, right? What is violent speech? I was told, because this is what a lot of people on the other side of MAGA were saying, like, racist speech is violent speech. Certainly, I would say a lot of the accusations, the election denialism, the COVID speech, right? People will say that's really harmful speech. That could lead to people dying. So if you're going to include as violent speech calling someone a fascist, or someone saying after someone gets killed, like that person was a bad person, then we just have a different definition and notion of what quote unquote violent speech is. And it's never a standard that the right or MAGA has taken, that you can't criticize people after they die. Take it from Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk criticized Martin Luther King Jr. and said Martin Luther King Jr. was a bad person. Now you could agree with him. You can say Charlie Kirk was right about that. 100%. You can say he was right, if that's your view. But MLK was shot and killed. And I wouldn't say, Charlie Kirk, you're advocating for violence because you criticize MLK Jr. Oh, but that was long ago. I mean, dude, that's what we're saying. It's the timeliness of it. I think as long as you condemn the assassination here, condemn political violence, you've met your burden. But the level of reverence and reflexive cancellations that are being done, this industrial machine that is operating to go after everybody who they view as a political enemy and who says something negative about Charlie Kirk, I think it's a complete hypocrisy and a complete disgrace, and I'm not going to stand for it. And you shouldn't stand for it either. If people are demanding reverence of from you, I don't think that you have any moral obligation to oblige them. People are like, why was he a bad person? Why was Charlie Kirk a bad person? I'll give you just one reason why. A sufficient, in my mind, reason. He tried to overturn a free and fair election. I'm going to say that 3 more times. He tried to overthrow a free and fair election. He tried to overthrow a free and fair election. He tried to overthrow a free and fair election. That is sufficient. One which he knew he lost. He knew he lost it. Trump knew he lost it. Everyone knew. And our republic has stood in part because of sacrifices made by people to preserve the country and its structure. And he was going to tear it all apart. That's bad. If you try to do that, in my mind, you're a bad person. Doesn't mean you can't be redeemed. But unfortunately, he didn't do so in his lifetime, in my mind. You are evil, prove me wrong. No one is justifying his murder, except for the people who are, and I condemn them. The lefties on TikTok or whatever who are like dancing, I don't think that that's right. I think that's wrong. I've already condemned it. But I certainly am not justifying his murder at all. Not 1%. Not 1%. I condemned it since day one. I continue to do so. I have no tolerance for people who celebrate it or justify it. Okay. That's that. Let me think of other things to talk about. Well, they're not even hiding that they're pro-cancel culture, I would say. I tweeted, "Psst, I never actually cared about cancel culture. That was a meme." And the response is basically like, we're no longer going to play by the same rules. Now it's okay. You won, and now canceling is good. Circumstances have changed. And that means you have no principles, right? They had no principles. They don't actually care. You reap what you sow. It's your turn. They don't have any principles whatsoever. Whatsoever. We, on the other hand, or I don't know about you guys, I care a great deal about the First Amendment and free speech. And I've never been. I mean, you know, find me calling for cancellation in my history. I love this, by the way. They're always like, you guys collectively decided to kill Charlie Kirk. You, as a group, you went to a committee, everyone on the left, and you went and you all decided in your committee room, you voted to kill Charlie Kirk, and so you're all responsible. And we tried to have it your way. Grow up. An unhinged criminal killed Charlie Kirk. I didn't kill Charlie Kirk. The Democrats didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Joe Biden didn't kill Charlie Kirk. We didn't decide in a committee that he be killed. And you're trying to ascribe culpability to us to justify your inconsistency? Just be honest. Just be honest. You never cared about cancel culture. Just be honest. You don't need to invent some new theory of murder culpability where people that no one knows, and like, not even the Trump administration knew who this person was. And you're like, you guys all decided at the same time. And you saw it, by the way. And yeah, people have responsibilities. I understand that she's in mourning. And so, you know, I feel horrible for Erica Kirk. But when she says things like they, right, the evildoers, maybe she's referencing some conspiracy that's she has access to some FBI information that we don't. Governor Cox seemed to suggest it was just one person. And this was the act of one person. That's what Cox said. So maybe, to give her some grace, that's what she's referencing. But I think more likely that she and other conservatives are saying, we're actually going to provide some culpability. We're going to blame the left collectively for their collective action in robbing us of this man. No, thank you. We don't have culpability. Our hands are clean. I didn't want Charlie Kirk to die. I'm sorry he died. And those of us who believe in the free republic think that it's totally unacceptable that he died. But I'm unwilling to accept any culpability, and you should too. This was the act of a depraved and criminal coward. Not Joe Biden, not Kamala Harris, not CNN, not MSNBC. And you can start giving them responsibility, collective responsibility. Once you start giving Trump collective responsibility for the murder of Representative Hortman, that's her name, right? The Minnesota representative, and her husband, and all the other countless right-wing shooters. Then you might have a consistent standard, but no. Not this whole, you guys all gathered together. You all wanted him dead. No. More information is continuing to come out about the nature of the suspect in this case. I'll say it's not comprehensive at all. There's conflicting stuff. Apparently there was alleged, I'll say it's all kind of like breaking news and new information and sometimes conflicting. I will say conflicting. But there's an alleged trans roommate. The nature of that relationship with the suspect is unclear. But if the allegations are to be to be believed, this alleged trans person literally reported on the suspect. So in this context was an actual hero, right? Calling in their friend for this action. But it doesn't matter, because they've already made up their mind that trans people are collectively responsible. And so the mere association, I even talk to people like, this person follows someone who celebrated. Well, you guys follow people who celebrated, right? Presumably. So now following someone who celebrates? If you're friends with someone on Facebook who's unhinged, who lost their job, I guess that's the new standard? If you follow someone who celebrates? Thank you so much for the donation. I'll read it. When does doxing and coordinated calls to employees turn to actual tortious interference or defamation? That's a question that's beyond my understanding in this context. If you're just telling... So, for tortious interference with business relations, oftentimes that's a tort that's like added on in the context of like a business dispute. Usually sometimes there's like a doctrine of some actual other evil needs to be done. Some actual other malicious act in addition to the interference needs to be alleged. So like you're tortiously interfering by lying, right? You're tortiously interfering by committing fraud of some kind. You're tortiously interfering by violating some other contract. So there can be an issue where the tortious interference can like merge with some kind of contract dispute or some kind of like other tort. And in those cases, a lot of, especially in like California, they've like cut back on tortious interference and they like separately require some other malicious act embedded into it. So it's a common law concept that's fluid and different between the states. So it's impossible to give like one correct answer. I know, for example, I did some like a case law comparison between New York, New Jersey, and California at some point in my career to look at the different tortious interference statutes / case law. And it's different. Sometimes you need like some substantive unlawful act, either a criminal act or some kind of deceitful conduct, in addition to just intending to interfere with someone's business relations. But I'm not willing to represent that that's the majority rule. I just know that they're difficult. And if you're just like reporting like truthful things that happened with the intent to get someone fired, and that's all you're doing, right? And there isn't some underlying unlawful activity or underlying deceitful conduct. So if you like, let's say you lied about someone for the purpose of getting them fired, maybe that's more close to like core tortious interference. Or if you're like cooking the books or doing some kind of criminal act for the purpose of obstructing an ongoing or prospective business relation, maybe then, right? But I don't claim to be an expert. Probably depend on the state. Okay. Other things. Oh, yeah. There's one thing that like the conservatives or the MAGA people will try to do to distinguish what's going on. They're like, oh, well, on cancel culture 1.0, remember, totally push off that framing. Cancel culture, this whole notion that it begins in 2015, 14, 16, that's false. But this is how they put it, right? In cancel culture 1.0, you were just being canceled because you wore dreadlocks. Gross exaggeration. There were people who were like criticized for wearing dreadlocks and for cultural appropriation. But how they construe it is always conflating that and like the Me Too movement and other areas where they're probably justifiable canceling. Like, was it justifiable to cancel Harvey Weinstein? Is it justifiable to cancel Jeffrey Epstein, separate and apart from the criminal matters? Like, there's a lot of conflation that happens. But in cancel culture 1.0, it was because of your dreadlocks or because you wore a sombrero. And that was like not offensive at all. And this is really offensive. So you have to understand, Pisco, like that was no big deal, but this is like really offensive. Like, yeah, that's what they thought of your shit. If you are to be believed, right? Is that when you bring on Milo Yiannopoulos to campus, he was saying shit that was really offensive. It offended them. And your response is, no, but this is really offensive. This right here, this is really offensive. What you're doing isn't offensive. What we're doing wasn't offensive. Well, then you're just like fighting. You're not really fighting about cancel culture being wrong or right. It's just like cancel culture is appropriate at some level of threshold, and you just disagree with that threshold. And so then don't call people in principle like you're the party of not being cancel culture. It's so ridiculous. It always was ridiculous. It was ridiculous with the Bud Light stuff. They were trying to cancel Bud Light and were semi-successful for a little bit in moving sales because it featured Dylan Mulvaney. So they love cancel culture. Always have. And it's not just on the issue of murder. They've done this also with like libs of TikTok. That's like what she's known for. Before Taylor Lorenz, in a pretty base moment, right, had this interview with her. Wasn't that a base moment? You can tell me. I don't actually remember I think she had an interview and she was cooking her, I think, from what I can recall. But I don't remember the interview, actually. So I can't represent it. Yeah, like the whole raison d'etre of some of these accounts is literally to cancel people. Because of gay beer, because they're Democrats in the new Trump administration, because they're gay in the new Trump administration. Laura Loomer was like going after DEI hires. So they have no problem with cancellation. Cancellation has been embedded in their DNA. Thank you so much. Pondering politics. Yeah, I'm going to be reviewing the first part of that discussion. Thank you, Josiah, very much. So don't you worry. They love cancel culture. They super, super love cancel culture. Always have, always will, and now they've industrialized it They've industrialized it, and they're trying to gaslight you into thinking, this is just fair play because we never used to do it, but now we're doing it, and now it's different because blah, blah, blah. And it's all garbage. And it's all garbage. And they're trying to rile up their crazies, as they do. Meanwhile, the Democratic leaders, I mean, who has issued among Democratic politicians some kind of horrible statement? People will bring up this, like, Kathy Griffin. I saw Straight Array tweet about this. This Kathy Griffin photo shoot where she has, like, Trump's head. Like, she was fully blacklisted after that. The left and Democrats hold their own accountable in a way the righties will never understand. It's actually the opposite, right? The right actually will basically police their own when they're not incendiary enough. When they're not crazy enough. They'll police their own when they're not cultish enough. Like, they're trying to cancel Thomas Massie. Rob Knorr says, I'll never vote for Thomas Massie, or I'll never support Thomas Massie again, because he said Trump should try to turn down the rhetoric a little bit. And so now he's trying to get a primary against Thomas Massie because he wasn't peaceful enough. So it's the direct opposite. Meanwhile, the left polices their own when it comes to, you know, what Al Franken was accused of doing. Andrew Cuomo polices their own with Kathy Griffin as an example. They're firing people on MSNBC because of insensitive comments in a way you have never and will never see on the right. In a way you have never and will never see. Brian Kilmeade still has a job. Brian Kilmeade said, we should euthanize homeless people. We should kill them. Someone's like, yeah, we need to put these people like in institutions. We need to like make sure they have treatment. Kilmeade's like, yeah, or kill them. Colbert read her the riot. Yeah, I mean, it's not even close. It is not even close. But rather says, what? Yeah, like go watch that clip. Hang on, I might be even able to pull it up. And then I'll show you the apology. So this is the guy's talking about like the need to get homeless people off the street.
They have given billions of dollars to mental health and the homeless population. A lot of them don't want to take the programs. A lot of them don't want to get the help that is necessary. You can't give them a choice. Either you take the resources that we're going to give you, or you decide that you're going to be locked up in jail. That's the way it has to be now.
Or involuntary lethal injection or something. Just kill them.
Or involuntary lethal injection, just kill them. Let's just play it one more time.
They have given billions of dollars to mental health and the homeless population. A lot of them don't want to take the programs. A lot of them don't want to get the help that is necessary. You can't give them a choice. Either you take the resources that we're going to give you, or you decide that you're going to be locked up in jail. That's the way it has to be now.
Or involuntary lethal injection or something. Just kill them.
What is there to say? Some guy says like, oh yeah, maybe Charlie Kirk had it, chickens come home to roost, similar to Malcolm X, right? Which I don't think is the right thing to say in this context right after he dies. And he said some other stuff as well that I think were at best insensitive. This guy's like, yeah, let's just, genocide the homeless. Let's hear the apology.
In the morning, we were discussing the murder of Irina Zaruska in Charlotte, North Carolina, and how to stop these kinds of attacks by homeless, mentally ill assailants, including institutionalizing or jailing such people so they cannot attack again. Now, during that discussion, I wrongly said they should get lethal injections. I apologize for that extremely callous remark.
Extremely callous remark. So in the course of this, we were talking about this, and I wrongly said we should murder all the homeless people.
I'm obviously aware that not all mentally ill homeless people act as the perpetrator did in North Carolina.
I'm obviously aware. Then why did you say, is there any explanation here actually? Because this isn't a satisfying explanation for why you went there. One thing you could be like, this was a joke. He didn't say, I said this, it was a fucking joke. It was a moment of anger. I didn't, whatever. He doesn't say that. He's like, I wrongly said they should all be killed. Obviously, they're not all this way. I was like, that doesn't actually explain why. Okay, if it's so obvious, then why'd you say it again? And I'm like, in a moment of anger, and I keep coming back to this because it seems to be apt in this current climate. My father would tell me, make a speech when you're angry and you'll make the best speech you'll always regret. If he had said, I was angry, that one's on me, guys. I got a little genocidal. I was a little angry. Okay? But he didn't say that. He's like, I was a little callous. Obviously, not every homeless person is a decrepit murderer. You fucking loser. I didn't mean that. I'm like, but you haven't actually explained why you said it and why you're sorry. You need to throw up the conservative surrender hands, yeah.
Weapons. I know certainly in my line of work as a lawyer,
what the hell?
My words serve a purpose. I'm not going
Why
to
am I
say
hearing
things randomly.
Ryan Mullally?
You could call them weapons for my client, right? Or armor for my client.
Why am I hearing Ryan Mullally?
They're certainly not neutral.
What the hell was that? Oh, I accidentally clicked on a Twitch space or Twitter space or something. Okay. Whew, that was scary as fuck. I'm like, did I just hop into his voice channel? Not anymore. You're good. I thought I was going crazy. What up, Grip? My day one. Okay. We were talking about, the double standard there. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Meanwhile, what did Trump say? Trump was asked something at the Oval Office. Or not at the Oval Office, on Fox, actually. It was like, should we turn down the rhetoric? And he's like, he refused. And he's also saying it's all the left wing. It's not a right wing problem. What a piece of shit. And saying that he might now, do strikes on Venezuela, or at least not saying that he won't. Very cool. This is our leadership. So in that context, I want to be clear about where I stand. You should absolutely condemn the assassination of Charlie Kirk. You should absolutely condemn that use of political violence. You should not give ground in the slightest with regard to calling out the fascist tactics, the authoritarian crackdowns by this administration. And you should not pretend that we live in an asymmetric world in the Democrat or left favor. We live in the opposite world. I want to say that 2 more times. We don't live in an asymmetrical world that favors the left. We live in an asymmetric world that favors the right. We don't live in an asymmetric world that favors the left. We live in an asymmetric world that favors the right. One more time. We don't live in an asymmetric world that favors left. We live in an asymmetric world that favors the right. And how they're planning to react to this madman with a gun, this criminal coward with a gun, is to try to impose themselves on your rights. And to start to do deportations because you looked at Charlie Kirk and disagreed with something that his widow might have said. Or they'll investigate you because you said Charlie Kirk wasn't this amazing person, which he wasn't. And it's just the start of it. Listen to their rhetoric. Erica Kirk says, the evildoers, more than one, have unleashed a fire that the cries of the widow for her will echo around the world like a battle cry. Maybe she knows something that we don't about the evidence regarding a conspiracy to kill her husband in a cowardly, evil, criminal fashion. Charlie Kirk should be alive today. But I'm not going to sit around and do this fake, phony adoration of him. And I'm not going to pretend that we live in a fake reality that we don't live in. The fake reality in which it is the right constantly being the victim of illegal violence, that it's the right constantly being censored, and it's now just a taste of your own medicine that the left is being canceled on an industrial scale. Sometimes, I would say, potentially justifiably, but oftentimes not. And again, destroying principles they claimed they had about offensive language and about this all being to promote speech. Bullshit. They never believed it. They never actually believed it. They knew that you cared about speech. That's why they tried to appeal to those sensibilities, but they didn't actually care. Do you ever debate people on stream? Yeah, all the time. All the time. We love debating. Now, my plan absolutely was to check out this WIC debate, because I was told there's some funny little situations in it. Also, I would like to react at some point to my appearance on the Majority Report. Not me personally, but they reacted to my Tim Pool debate, and so I wanted to see that. And then there's just like complete and total imbecile who reacted to the debate as well. And you should really hear the commentary. It's a trip. It is a trip. So I only am interested really in authentic disagreeers. If there are authentic disagreeers in the chat, I don't want to be like, hey, you should read this book. Hey, you should listen to this guy. Let's put all that to the side. If there are authentic disagreeers, that's what I'm interested in. But I will be more judicious than usual in terms of kicking out agreeers. If there are people who want to say something and be heard on this issue. If there's an authentic disagreeer, please, I'm in the live, join disagreements, and I'll drag you in. We'll spend a little bit of time on it if there are authentic disagreeers. Disagrees on the Kirk situation. Yeah, true. On the Kirk stuff or related issues. Like the cancel culture issue or something I just talked about. No disagreeers on like, I think that you should employ more emotional rhetoric. Not today. Some other day. Thank you for supporting Piss and Company. And guys, real quick plug. This is a call to action. If you have a TikTok, I want you to open the TikTok app and type in Pisco Liddy and follow me. If you have an Instagram, I want you to go type into the Instagram bar Pisco Liddy and follow me. This is a call to action. I need you to do this. A funny prank that we're setting up. I need you. We're putting up content there. Right now it's been daily. So I need you to just open the TikTok app, it's a funny little prank we're doing. Just open it up. Pisco Liddy. On Instagram, Pisco Liddy. On TikTok, we're going to put some stuff there. Hell, I might even fucking put in some behind the scenes pictures of shit. You never know. You never know. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that call to action. But yeah, I haven't seen so far any disagreeers in the Stream Disagreements channel. This is on the Discord if you want to join the conversation. It's on the Discord. Oh my God, I almost said it. The P-Scord. The P-Scord. Discord.gg/P-Scord. Tip top. Got one on the way. Ooh, okay. Thank you, Smug. All right, we got a disagreeer. How we doing? New spin. How we doing? You're on the air.
Hey, not bad. How you doing?
Doing well. What can I help you with?
Well, I thought I'd hop in here since you offered.
Yep.
You made a video with me in it a while back, so we talked one time before. I don't know if you remember or not, but
I don't remember. I don't remember, but I'm sure it was a great video, and I'm sure
it was like.
Oh
June,
wait, I do remember. Wait, was this about? I remember your avatar. That's all I remember.
We were talking about the plane, which was like not the thing I even knew cared that much about, and I don't know. We got into a lot of stuff. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
But anyway, it doesn't matter. I just thought I'd mention that.
Yeah.
And that's why I was a little hesitant to hop in because I know
worries.
I don't debate as well verbally as I do over text.
It happens. It happens. Tell
give
me,
it a shot.
What are your thoughts?
I mean, I don't know. There's so many different things that are related. So I guess we could go with the cancel culture. Like the Charlie Kirk thing is honestly kind of it's like sensitive to me still. Not just the what happened, not necessarily.
Can I say something on that? Because I do want to say like I was affected by that. Excuse me. Sorry. 1 sec. Just 1 second. I need to get a tissue because I'm coughing. 1 sec. Excuse me 1 sec.
If he's gone very long, I'll sing a song or something, right? Just kidding.
Okay, I'm coming back. Come back. 1 sec.
Right.
I
was about to start singing a song or something.
Just 1 sec. 1 second. Okay. I don't smoke. Okay, you can hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you just fine.
Oh, I was saying that I was really affected by the footage of what occurred, and so
yeah, I couldn't even
horrible.
really watch it fully. Just I mean, honestly, right now, even now, I can't if there's any YouTube videos or something that has him actually talking, I just can't watch it. I just seeing him there, and it wasn't that long. I just have to just click away. I just can't.
I was very affected, and it made me really, really, really sad. The day of, I was planning to stream that day. I was kind of I felt really bad, and it stuck with me in a way that other tragedies didn't. And again, I can't explain that with rationality other than it's visceral. The footage is, I think, really graphic. And because he operates in this debate space, maybe and because I'm aware of him, right? I'm tweeting at him. So maybe it's all that stuff. So I'm not saying that it's rational to have cared this much about it or to have been affected. Well, but I am telling you how I felt. That's all I'm saying.
I think it is rational because regardless of what you think about his opinions, it wasn't because of the function he was performing and the role he played, whatever his opinions were, he was the speech advocate, and it goes beyond just a person. It goes into the Constitution itself. It goes into the freedom of speech directly.
Well, there are a couple things. There are ways in which I can accept what you're saying. So he was, and this is the kind of Ezra Klein thing where there's one level on which I agree with it, which are that he's rallying and using democracy, I guess, in some way, at least on some level, to like try to convince people. So on that level, I don't agree that he did it the right way. That's what like Ezra Klein's whole article's name is, and there are a bunch of reasons for that. And then there's the attack itself, which is in some sense an attack on our values, which are informed by our Constitution. So that's the manner in which I'll accept that comment. However, on every other level, I don't think that he's a bastion for like what's best in our society in terms of debate, discourse, or political thought.
But I don't even really need I don't even need to get into that, even though I don't agree with everything. Some of his opinions were too far extreme for me. It doesn't matter. But I do think that the way that he did it, like you do this often, like you get into your Discord and you invite people who disagree with you to come in, and you know what you're doing, like you're good at debating. And so what happens is people like me come in who don't do this kind of thing a lot, and like kind of the things, and I'm saying this about not to like knock you for it, but that's kind of also what Charlie did. He just did it on a much bigger scale, and so like people who know how to debate and know like the certain things that like no person can answer what is a woman, and so he always asks that anytime anyone brings up, you know what I mean? So like they kind of guide the conversation into where there's no answer they can give that turns it around, and then the question finishes and they move on to the next. So I do realize that is part of the shtick, but
I think there's some similarities in that he's debating people who are maybe a little bit more inexperienced, and I have done that before. And
now even.
Well, I don't want to characterize you one way or the other, or just
I know.
But I'm just all I'm saying is like I can understand why people are upset, especially on the right. He was a man of enormous significance for the right, and he was a very big figure, no doubt. But talk to me about the disagreement. Let's not just glaze each other.
Okay, no, for sure. Well, here I do have one question, and if you don't want to get into this, that's totally fine.
Yeah.
But I actually do live in Utah. I grew up Mormon, and I do understand this culture. And it doesn't. I don't think it would prove or confirm anything one way or the other. But would you be interested at all in understanding about how the Utah Mormon culture might have impacted his belief system or whatever? And it not that there is anything confirmed one way or the other, just like the hypothetical or the theoretical.
The person. The
Tyler.
I'll give you a minute on that, but then we got to get to the disagreement.
It would be a big discussion. It's just kind of it's tricky because in the Mormon Church, I'll be quick. In the Mormon Church, the doctrine is good. I believe in the doctrine generally, but there's a lot of people who can take the doctrine too far, who like misapply it, or who make people feel worse than they really deserve to feel for having a hard time with particular part of the religion. And that causes a lot of people to kind of feel like an outcast from the religion. And when it's such a big part of the community, it can really polarize a person against the group of people that they know. And it kind of really sets them on a life, like a journey that oftentimes they have a hard time finding a place to belong. And because the Mormons are so close knit, it's like you lose everything, even your own family. Not that they ostracize you completely, but it's like you just don't feel as comfortable because you just have a hard time reconciling your beliefs with theirs.
Well, let me see if I'm understanding. You're describing a kind of closed system of thought by which some people take the doctrine a little bit too dogmatically, maybe, or too
somewhat. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'll be straight up. If you'll permit me, I'll give you a personal story for me, because I grew up in the church, and how I really felt like that in one way at some point, and it could have turned me into a much different person. Like, so when I was young and a teenager, every teenage boy gets these sexual urges or whatever, right? And so this is gonna be a little bit graphic or whatever. If you want to move on to whatever, we can. But my dad found out, like he walked in on me or whatever, and he kind of told me the story that he never had a problem with that, and he was trying to show me that he was a good example. But I know, looking back and with the context of being an adult, I know that he was basically telling me what he thought I should hear, even though it was completely not true. And and he just thought that that was the way to parent, would be to like, he should present himself as the most best person possible so that I can try to be like him. But in reality, I wanted to see somebody who was flawed, who I would want to, so that I could like feel like, yeah, he had a problem, but he became a better person later, so that I could then have that sense. But instead he tried to take a different approach, and that different approach really damaged me, I think, at that time. And now, like, it took me a long time, and I've kind of found my way around it, or I've kind of like, I've come to acceptance of who I am and the church, and it's complicated, but I do think that that's like a good example of the kind of experiences that somebody like, that a lot of members of the church have, where it's not necessarily like the pure doctrine, but it's like the way people focus on the punishment rather than like the forgiveness sometimes, and people tend to get.
Are you describing like a shaming culture when it comes to sexuality or masturbation?
Yeah, exactly.
So
and it's not. Yeah. It's not that they're trying to shame, but it's like the culture is more than the doctrine, though. Like, to be clear, right? Like, you're not supposed to do it, but it's also not like, you know, you're gonna go to hell if you do. You know what I mean? So it's like this kind of. But a lot of people are like, they just take it a little bit too far and push it in a way that might actually drive people in a negative way to feel worse about it.
So you're speculating, but you're saying,
yes, this is very much speculation, but it's rooted in, you know, growing up in Utah and being part of that culture and knowing, just kind of speculating about the very likelihood. Like, so if he had some kind of attraction issues, or maybe not even attraction issues, maybe just something like me, where he just like wasn't accepted for you know, like masturbating or something, and then it kind of could have started there, and so it might have driven him to something.
Now, these are all allegations, but you think that he could have turned to being a furry or being attracted to trans people because he was shamed?
Well, I think so. Everything that we know is either before he was 18, and then there's like a gap of where we know he went to one semester of school, and then 3 years at the tech school, but we don't actually know like what choices or decisions. I mean, I think he could have felt outcast, and then he looked for some kind of refuge in Discord or in video games or in like he wanted, like, because the thing is, if you're part of that, like here in Utah, it would be hard to find. Like, I don't have any gamer friends that live here in my area. Not that they don't exist, but like, I'm an older guy, and even when I was a kid, there's not as many people, and so he might not have found like a group there. So when you look out online, and that's the only outlet, who knows what you could find and where you could end up, you know.
Well, that's an interesting perspective. We should talk again at some point, because I have people in my life who are very interested in the Church of Latter-day Saints and the Mormon culture in general. So
sure.
let's put a pin in that for now. What's your disagreement?
Oh, well, I think with the cancel, we can get into the cancel culture stuff.
Yeah,
and I'll try to be brief, because I imagine other people maybe want to talk or whatever. But I'd say that there's a difference. Like, so the cancel culture, as when it originally came out, it was primarily started with what like Epstein and Cosby, and those were super legitimate type events that completely deserved like no real forgiveness or whatever. For those actions.
Can I stop you when I just want to stop you real quick. Why do you think, quote, cancel culture began with like Epstein and Cosby? The reason I ask is because Epstein was like, he was arrested in like 2008, thereabouts, for his initial criminal matter. And then it wasn't until like 2019 where he was arrested again. And by that time, it feels like there was a great deal of, if anything, if you're referring to like the Me Too cancellations, that feels like Weinstein was a big...
Weinstein. Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Well, and let me be clear too. Is I lived in Germany from about 2006 or so until 2019, and so there probably are certain things that like I wasn't aware of, and it's like kind of the bigger things is what hit. Like I heard about like Cosby was like one of the big things that I heard about, and then Blizzard.
Yeah, but also can we go like even broader than that? Like, sure. Why do we consider that the start of cancel culture? Because as I understand it, like, it feels like in American political circles, there's been many different movements of cancellation. There was communism cancellations in like the early part of the 20th century to the mid part of the 20th century, where we're literally blacklisting people because of their communist affiliations, their radical affiliations. We have intelligence agencies going after people domestically because of their affiliations, stuff like that. There's cancellation with respect to like the war on terror. There's cancellation with respect to like cultural conservatism, the satanic panic, graphic or sexual content. Cancel cultures when it comes to like rap and hip hop, that kind of stuff, video games. So I just don't understand where we get this notion that cancel culture begins. And what I would grant you was probably a more left-wing series of cancellations with respect to, by this I mean like a movement.
Well, and that's not even, that's just criminality too. That's not like what I was bringing up.
Yeah. So in there you have cases like the Me Too stuff. We're not talking about dreadlocks. We're not talking about. Yeah,
let's okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and you're actually right because I think of the Dixie Chicks. Like if I had to think of the first, like I was like I was like 22. I'm like 40 whatever now. So the Dixie Chicks was like the first in my lifetime that I noticed what you would call cancel culture is when they like went against the war. So that's super valid. It just feels like
cancellation or whatever this is, or maybe the term cancellation has come. That term is more modern, but like the act of what we're describing here, which is like boycotts, trying to fire people. This is all stuff that has been embedded in American culture for a long, long time. And so what I'm trying to say is the right's quote unquote resistance to cancel culture was always phony. It was never this principled thing of like, don't go after employers or private associations because of someone's opinions. That was never their standard. And I think everyone should have a reasonable standard. There are some things, beliefs that I think people would be like, yeah, you probably shouldn't employ this person because of these beliefs. Like everyone has their line, but this whole we're against cancel culture because no matter what you say, how offended people are, you shouldn't be kicked out of your employment because that whole thing, that was phony. That's
that was fair. Well, and I tend to like, I do agree that what's happening right now is different. I think there's a justification for it personally, but you're like, I do think that when we're talking to cancel culture in the broader sense, my experience and my opinion is that boycotts or like voting with your wallet or whatever, I don't really consider that in the same category of cancel culture as like I guess for me, like
help me. What do you consider to be cancellation?
So I guess the really clear, like the Depp versus Heard stuff, where like where people make most of the stuff that I'm identify with it is more related to allegations that aren't really fully true and end up trying to get somebody kicked off of a platform or kicked off of out of the public media or whatever. When it's really more about a certain narrative that's tied to the actions rather than the actions themselves.
I'm not saying I don't want to get into like whether the basis was legitimate / true or not. I'm just asking what would be, because there could be cancellations that are based on good purposes or bad info or good info. But what does it mean to cancel someone? Because you seem to say like, well, I don't really consider, voting with your wallet and boycotts to be cancellation.
Sure.
I'm just like, well, what it would be cancellation? Just people getting fired? Or not?
I mean, it is. I suppose it is a form of cancellation, although it's if there's no lawsuit attached, maybe that changes it a little bit. But like with the ones that we talked about before, there was some kind of civil lawsuit or criminal allegations or whatever.
I take cancellation to be pressure from the public or from people in the public to encourage disassociation and the termination of relationships with an individual who they perceive as done something wrong. That's what I understand cancellation to be. Like some kind of concerted effort to prevent associations / business relationships with an individual on account of the conduct of that individual, especially as relates to other matters. That's what I understand cancellation to be.
Yeah,
and that
I can accept that. Yeah,
to me that takes the form of boycotts. That takes the form of pressuring to sever relationships. That takes the form of pressuring to terminate. That takes the form of voting with your wallet. If the purpose of what's going on here is to punish an individual for their conduct, and in a concerted effort to basically make that person less visible or less successful in the or person or entity in the public eye, that I take to be cancellation.
Yeah, that's fair. And you're basically grouping individuals together with a business.
Yeah, right.
Correct.
So we're canceling Bud Light because they had Dylan Mulvaney on there. Now, whether it's successful, an attempted cancellation and like a successful cancellation, I'm never going to be able to draw like that specific line.
Yeah.
But that's what I understand it to be, like the intent behind it.
Yeah, I agree. So then okay, so I agree with you there on that point. Then I or at least I can accept that definition or whatever. So then is there do you have like a specific opinion about like that one side is worse about it than the other side, or like how do you like is there such a thing as like okay cancellation and not okay cancellation, and what are the parameters for that?
So I think that there are such things as justified cancellations. By the way, I also think that like it's not just your private effort, right? Like you might stop. It's someone who's actively trying to get a critical mass. So it's not like you voting.
That's super
right?
fair. Yeah.
So
like I don't really know what I think about the people who are like posting this is this person and she works at this place and look at her celebrating this thing and you should all like I don't know. To me that just seems like it's going to make things worse.
Yeah.
Like I kind of think that it's okay to fire them, but I worry that it'll go beyond the firing of them.
Yeah, regardless of that, I'm just trying to understand what these terms mean. And you basically ask, can there be like justified cancellations? I think the answer is yes. There are sometimes like, for example, I think that in the government, we should be firing everyone who supports Jan 6 terrorists in their private life. So that would be a form of cancellation, I suppose, that if I were the president, I would use my office and commander-in-chief and my power over the removal authority to purge the government of people who are loyal to Jan 6 terrorists. That would be one of my, efforts at, I suppose, cancellation. So that I would take to be a justified cancellation. If you support the overthrow of democracy, that there are ways in which you could, maybe not if you just like are speaking peacefully and making arguments peacefully, but certain efforts that you might take to support some kind of like criminal insurrection against the function of a democracy. That's one example of something where I wouldn't have a problem with us like making that kind of effort. So I'm not categorically against cancellations. There are some minor things where I'm like, I don't really support it that much. And so I wouldn't necessarily be saying like every business should stop associating with people who have voted for MAGA or anything. Maybe I'm more salient in terms of government employment. So there are a lot of different variables in terms of like, well, what is the position they're holding? Is it a position of trust in my organization? Is it a position of trust in the government that has like a higher level of calling? As well as what is the fundamental wrong that is being alleged here? So those are all different things that I might consider in terms of whether it's justified. But sometimes, you should take in private beliefs. I'm pretty lax on it, though. I typically don't want social media to ban you. I'm very averse to banning in my own servers and banning in my own. Like, I don't typically block people. I don't typically ban people in my chat. People know that. And so my natural inclination is to allow more speech always and to have platforms that allow all kinds of speech. I think they went a little crazy on that. But in general, those are the kinds of things that I look to. All I'm doing is saying the right never cared about this. We should never cancel people because of their offensive beliefs. They were always willing to cancel people because of their offensive beliefs, and they're showing it now. They're showing their ass, and they never really cared about this whole panic around cancel culture that they created.
Well, but for me personally, up until this, and honestly, for me, actually, like a year ago, last in July, like Destiny, it's like I don't know, I didn't like follow like back then. It was not as acceptable to celebrate something like what almost happened in July, and I feel like that is kind of set up to like justify a lot of the people that reacted.
Wait, can you repeat that?
Okay. Go ahead. Destiny. I didn't like go on this like big deep dive search and like try to figure out who said what about last July. And you know what I mean by last July, right? With Trump, right?
Yeah. So the assassination attempt.
So I kind of I saw Destiny and like Kurt from Uncivil Law. I saw that Kurt was actually on Destiny's channel and they were talking about the immunity agreement together and stuff. And I was like, oh, hey, maybe Destiny's kind of a reasonable guy.
Speaking of cancellation, Kurt tried to cancel me from Destiny's stream, saying like I won't be on his stream as long as Pisco's on his stream because
Real? See, that's messed up.
And you know why? It's because I said that it's like un-American.
Probably because you're a better debater than he is, to be honest.
I just said that it was un-American to support the Trump versus United States decision, and then he's like, "Don't you call me un-American?" And then later on, he was making fun of Destiny. He said Destiny's opinions are that of a cat. It's like trying to teach law to a cat. But yeah, speaking of cancellation, you know, he would very much did not want to engage with me on Destiny's channel after that. But
I guess that's not really cancellation. That the truth, I like Kurt. Like I think he has really good takes on a lot of things, but I don't necessarily think he's like he would never be a litigator. That's fair.
I'm fucking around. I think he is. I think he has litigated before. I just want to be clear about that. But
yeah, but you know what I mean. Like I think you're a kind of a better debater or whatever than him. Like if anyone engages with him that he disagrees with in his chat, don't get me wrong. Like I like him and stuff, but he's flawed, and we're all flawed, and he would rather just like say shut up and this is my channel. I do what I want, so just shut up.
Well, but anyway,
and maybe that's even an argument in your favor. Honestly, the fact that he just doesn't want to engage with people who disagree with them.
I'm just. It was a little jab, but I just want to say
I
have some understanding of like what you're talking about. So you're referencing in immediate aftermath of the Trump assassination attempt, Destiny like joked.
Well, he said he did a joke about it. Wish it would have succeeded or whatever.
And then he basically were making opinions.
And for me personally, I completely lost any interest in hearing anything he had to say because that crossed the line for me.
No, I understand that. I think that there are things that he said in the aftermath of that and this event that I've seen or heard people say that he said that I've disagreed with. But I guess how does that affect that's changed your position on cancel culture after you heard that? Like, isn't the whole point of having this alleged principled stance against cancel culture that the offensiveness of the speech shouldn't affect your principled position on cancel culture? Like the whole point of this cancel culture hysteria that was ginned up by the right was it doesn't matter how offensive, speech is not violence unless it's criminal. You have to let it go. And so I just very much like, why would, if you took this position, the nature of how offensive the speech was with respect to Trump's assassination, why would that change fundamentally how you view cancel culture?
Well, I that's okay. So let me can digest that. So I guess to me, where our different thing is like the extremeness of the speech. I think that this is like beyond like speech. It's like it directly
it's not
like celebrating something like this.
Someone can say something like, yeah, it is potentially celebrating it, right? If you say something like this, like, I'm happy, if someone were to say, I'm happy that X person is dead, that is celebrating their death, but it's not violent speech. Agreed?
It's not well. Okay, so there's extremes. I think that depending on the nuances, it could go to the point where it could be deemed violent. Maybe
really celebrating the death of someone.
Well, like if they're like, I don't know, like doing a dance and like, you know what I mean, like some kind of extreme thing. Then that's like.
Remember when Osama died?
Yeah. And
Osama was killed, not in a court of law. He was just killed. And you know what happened right after that in Washington?
No, I don't recall. I think
everyone danced and cheered and chanted USA outside the White House. That wasn't violent speech, was it?
Well, it definitely wasn't speech I would cancel over.
That's not what I'm asking. Like, people are trying to say that speech celebrating the death of an individual by violent means is inherently violent. I disagree.
Okay. That's fair, I guess.
There are people who said, they said, you know what? This is justified in the Osama case because Osama attacked us. And he was hiding in Pakistan and he was a terrorist and he was brought to justice. And so this is good. And I'm glad he's dead. That's what some people said.
Yep. No, you're right. So I guess for me personally, and I don't know the legal, if we're going to go back a little bit legally, to me, I would consider that kind of celebration. Like if it was in front of me and stuff, I would, to me, that would be fighting words. I don't know if the laws depends on like how I take it.
No, you can't.
Or how on someone,
you can't say
or on how someone intends it. But that's how I would feel if it was like literally in front of me.
If they were celebrating Osama's death, you would consider it
No,
fighting?
here recently, not Osama. Because
Yeah, but the only
it's-
difference
he's
is
not-
you like and respect Kirk more than you like and respect Osama bin Laden.
Well,
So
no,
do I, by the way.
because Kirk was because it was also beyond him. It was the Constitution, like it was the First Amendment, right? It wasn't just. I don't really define it as just an attack on
Well,
him.
not strictly
attack on-
speaking. Like culturally, I would agree it's an attack, but it's not a First Amendment violation. It was private criminal conduct. The government, First Amendment is strictly defined applicable to the government. So I agree culturally, it's an attack on like our cultural values of speech and expression, no doubt. And maybe that's the way you distinguish it. But again, that's just getting into
but
what
then
is.
if you're going to make that argument, then as long as the government doesn't go after these people, then culturally, if we want to deem it fighting words, and we want to, maybe the law wouldn't, but we could, if we deem it as something that is just completely beyond the pale, then anything
what I'm saying
that's
is
not illegal.
You should be fighting words. When you say fighting words, right? That is a term of art, by which I mean it's a specific legal term.
Yeah, I know.
And that legal term has a particular meaning that is very, very, very narrow. And in fact,
yeah, it's like someone that says something to you right there in front of you.
There's
and you have
imminency,
basically
it's in
no
your- right.
no choice but to fight them over.
And to give you an example of what fighting words doesn't cover, fighting words protected the Westboro Baptist Church from going to the funeral of fallen soldiers. Sorry, the fighting words did not include the Westboro Baptist Church going to the funerals, picketing the funerals of fallen military service people, and saying that they're happy that their children has died, and that it's a godly act when such military individuals die.
Sure.
And basically saying God hates F slurs, all that stuff. So
then that's
not fighting words.
alone convinces me fully that from the legal perspective, fighting words is not a valid.
Yes. No. No one should be
I
saying.
agree with you.
No one should be saying that people who are celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk should be legally punished. That if you take that position,
Well, some people are probably saying that.
some
but
people are saying that
they're wrong.
and they're
a lot
wrong.
of people say wrong things. yeah.
And it's dangerous because you have an administration who's trying to look for any excuse to go after people for their speech as long as it's against the administration. So, yes, but all I'm trying to say is, in terms of cancel culture, people don't in general think of the celebration of someone's death as inherently violent. It is offensive to a lot of people to celebrate the death of other individuals. But people, for example, celebrated the death of George Floyd. George Floyd was murdered. George Floyd was murdered. Just to be clear, he was murdered. And this person saying he wasn't, just hasn't watched the trial and the overwhelming evidence that indicates that he was murdered and not overdosing on fentanyl and not as a result of another heart condition. Okay? He was murdered.
Okay.
And people celebrated that. People celebrate when this other person who was yelling on the subway, I forget his name, the Daniel Penny stuff, where that guy was killed. Now, in that case, he was acquitted. But people in this country have a long history of celebrating the violent deaths of other human beings within the country because they think it's justified, because they think it's right, because they don't like the person who was killed. So it's not a category of its own. Charlie Kirk is not some brand new category.
I didn't see people celebrating that stuff, though. Honestly,
Yes, they did.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe
did.
I'm completely wrong. I mean, there's probably going to be some extreme people.
They
but,
celebrated
like,
when Trayvon Martin died. They celebrated when... Now, that probably has to do with the priors on whether it was justified to kill him, right? That probably has to do with whether or not they think that he was a danger or whatever. George Floyd, who was literally murdered, they celebrated that he died because they thought it was justified for him.
I mean, by celebrating that he died, though, are you saying they celebrated that the cop who did it didn't get convicted, or are you saying that? I mean, are you like kind of making that those into the same thing?
They're basically saying that
because I saw people
in that
celebrating
context-
or agreeing with the verdict or celebrating the verdict or whatever, but I didn't necessarily see people actually celebrating the event itself.
They celebrate that use of force. In other words, justifying the use of force that killed him, right? So that was the right thing to do.
Also slightly different, though,
Why?
isn't it? That's also because it's justifying the use of force, not the end of a life, right? And they are two different things.
So, so in this case, right? People are
And
mad
to be
that they're
clear, like
justifying
I don't
the bullet that killed Charlie Kirk, as well as him being dead. I guess that there are some people who would say the use of force is justified, but I'm not happy he's dead. Like it's regretful that we got in that situation. I agree that is a distinction, and there are some people who could have said that. I will say the way in which people said, it's good that Floyd died. He was a menace. He was not an angel. Like this guy was an abuser, and the world's better off that he's dead. There are people who said that, just to be clear. I'm sure there are some.
And that sucks. I don't agree with that at all, one bit.
All I'm saying is, this is not something new. People in America have celebrated the death of other human beings and have said that it's justified on a multitude of different factors. Even, by the way, there's some people who said Martin Luther King had it coming. There's some people who say JFK had it coming. Malcolm X famously said that JFK getting killed was the chickens coming home to roost. He said that. And there was outrage. So what we're talking about here is not some, brand new phenomenon of people in America celebrating, I think, oftentimes grossly, and in this case grossly, the death of another human being. What the problem is we can't say that speech is violence, inherent violence. It's not. It's never been considered.
I ultimately agree that it is not violence, but I also don't think that losing your job is violence either.
I agree with that. I agree that losing your job is not violence.
I'm not really I don't really like that they're actually literally calling them out, because that does kind of push people towards the possibility of violence towards those people. But I am okay with that kind of with people losing their jobs over that kind of stuff. And for me, I guess I totally agree, legally, constitutionally, federal government wise, it's not fighting words. But I think that because it was a successful attempt and they're celebrating it,
I have a mixed opinion.
Civil fighting words is kind of where
I have a mixed opinion.
Put it.
I think some of these people, I don't have a problem with them being fired over it. Some of the statements are so unhinged, so crazy that I don't feel bad for them at all. Okay. There are some people who I think should not be fired. I can't, as I sit here, recall every single instance of this, but statements which are essentially we shouldn't accept this kind of violence, but I'm not really that upset about him dying. I don't think that should be grounds.
I think that's kind of, I actually agree with you.
And there
are people that are probably taking that as the same thing.
Yeah, and they're not the same thing. And then there's other people still who are public teachers who have protections from public firings. And those people, I think, even the more reprehensible versions, should not be fired because of the government nexus there. So I'm very concerned about those people.
But that's where I don't know, because their speech in the classroom.
No, but it's not in the classroom. It's off hours.
Sure.
So now that's the government as
I'm
employer.
a federal employee myself, right?
But
I can't use political speech.
Your speech is protected as a public employee. You can go and you think that the government can fire you because you're a Republican or a Democrat?
If I talk about it, yeah.
No.
If I talk about it and people know, or people can somehow associate it with me being a federal employee, then yeah, it's a violation of the Hatch Act.
There's specific. No. Hatch Act is in your public capacity. That's in your official capacity.
Sure, but
not in any private capacity. You're allowed as a private individual to
but
have political beliefs.
But there's a lot of things I can't do for sure. I can't run for office. I can't do all sorts of there's a lot of political things I can't do.
But that is separate from political speech. And public employees have First Amendment protections against government intrusions into their First Amendment speech. Now, there's case law on that. But in general, I'm just telling you that to the extent that public employees are being fired by the government, that raises even higher levels of concern for me. And in general, even in the private employer context, I think some people are being fired way too quickly. But
that could be. I haven't looked into every instance, right? So that could be.
Yeah. Some people are getting justifiably fired, I think. But far too many, I think, are not justifiably being fired. And I think it's possible that a lot of these people are public employees who shouldn't be fired, even if it reaches some threshold of beyond the limits of what I would be okay in the normal cancellation context, because it's government action. And separate and apart from all that is the hypocrisy issue. The hypocrisy issue that I'm trying to call out is the conservatives and right-wing MAGA people, they don't really care about quote-unquote cancel culture. That was all a charade. And I'm not hearing you defending that hypocrisy point.
Well, I think that the conservative cancel culture thing is very centered around false allegations and defamatory speech that ends up not being
I don't think that's true.
being true.
No. This is about like speech that people say is racist. For example, saying that there are differences in racial IQ. There are people who are like, oh, I got canceled because I was saying that there are differences in racial IQ. Or I was canceled because I said that women belong in women's sports and not trans women, right? So the typical cancellation paranoia story isn't false accusation, though that is part of it. The typical cancellation centerpiece story is I said something that was offensive but true, and they silenced me over it. They canceled me over it. You know?
Okay. Well, but what are so what's like what's her where's in a so you're saying that if somebody you're saying that if somebody like give me an example of separate from this where the conservatives and it wasn't related to like some kind of defamation legal kind of situation, like what's an example of a person that got canceled for something they said that wasn't related to a court case or to this
Who's
incident?
this guy like Charles Murray? You know Charles Murray?
No.
So Charles Murray is this political scientist who argues that about IQ. And he, I believe, claimed to be canceled. People like, let me think of other stories. So like when he starts
so he
about
claimed
IQ,
to be canceled. So are we talking about people that are claiming to be canceled or people advocating for the cancellation? Because those are kind of two different
I'm talking
things.
about like the typical story of cancellation are I had these views on vaccines and COVID policies and they kicked me out. I had these views on race and they kicked me out. I was going against the consensus on this, that, or the third, not because it's like defamatory or false accusation.
Yeah, that is legal speech.
Right. That's what I'm talking about.
And it's just speech. So, okay, so you're saying that some people are claiming they're getting canceled, and you're suggesting that they're not actually getting canceled they shouldn't be able to defend that they're getting canceled?
Very simple point. I'm saying conservatives claimed that they cared about cancel culture in the sense that you shouldn't be going after people's employers just because of how offensive their speech is. That's what they were saying. That it's wrong to just be trying to terminate people's employment or prevent them from being hireable because of how offensive their speech is, because they say the N-word one time, because they told a raunchy joke, because they are very Italian and handsy, you know, when it came to Andrew Cuomo, that kind of stuff. So
sure,
all different types of issues, some of them cultural issues, some of them political issues. But the whole point was, when it comes to speech, that you can't just throw people out and advocate that they be ousted from society because of how offensive their speech is. That is a value that they said they cared about, that the current discourse shows they never had a principled commitment to. That's what I'm saying. I don't hear you to disagree with it. I'm just wondering, first, do you disagree with that notion that I'm accusing them of being hypocrites?
Well, so far, I can't think of a time before this where, because the one example you gave me was when
I want an answer
a
first.
conservative
You can explain.
Sure. Okay.
I'm asking you for an answer
ahead.
first. Do you agree, disagree, or have no opinion on, or aren't sure about, the notion that the MAGA people who are crying cancel culture, now seeing their industrial type cancellation regarding the Charlie Kirk situation and people's statements after that, celebrating or being indifferent, that they've shown themselves to be total hypocrites? Do you agree with that characterization? Disagree with that characterization?
I disagree with it.
Okay, tell me why you disagree. Edward, we'll get to you after this, okay?
So I disagree because so far, and there's definitely large gaps in my knowledge, but like the one person that we talked about, the example that you mentioned, was like a very controversial, possibly like probably untrue or whatever. Like it was like an opinion about like some kind of like scientific study he had or whatever, and he claims he got canceled over that. But that's like, it is like an actual like if he's like an actual scientist or whatever, and he has some kind of research, there should be like a place for that opinion to exist, because whether it's proven wrong or like, well, so like because it it's never wrong to have like a wrong opinion that exists out there if it like is in the towards the goal of science or something.
I'm sorry. How is that addressing whether or not there's a hypocrisy?
So and if we're talking about, because you haven't given me an example where like a prior example to this where like left people were canceled because of things that they said or beliefs that they had or whatever. Like I don't know of any really good examples until this.
So I think all I need to show is that right wingers had this principled position they claimed, which was to be against cancel culture for offensive opinions. And so, why would I need to establish?
Well, the one example you brought up was like a scientist with a scientific opinion, right? And so that opinion deserves to exist in the realm of science, even if non-scientists can hate the opinion as strongly as they possibly want to. I don't understand.
Are you suggesting that science isn't a domain in which cancellation can occur? Because that's not been the claim of Republicans. They've claimed cancellation on the basis of COVID. Theories about COVID. So it's not like the science is a category of its own. I actually don't understand what the fuck you're talking about there.
Well, both sides. So I do think that science is an area where cancellation shouldn't be able to occur.
I'm not asking you whether science is an area where So I am not asking you your ideal opinions about what should be cancelable or not. Do you think that I'm asking you that?
Well, that's the only example you gave me outside of
sorry.
happened.
Can you answer this question?
Here.
Do you think, and do you hear me to be asking you your opinions about the ideal form of cancellation or what should be cancelable? Like, do you actually think that I'm asking you about your opinions on what should be canceled?
No, not at all.
Okay, so
but
why are you saying like I don't think personally such and such should be cancelable? I don't understand what that has to do with our fucking conversation.
But this is like literally the first time, as far as I'm concerned, this is the first time that the right has ever advocated for canceling someone.
Did you just hear what I said? I'm now addressing the meta of our conversation.
It's not critical because it crossed the line.
No, I'm asking. I'm stepping out of the conversation. I'm taking a moment to say, why are you talking about your personal views regarding cancellation?
Well, I'm just responding to the one example. Like I have to have like two things. Like
that's not
things to weigh, right?
Okay. I'm trying to get really basic. We just had a conversation where I'm talking about like a hypocrisy that I'm seeing among a different group of people, not necessarily you. Okay. So I'm not asking for your views on cancellation.
Sure.
So you shouldn't respond anytime like where I personally think that science is a domain where we shouldn't have cancel. Like that is not responsive at all to anything we're talking about. Okay.
Then what? Okay. Then give me the premise again, and I'll explain.
So here's what I'm sussing out. There was this purported standard that MAGA people were trying to throw around, that we don't cancel people based on how offensive their opinions are. And this standard, in their course of conduct on the Charlie Kirk celebrations / negative statements, that has shown to be not a standard that they actually believe in.
I think... Okay, so I understand the premise. In my opinion, and not talking for me, but about what's happening abroad, because that's what you think. I think from their perspective, because everything has a line, and I think this crossed the line for them. Right? Like if there's literally no way to move forward, like there's no way to reconcile a difference, if there's like literally, like you feel like it's like. Because that means if I agree with him, that means that person literally would wish me dead too. There's no way to reconcile that.
No,
so I think it crossed the line.
Their standard is you should fire people if they offend us. That's what they've shown that their opinion is. That they're okay with cancellation if an opinion offends them. And that's the standard that a lot of people have.
I think there's a threshold, though. I think it's a threshold.
Yeah, no, and their
threshold is
if it offends us, we'll call for their cancellation. That's their standard.
But it's not just the if it offends. It's like I was saying, like going back, like civil, not legal level, but civil level, like something that would basically be considered fighting words, even if it doesn't.
No. You can't say that. You can't say something is basically fighting words, but it's not.
Because you're right. Okay, but I think it crossed the threshold. That's my argument. I think there is a
threshold
limit
of offensiveness. That's the threshold
of offensiveness. Yes, of offensiveness.
So that shows them to have the same exact standard as the lefties that they're critiquing, which is once it crosses a threshold of offensiveness for lefties, the lefties will call for cancellation. And once it crosses a threshold of offensiveness for righties, they'll cancel. That's what I'm trying to call out.
And that's totally fair. And I guess my response back to that, which is my opinion, is that the thresholds from one side versus the other side are like drastically different. Like we're talking about like a 30% and like a 95%.
No, the threshold is.
That's my opinion. I think the threshold of what the left side deems offensive is
they just disagree on that, right? They just disagree on what they personally, subjectively find offensive. That's the
sure, but like the same thing, like reverse, like there's a lot of topics that we could debate that like no matter what you said, it wouldn't offend me, right? Like the borders or like basically the stuff that Charlie Kirk talked about or whatever. Like there's nothing like that could possibly be said that would be so vile that I would want to cancel somebody over.
According to you. That's what I'm
sure,
saying.
but I think that's also like generally true on the right.
Their whole purported standard was like, offensiveness is not violence, that we shouldn't, just because someone's offended doesn't mean the speech should be cancelable. And what they're saying is not that there's this new objective standard where it's equal to violence or the glorification of something. They're basically saying if it offends us to this amount, we'll call for your cancellation. And that can include things like saying that you think Charlie Kirk is a bad person.
No, that's not that.
Some people are being canceled for that kind of
Some
shit.
people, sure.
Yes.
Then I disagree with that. It's literally celebrating the what happened for me.
Okay, but in general, they're imposing a cancel culture now, which is essentially we have an offensiveness standards. People who celebrate the death of Charlie Kirk offend us, and we don't like it, and we think you should be fired and canceled. And so
and that's true. And I guess the argument against it is like I would say if you were to, this is the first time where it's like a majority, or maybe not even a majority, but a larger percentage of people on the right that is anywhere comparable to the people on the other side.
Not true at all. I mean,
in terms of cancellation.
That's not at odds with my accusation. So my accusation doesn't compare. I want to make sure you understand this. My accusation doesn't compare the levels of cancellation. Do you understand that?
Like the percentage of the people.
Like, you understand that what I said isn't comparing the amount of cancellation both sides do. That's not part of what I'm trying to get you to accept.
Sure.
Okay, so when you say, okay, but the left does it more, one, I don't necessarily agree with that. And
not
two,
that the left does it more, that a larger percentage of the population agreed with it.
Okay, I don't know that I agree with that, but it's not part of what I'm trying to say. I'm just saying they're hypocrites. They're not living by a standard that they espoused. Do you agree or disagree? Do you think they're living by a standard they espouse, or do you think they're not living by a standard they espouse?
I think that they are going against that standard in light of this specific thing because they feel it is beyond the scope. Yeah.
No.
So that's fair. I agree in the sense that this violates, that this has gone a step beyond what they can tolerate.
Right. In which case they've shown themselves to be hypocrites, because
I don't necessarily think it changes.
First of all,
I hope it doesn't change their opinion on other things. That would be scary to me if people are like, because we've been so tolerant about things in the past, we have to no longer be so tolerant, and now we have to cancel, and then everything just gets worse.
I hate
this
to
is
burst
what
your
I'm
bubble.
really scared of.
So what I've said
it looks like it's what's happening.
It is happening, and my additional point is it always was happening. Like, my additional point, I don't think you need to accept this to accept what I just provided to you, which is basically like this episode shows their hypocrisy. But I also think they've always shown this. And so the other examples are like canceling Bud Light because of Dylan Mulvaney, canceling people who are like pro, in their mind, DEI. They're literally trying to do that. They're trying to cancel lawyers because they associated with Democrats. And so they've never, in principle, been against cancellation. This is just like a very wonderful example of their hypocrisy. You can claim that this is something new, but I think you'd just be dead wrong.
And I vote with I'm okay with voting with my wallet, and I don't really.
Right, you're okay with some levels of cancellation.
I don't consider that part of cancel culture.
Why
even
not?
though I guess you could because it's because boycotts are like a long-standing thing.
Yeah, it can be cancel culture.
Just like been around, and I think that when I think of cancel culture, I think of it as like
What happens in the left?
I mean, there's
no, this is the problem.
When the word
this
came
is
into
the
existence
problem.
is when it came into existence. Cancel
it feels like when you
culture,
debate these
know?
tankies, you debate these tankies, and they're like, imperialism only means what the UK does. Because this term comes out of a specific history, and so this term must only include the things that we say it is because the term originated in a given place. I don't know the etymology of the term cancellation, but the concept.
You're arguing that a boycott is
the concept of cancellation isn't like time bounded only to when the express word came into prominent usage. That's not what concepts are like. We can apply the concept of imperialism backwards. We can apply the concept of cancellation backwards. And it is this kind of very right-wing MAGA type thing to do, to say, well, we define cancellation in such a way to only include what the left is doing. And by that definition, I guess, yes, it's not cancellation, it's not cancel culture, because it's not left-wing cancel culture. But that's what they try to do. They try to redefine words to only apply to what the left is doing.
Well, and I differentiate it between like a company and a individual.
What?
I think that's a distinction myself. So that's where I think the Budweiser thing is different. I mean, I don't drink. I'm Mormon, whatever. But like the Budweiser thing, if people choose not to buy Budweiser because they don't, because Budweiser has always marketed itself as like basically like this American conservative oriented product. And then that their marketing shifts to like alienate the customers that they have. Why would the customers continue to sponsor the product?
Sorry, I'm just going to ask,
product...
you're justifying the cancellation. You're saying, I don't want products to ever change their marketing. I don't know, like, if I agree with that, but that's
well, not
the point.
Not like... that. I mean, they have the right to, but I don't really feel like it's a moral call, like whatever.
Yeah, no, it was a moral issue. Wait, it was a moral issue for the right, and so tons of people tried to cancel Bud Light. Agreed?
Well, they decided not to buy Bud Light, and because they no longer agreed with the values that Bud Light espoused
for moral reasons. And they tried to encourage you not to buy Bud Light. Yes, they called it gay beer. Yeah. They said you should buy other beer. So it was cancellation, wasn't it? If I was saying,
as far as you can cancel a company and not an individual, it was cancellation. Yes, for sure.
Okay, so then you agree with cancel culture?
Sure. Then yeah. And I in video games, I know there's like certain games that have like a person like makes a stupid tweet or whatever, and then that. But I do think in terms of the video games, it often reflects also on the quality of the game too, though.
I don't know what you're talking about. You mean like the violent video game?
No, like we don't need to get into it. It's like Asmongold stuff, I guess you'd say, if you're gonna say something. Like some person makes like if you're not into video games, it don't matter. There's been some games come out. There's some people who have shared political beliefs who worked for that game. People say like maybe we shouldn't buy this game, and usually when that game comes out, it's also like not a very good game.
I would say that just
Baldur's Gate one was an
Baldur's
example
Gate
of
one was canceled?
The new one, it wasn't canceled. It kind of flopped.
Baldur's Gate 3 did not flop.
Not Baldur's Gate. What is it? I actually have to look at the chat. The Dragon Age. Is it Dragon Age game?
Okay, I don't know what happened. I mean. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Sometimes sales can be bad because the game is bad or whatever. I'm basically just saying they're hypocrites, and I don't know why you're disagreeing with me.
Okay, yeah, like I'll get out of the video game stuff because it doesn't really matter. It doesn't add. It would be too big a thing unless you're familiar with it to even get into.
Okay, so do you agree conservatives are hypocrites on the cancel culture stuff?
With the definition that you're yes. With the definition that you're expanding,
cancel culture?
Yes.
All right. What do you have in your mind a different notion of cancel culture?
Yeah. Well, I tend to focus more on people like we were talking earlier. People being falsely accused of things, or like potentially accused, or people like before the trial even happens. The person is already condemned.
That's a very narrow version of cancel culture. You think that?
Well, that to me, like that's what it has been ever since it. To me, when I heard about it, which was basically the Me Too movement, was.
So you think cancel culture just refers to like false accusations before a trial?
Not just, but like that's like the context where it kind of rose to that especially the term rose to being a common thing and like a popular thing. But we already taled about the term.
No, but is
and the
your
history
notion
the
of
term.
cancel culture exclusive to those kinds of situations or not?
Generally, it kind of is. I don't really personally include boycotts and stuff in with cancel culture,
wait,
but
wait,
you wanted to
whoa,
define it, so I
whoa.
accepted your definition.
No, wait, no. The topic, like how one cancels, is different than on what basis someone deserves to be canceled. So you're basically saying that you only consider cancellations, or like the paradigmatic example of cancellation is when someone is falsely accused before there's a trial or some kind of judicial
It doesn't
resolution.
have to be falsely accused. It could be accused, and the accusation is literally enough to like destroy the person. But it could end up being true. But ideally, we would like wait until the actual.
No, I'm just.
We actually know before canceling the person.
I don't know why you're telling me ideally we would wait. Ideally, this would happen. This would be a good thing. Like, do you think we're having a conversation about your normative outlook regarding what things should happen before we fire people? Like, we're not having a conversation about your ideal system.
Firing, I guess if I think about the bad examples of cancel culture would be like Johnny Depp getting basically kicked off the thing. Kevin Spacey, like I'm not defending or anything what happened to him, but like just like the mention that came out and then they said it violated the morality clause. And I don't think, I know he was never convicted, but he's also like still like done in Hollywood. And I'm not like defending him or whatever, but like sometimes I wonder, like, since nothing was ever convicted, since nothing ever came of it, was it right for him to be
Spin? Do you think we're
canceled?
talking about like individual cases of cancellation? I'm trying to get a sense of what your notion of cancellation even is, and you're going on and on about Kevin Spacey. I mean, like, we're just talking about what you mean by cancellation, not for you to drone on about different cases. So I'm asking you, like, well, when I think of cancellation, I think of these cases. I'm asking you, does your notion of cancellation exclude anything that isn't an accusation regarding sexual impropriety, or is it more broad than that?
No, I agree. This, like, I think that this conversation has led me to, like, I agree that like what is happening fits more firmly into cancel culture than I would have thought of it fitting into cancel culture before these talks.
I'm not asking whether what's happening right now more fits this or that. I am asking for some other notion, some notion of cancellation that you adhere to.
Well, what I'm saying is you broaden my picture of what cancel culture is. That's what I was trying to say with that comment. So when you ask me what my cancel culture is, now I'm trying to, like, I have to kind of gauge where the line exists or where it is for me, right? Because
taking a big step back, basically you said you granted that conservatives are being hypocrites on my notion of what cancel culture is. But you said that in a way such that, like, maybe to imply, I'm not sure, that I have like a very like particular notion of cancel culture, where I think my notion of cancel culture is far closer to like.
No, you have a broad notion of cancel culture
that I think is reflected in the discourse.
I had a less broad one. I had a less broad one.
Yours seems not just less broad; it seems absurdly narrow.
Well, the conversation is helping me to see beyond that, beyond what I would have identified with it linked to.
Like, do you agree cancel culture,
which is mostly
it was involved in people having different ideas of vaccines, right? You were canceled if you said something different about whether vaccine safety. You were canceled if you didn't want to wear a mask. You were canceled if you
but,
right. So it's not just allegations of a certain nature that has to do with certain ideas.
I mean, I never really I never specifically thought that of cancel culture.
I'm not asking whether you predict. I'm asking what you're.
But in the new framing, I do agree that it should be included in the bubble of cancel culture.
Okay, so under the notion of cancel culture that you think is most accurate or most approximating the normal usage of the term cancel culture, do you think that conservatives are being hypocrites?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, so
great.
Yeah,
I agree.
Well, I mean, I think that what they're doing now is the same as what they were doing before, right? I think that.
Well, I agree with that. I agree with. Yes, what they're doing now is the same as they're doing before. Is the same as they've always done, which is the right has always been in favor of cancel culture.
It all fits within the blanket of cancel culture.
I agree.
But like when I think of the vaccine stuff, like both sides were canceling each other.
I'm not asking if both sides are
back and
canceling.
forth.
I think that the left does cancel people for sure, but I think the right always says cancel people. And that's
Oh
what I'm
yeah,
saying.
and one like someone here, and I'll agree with you on this. Like I think it's stupid that like if let's say you're in a state like Utah. I'm in Utah, right? Like if there's someone walking around with a mask and people are gonna like judge that person, that's not like canceling them, but it's judging them, which is kind of what cancel.
Yeah, I think judging is different. I think like cancel requires.
But it's like you're canceling is taking another step.
It's like a concerted,
following them home, and
it's like a concerted effort to not just get you to stop associating with someone, but like to get others to rally around and to punish someone in their employment or associations because of perceived transgressions in a moral sense, in a moral dimension.
But do you think that the reason that they're doing that is because of a bigger goal, or do you think that they literally just like actually have a problem with that
Who's
one
they?
specific person? The people that are pushing the cancel culture from whichever side. Do you think it's to like set a precedent for how to treat people in the future, or do you think it's because they just literally don't like that one person, that one act?
Different cancellations have different like motivations. Like some are because of spite, some are because of a broader kind of policing movement, some are to enforce I think like a culture of fear on certain things.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what's happening now.
But it kind of goes, like, it has gone both ways in the past before, though, wouldn't you say?
Yes,
like both sides might purport I think
it's always been
or whatever.
I think it's largely been more prominent on the right. That's my belief over the long term. I think that there was a particular version of it from the left that was highly publicized and propagandized about from the right, for sure. That they were made a lot out of it. Where I think there were excesses for sure, but that. It wasn't what they ever pretended it to be.
That might be true, but I think it's kind of, for me, it's kind of hard to judge because for me, it felt like whoever was in charge was the one pushing it stronger because they had more authority to push it. Is almost what I felt like.
I think that right now,
but I don't know, that may or may not be true. I'd have to like examine it more
All
data.
Right.
But.
I think we have an agreement. I think we have a mutual understanding. Any other topics before I bring someone else in?
No, I took a lot of time. I appreciate it. I gotta get off the bed. So thanks for giving me another shot.
Let's talk about
enjoyed
Mormonism.
the conversation.
Yeah. We'll talk about Mormonism at some point.
If you want to sometime, like let me know. I'll stay in the Discord this time. I left it last time, but or maybe I'll hop in another night. Yeah. But okay.
Thanks so much. Peace out. Okay, there was an Edward guy. Edward, I don't know what your Discord name is. Are you one of these people in Stream Disagreements? But Edward, if you're around. Otherwise, I'll just pick one of these people. But if Edward is around, you can let me know that in one of the chats. Jay Miles. Oh, yeah, there was Jay Miles. I didn't see Jay Miles anywhere. But yeah. If I don't hear from you, either Edward or Jay Miles the next minute, I'll just bring someone in. On brand views. Got it. Yo, what up, Edward? Hello?
Yo.
How we doing, bro?
How's it going, Pisco?
It's going well. What can I do for you?
I mean, I don't really know where to take it after you talk to that guy for an hour, but what do you want to talk about? I can kind of go whatever direction.
I don't know. Like, what do you think about this cancel culture stuff? What do you think about the Kirk stuff? Do you think I'm right about this shit?
Yeah, I think the cancel culture stuff is, I think it's fine. I think, it's just going to happen. Whoever's in charge or whoever's controlling society at the moment is probably going to be utilizing it to their advantage. And I think people, whenever they get the opportunity to, they'll, just broadly use it to their advantage.
That's kind of like a descriptive, but like, I'm basically asking you not for the descriptive, like, A, do you think that that's okay? And separately, do you think that the conservatives who are crying about cancel culture are hypocrites? That's the kind of two things. Like, do you have a problem with it?
Yeah.
And number two, do you think that the conservatives are being hypocrites?
I do have a problem with it, yes. And I do also think that the conservatives are hypocrites, yes. Actually, let me go back to the first one. I don't have a problem with it. I'm actually totally fine with it, especially like with like the people celebrating like Charlie Kirk's death. I'm pretty much fine with every single one of those people losing their jobs and being humiliated publicly. But there are some cases where like I think people are just kind of discussing the situation and putting context to Charlie Kirk as a person, and those people are kind of getting lumped in with all the people celebrating the death, and I think that that's not okay. So I don't really know how to. I'm kind of a simpleton on a lot of these things, so I don't really know how to parse that specifically.
No, I agree with you totally. What you just said. I think that there are some people where I wouldn't have a problem with you like wanting to cut ties with someone who's like, yeah, I'm glad that he was murdered. Like in general, I don't necessarily have a problem with people talking about that and businesses making decisions on that. I think that there are people who get lumped in, like you said, who I don't think should be canceled on that notion. And separately from that, I just think that the hypocrisy point is what I'm trying to nail down. Like, I think there are some things that everyone would kind of be okay with cancellation for. Certainly like accusations of certain criminal conduct, right? Certain abhorrent views. Like if you just like support the overthrow of our country, or if you support like, I'll say this, right? And some people do say this, right? Massive amounts of genocide, right? People can certainly think that those kinds of cancellations are justified, but yeah, no, but actually, I'll ask you that question. I don't know if you have views on Israel-Palestine, but assume that it is the case that you think that what's going on in Palestine is a genocide. Would you have a problem with cancellation of people who support Israel's actions in Palestine? Assuming you think it's a genocide.
If you think it's a genocide, yeah, I mean, you're probably going to go pretty.
But
pretty
that's what
hard
I mean, right?
Yeah,
like if a disagreement on Israel-Palestine, such that you support Israel versus Palestine, is a justification for cancellation on the view that it is a genocide, then I think that the standard would be, yeah, I mean, it's what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If you're going to cancel someone over justifying the death of Charlie Kirk, you should cancel someone for justifying the genocide of the Palestinians. But people would treat those things very differently. Maybe because it's in America or whatever. It just makes you think a little bit. I don't know. But separate apart from that, I just like, what do you think about the hypocrisy point? That's like what I'm more interested in.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty disgusted from what I'm seeing from a lot of people online right now. Like, Matt Walsh, who else is going? There's a couple of people going like super hard on Twitter, who I'm pretty disgusted by, where I kind of do agree on some part, again, where the people who are celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination should probably be canceled. But, some of these people are kind of calling for, civil war, holy war, all this kind of stuff. And I don't agree with that. And I think if the shoe was on the other foot, I think that some of these people would want a little more sympathy and grace. So I think that there's like a huge hypocrisy thing going on here. But I don't really know how to, really decide like, okay, so what? I mean, people are hypocrites. Like Crystal Ball's getting called out by Tim Pool on Twitter right now because just a couple weeks ago, her and Kyle were laughing about the dude on Jubilee that got canceled, the super fashy dude. So I'm like, I feel like hypocrisy is just a part of life, and I guess it's fine to debate about who's a hypocrite and who's not, but I don't think it really matters at the end of the day because everybody's going to take part in it whenever they can.
Yeah, no, I think that if that's a view that like it's kind of useless to debate about hypocrisy, maybe it is. I'm not sure. I think it can be fun to debate about it. Sometimes it can speak to the insincerity of one's political rivals, and I think that's sometimes useful. But I don't know. Is there a big disagreement that we have? I'm not seeing one. I think that you and I both agree that some of these cancellations might be justified. You and I both agree that some are not. And you and I both agree that there's at least a decent level of hypocrisy. So is there a disagreement that you can find?
Is there, maybe I can just ask a couple of questions real quick, because maybe there's less of a disagreement than I actually initially thought there was. But are you generally like, are you happy that Charlie Kirk's dead? Not like regardless of how he died and all that stuff. Are you happy that he's dead?
No, I'm not. Well, I think it's impossible to disentangle how he died from this whole thing. If you're asking me, would I want him to be dead, absent how he died, like die of natural causes? No. Even then, I would say no. I think if he died of natural causes, I can tell you I probably wouldn't be saying R.I.P. Charlie Kirk, and I wouldn't like care as much. Just like I don't care about a lot of different people who die. Like I didn't care when Rush Limbaugh died, right? But that doesn't mean that I desired Rush Limbaugh to die. I don't have that desire in me, and I don't have the desire that like Charlie Kirk die, separate and apart from how he died. So I think the answer to both of those is no. I didn't want Charlie Kirk to die. I didn't want Charlie Kirk to be killed, though if he died of natural causes, I would certainly be less impacted by it, and I probably wouldn't have been saying like R.I.P. Charlie Kirk.
Do you think the world is a better place as a result of him not being around to be such a prominent figure in pushing the MAGA agenda?
No, again, because I think it's impossible in this context to disentangle how he died, and I think that's going to make further divide the country and further lead to bad outcomes and radicalize the right.
What? Well, okay. I only asked that because I. Sorry, can you ask me one more time?
Yeah.
Like, what are you asking if I agree with?
Do you agree with the notion that Charlie Kirk's death is going to be harmful because it will, I think, radicalize parts of the right and make them more willing and apt to either commit violence against us or the left, I don't know if us includes you, or for government overreach?
Yeah, I mean, I think that people don't really even understand just yet the ramifications of this dude dying and like what that's going to do kind of down the line. But yeah, I think it's definitely it's damaged a lot. Yeah. I mean, I think that there's going to be a lot of government overreach. I think that a lot of free speech shit's kind of out the door. I'm really wanted to see what I'm really eager to see kind of what Trump does. I think let me ask you this. Like, do you think that his death is kind of on par with like the death of like Martin Luther King or like JFK? It's kind of like one of those moments, or do you
of significance?
Well, yeah, significance.
I think it's comparable in terms of significance.
Comparable. That's what I've been arguing with people online about, and I agree with that. I think that, and just to kind of go back to something that you just mentioned, like when Rush Limbaugh died, he was a real big figure in the conservative movement, and there was a lot of people making fun of him when he died, and I didn't really see that much of an uproar about it. I mean, there might have been, but
I think Kirk's death is more significant, and the reason, again, I'm not saying that it's as significant as MLK or JFK. Okay, I think both MLK and JFK were more significant deaths for very different reasons. I guess time will tell. But the reason why I say it's like comparable, it's more close to those than it is to Rush Limbaugh or like the death of Margaret Thatcher when she's like 80 or something, is one, the visual way in which it happened. That's number one. The fact that he's young, the fact that he had a very potentially promising career in the right wing, including in elected office, and then the reaction to it, which has been every living former president has spoken on it. The whole world has turned its attention to it. The current administration. So I don't think you can, this has been an insanely significant moment that isn't matched by like Rush Limbaugh dying of lung cancer. And so I think it's much closer to like an MLK, JFK than it is to Rush Limbaugh, even though I think that those two are more significant.
I think that, for the Democrats, and like the liberals broadly, I think that young men, it's just cooked. I think that this event radicalized young men so much, like worldwide, but in America specifically, that I think that they're probably never going to be able to get these people back. And I do think that it's kind of.
I'm not so sure about that. Like,
no, dude. I think that. I mean, you can just see how society's moving, man. Everything's moving more conservative, and it's kind of cool to be a conservative now. So it's like. I think that with some of these, things that have happened in the last couple of years, but mostly this Charlie Kirk incident, I think that young men see the reaction to that online, and they don't want to be anywhere near that stuff. I mean, me specifically, I mean, my mindset is kind of just like, dude, I think that these people are fucking evil. Like these people that celebrate Charlie Kirk's death, I think that they're evil, and they should probably. I mean, if I had like a magic wand to just like deport these people to like Puerto Rico or somewhere else, like an island in the Pacific, I would just separate them from broader society. I feel like I don't want my family walking around the same streets as people who are pro-assassination.
You're saying if you could legally deport them all, you would?
I mean, like if I had a magic wand and I could just kind of flick it and they're deported somewhere, I would want them out of here for sure.
Like it. Regardless of whether we're legal or not? Aren't you basically saying you wouldn't kill them all, right?
No, not at all. No, like
Okay.
literally, like remove them from American society, like just like remove them, like put them somewhere else, put them in an island somewhere.
Even though they have like a right to be here, and are you a respecter of rights?
I mean, it's tough. I think in recent years, and I think in recent years, I think I like stuff I see online, discussions that I'm seeing online. I think that I'm kind of a little more flexible on rights and the Constitution and all that kind of stuff.
Why?
I mean, yeah, that would be a pretty deep discussion to get into. I don't know if I'm prepared to fully like dive too deep. You can maybe ask me some questions that would maybe lead some answers. But
do you value free speech or no?
Like I used to be like 100% like free speech absolutist, but I feel like especially with like online media, people being on YouTube all day, people listening to podcasts all day, I feel like people are getting radicalized by other people's speech at such an exponential rate lately that like we're just going to see, more and more mass shootings, more and more political assassinations. People are listening to Hassan and Destiny. I'm assuming one of these people are going to come out of one of these communities at some point, in the near future. These dudes are talking absolutely crazy. So I don't know, like, I feel like there maybe should be some limits to speech. I don't think I am a free speech absolutist like I felt like I used to be. It's not something that is like a fully, mapped out, thing in my mind, but I feel like lately I've been feeling like, damn, like something needs to happen. Like there maybe needs to be like some sort of way to crack things down, because you go to some of these other countries and like they're living good, man. Like, I've been to Japan, Dubai, a lot of countries around the world, and I mean, they got some pretty draconian laws, I guess, but also like shit is just like chill out there, man. Like people aren't going crazy like they are in America, and I think that the more and more that you just see all this craziness
I just
stirring
don't
up
understand
around you,
why is your intuition like take away the First Amendment instead of the Second?
we might need to take away that too.
I mean, like, if you care about rights, then I think that you wouldn't reach this conclusion. So I guess I just want to convince you that, or I don't know, convince you, or maybe ask some more questions about your intuitions about what's going on in the world or in the country and why it's leading you down this kind of more skeptical path. Do you think that, like, for example, crime is hugely up these days? Like the level of violence is...
Yeah, 100%.
And so your notion is that like we are seeing unprecedented levels of violent crime today. That's like what your feeling is, right?
That's like the vibe that I have. Yeah, I mean, it's I'm sure that there's probably stats that refute that, but that's just kind of the vibe that I have.
Yeah, so I think that there's this. I think social media and online media gives us oftentimes these impressions that like the world is falling apart and look at society, it's crumbling at its foundations, but like. We're the strongest country in the world right now. Our level of violent crimes are at like, lows, historical lows. And that, Trump is taking credit, for example, for lowering crime across the country. It's not his responsibility. Like it's been lowering in the long term over the course of many decades. And so I'm not super convinced that we need to get rid of the First Amendment. It seems like America's doing great. If you just take a step back and get out of the online rage spheres and the rage economy, and you just look at overall the country economically, even though right now I think we're getting fucked over by some of the policies, we're in a decent position in terms of power. We're in a good position. And in terms of like crime, it's low. Like 40 years ago, you might have the feeling that this was a more sane country. But like, remember, Ronald Reagan got shot in the 80s. JFK was fucking killed in the 60s. There was mass amounts of crime waves in all the major cities that would make what's going on right now look like a cakewalk. So there's this kind of nostalgic notion of an America that used to be peaceful, used to be okay to have this kind of rights and freedoms, and it's so naive now. But like compared to where we were, it's a little, I think, naive to this notion that we are now facing this epidemic level of political violence that the country has never seen before.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, it's tough. But yeah, maybe compared to the 60s, things are, definitely way better. But I think that whenever I was a kid in the 90s growing up, things seemed pretty chill overall. There was just this feeling that I could just like go outside and run around with my friends, and nobody really cared. It was just kind of a
What
thing you
about
could do whenever you were a
9/11?
kid. But now,
9/11, the war on terror, Columbine, fucking. We were entered 2 wars in the 2000s when you would have been growing up.
nah, things were still pretty chill, I think, like overall. But I wasn't going to airports and shit whenever I was a kid. So like I think after 9/11, most things were still pretty chill for me. But yeah, like I don't know. There does just seem to be like this feeling like things are changing for the worse, and people are getting radicalized more and more. And like I can't send my girlfriend to the grocery store to pick up something because she might get like murdered in a mass shooting, or like some crazy drug addict might like stab her in the neck or something. It just seems like things are only getting worse, and I'm kind of doomer, overall about a lot of things here in America, and I definitely have been, taking on this attitude more and more lately. Like, maybe things need to just like there needs to be like some drastic changes to like how we do stuff here for anything to go like positive. But
Can I ask
what
you
those drastic changes are, I have no idea. But
what would it take to change your opinion about the state of the country? What would I need to show you to change your mind?
What would you need to show me? I don't know. I think I don't think that there's anything that you could show me to change that perception. I don't think.
Isn't that the definition of something that is like unfalsifiable?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah.
So if something is unfalsifiable, if your belief in something is unfalsifiable, it seems like it's at least, it's something that's irrational. I mean, like no amount of evidence that I could show you would change that perception, even hypothetically.
Yeah, man. I mean, things are rough out there. I don't know like what things are like in your friend group or who you converse with on a day-to-day basis, but people are having a rough time out there. I mean, things are, and I don't know, rough time is, I guess it's relative, but I know a lot of people who are, struggling financially, can't buy a home, struggling to find new job prospects.
Can you tell me what state you live in? Or where?
I live in Arizona.
Arizona. So in Arizona, you feel that shit is getting out of control in your circle in terms of job prospects and in terms of crime?
Yeah, no, I mean, I moved from like basically like city center in Phoenix to like a suburb like 50 miles away from Phoenix, because we had we lived in this house for like 7 years. The first like 4 years we didn't have like any issues there, and then like 3 years in a row we had people break in with one of those attempted break-ins, me actually having to discharge my firearm at them. So, and then the neighborhood that we were living in, it was a super nice neighborhood whenever I first moved into that house. And then just slowly over time, you start to see, drug addicts all over the place. You start to see crime happening all throughout the neighborhood. And then in downtown Phoenix has become a shithole since I was a little kid. It was kind of nice whenever I was a little kid, but now there's like a mini Skid Row. There's like an Arizona scale Skid Row in downtown Phoenix now. And it's like, I don't know, things definitely seem pretty rough. I mean, nobody like you walk down the street, everybody looks mad all the time. You're on the road driving, everybody's pissed all the time. Like road rage is out of hand. I mean, it seems like it's only getting worse and worse. I think we went in Arizona. I saw this, this news article like a couple weeks ago that we went from like the third best state for job searches to like 40 something in just like a couple of years. So like that kind of just like I think reinforces like how I feel about like like job prospects in the state. It's getting super expensive here. Whenever I was a kid, I mean, you could buy a house for like probably $150,000 here in most parts of like the Phoenix metro area. Now the average home price here is like, in just the last couple of years, the average home price went from like $350K for like a 3-bedroom, 2-bath to like almost like $500K in most areas.
But look at
So,
look at
like,
what you're talking about, right? Like all those are problems, right? The cost of living stuff, crime around here. You're talking about addiction and certain drug related crimes, shit like that. Why is that causing you to abandon the First Amendment, right? Like the problems that you're describing don't seem connected to Hassan or Destiny. The problems that you're talking about seem to be either economic and, you know, drug related stuff or class related stuff, but they don't seem to be connected to political radicalization or opinion. And sometimes like,
Well,
yes, you're facing economic strife. Maybe you're like what happened to you sounds super traumatic, but why is that causing you to like abandon bedrock principles of republicanism and free speech?
well, and I will have to say, you know, there's kind of like two separate things here. There's like the things that I experience in my everyday life directly, and then kind of my life experiences over the years, and then there's kind of the wider, you know, like internet space, which I think increasingly is like, you know, the things people see and interact with on the internet is more and more important to people's lives, whether they want it to be or not. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. Like why does that make you think like why would the things that I'm experiencing in my day-to-day life, like I just noted, make me want to abandon some of those principles?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just a feeling like things maybe just like we need to do things different in the country, and maybe if we do things different in the country, and you know, we've been kind of rolling the same way for a long while, but like I think a lot of people kind of feel the same way I do, in the sense that like, you know, shit is just fucking like falling apart around them, and that's probably not 100% accurate, but you know, it kind of seems that way. I mean, you know, these things really matter, like political assassinations. You know, they tried to kill Trump. They killed those people out in Minnesota. They killed those people outside the Jewish Museum. You know, all this crazy shit's happening, and it seems like it's only just ramping up and up and up. And you see all this stuff happening.
Yeah, but we're in a
country
of like 300 plus million people. We have a shit ton of guns in this country, and we're more of like I have to say, like more of a violent culture than a lot of these other countries. And just to be clear, in Japan, they fucking killed the former prime minister there. So even much less, yeah, Abe Shinzo. So like I understand, but it is possible. Would you agree or grant that your social media feed is like pushing a lot of these negative, sensationalist, violent stories, and you're seeing all that, and it's coinciding with some maybe genuine like socioeconomic woe that you're facing, cost of living, etc. And maybe the solution that people are trying to push for you is like abandon the thing that makes America great in the first place. But like, but there's no logical connection between getting rid of free speech, silencing Hassan, silencing Destiny, which seems like to be something you'd be open to, like silencing Hassan, silencing Destiny, throwing them in jail for their political views. Like that has no rational connection to the kinds of problems that you're describing.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say you're probably right about that. I mean, and a lot of these things I'm not 100% married to, but you know, they're just kind of feelings that you have, or that I have, and you know, I probably need to think about some of these things a little more, but you know, it's just how I feel.
I hear you.
It is what it is.
Well, listen. Thank you for engaging in the conversation. I appreciate that. I agree. Like you shouldn't be celebrating after people die, and I think that that's depraved. But I think that the problem there is like people being too fucking online, and I think that you haven't reached the level of where you're celebrating people's deaths. But you just said that you'd be okay with like deporting people to an island in the middle of the Caribbean because of their beliefs, even though they're fucked up beliefs. Like that by itself, that's concerning too. And that to me is like, maybe it's not at the same level as celebrating the death of others, but you are celebrating massive rights deprivations in this country. And I think that potentially, now you don't have to grant me this, is another symptom of like terminal online syndrome, especially when you say like no amount of evidence I could show you would change your mind about the state of the country, the vibe that you have. That there's nothing I could show you that would change your mind. That to me seems like the definition of an irrational view.
Would you concede that most people just kind of go off of their life experiences, and they like you know, irrespective of what stats say, irrespective of what a study might say, like none of that stuff really matters to most people.
No, like, I totally agree with that. What you just said, I totally agree that most people go off their personal experience, what they see every day, vibes. I do not disagree with that.
And yeah, I would say this. I mean, you know, Hassan and Destiny. I mean, that was definitely a terminally online take. But these people that are celebrating like murder and stuff. I mean, do you want these people walking around the same streets as you and your family? Like these people are like obviously unwell, and they're just telling you that they're unwell. Like they should probably go. They should probably go somewhere, right? Like just kind of those people, the people that are literally pro political assassination.
I would prefer them not have those views. I'd prefer them not necessarily live around me, but I wouldn't support them being moved somewhere, you know, because that implies
should they be on like a should they be on like a registry,
No.
like kind of like a sex offender almost?
No.
Okay. Well, I'm okay with not deporting them, but I'm pro the registry.
Okay.
Like at the very least, you know, I think
that's some movement. That's some movement, man.
You've talked me off the ledge.
Okay.
But
You want to
I just wanted to say before I get off of here, man, I just wanted to say I listen to you a lot, listen to Hutch a lot, used to listen to Destiny, used to listen to Hassan a long time ago, but they're a little too crazy for me. I appreciate the conversation, and
Thank you, brother.
yeah, man, I hope that you're doing good out there, man, because like I said, a lot of people that I know are real, you know, doom and gloom lately, but I hope that you're doing good and your mental health is all straight.
Yeah, let's keep the conversation going. We'll talk again soon, okay?
Alrighty, man. Have a good one.
Later, brother.
Later.
Peace. All right, next up we got this guy. Ogre Boy's in there. We'll do a couple more of these. Yo, what up? The Discordius. How you doing? The Discordius. You're muted at the moment. I don't know if you know that. IPA a lot? What the hell? Is this the real IP a lot? Is this the real guy? All right, Discordius. I'll send you back to Stream Disagreements. Got to figure out your shit. Put in Ogre Boy. Put him in, coach. Let's see what the Ogre has to say. Mr. Ogre. Hutch's biggest op. How we doing?
Oh, decent. Listen, I have a bone to pick with you. I have a big problem.
What's up?
Listen, there's something you're doing and you have to quit. Like
What's
you
up?
actually you just full on across the board stop. You're making the rest of us look weak and cucked. You need to stop condemning political violence until Trump in turn.
Stop.
Oh, you're laughing?
Stop it. Stop
Sir,
it.
you're laughing?
Hey, stop.
Listen, it's never worked, okay? Condemning political violence in the past has never worked. And we need to get ahead of this.
Hey.
And demand.
I'm telling you no. I'm telling you no. Yeah, I know what you're doing.
What do you mean?
I know exactly what you're doing.
This is some of the best minds in the field have been coming up with this. And I think there's something
This is
to
not
it.
a snark. This is not a snark Discord. This is not a snark thing. If you have your problems with Destiny, you can go talk to him about it. I'm sure he would welcome you there. But I don't like these little fucking subtweets because all you're going to do is bring in the snarkers to yell at me for not yelling at you enough and even having you on and platforming you. So, I mean, you're fucking with me.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay, yeah. How you
Hey,
been?
listen, in all seriousness though, like if you're in a group chat with him, you should, like, unrelated to this, and don't say that I said to, but Hutch really had a day today. You should check on your boy and just see if he's good.
What do you mean by that?
Emotionally and spiritually. Huh?
What do you mean by that?
No, I mean he had like a 9-hour day of like awfulness, and
Hutch is not okay. People are saying Hutch
he's
is not
okay. He's not good. He
Hutch
put a
had a
giant
rough
black
day.
pill in his. If you, I don't think you're in the same Discord, but he put a giant black pill image in his announcements after he got off today. I actually felt bad for him. Like I legitimately did. It was really bad. He stuck to his guns. There's an element to that I think is like really beneficial in so much that I don't think it's good to try to tactically or strategically relax your own morals for the sake of what is good for political advantageousness or whatever the fuck is actually behind that thought process. But like, no, he stuck to his guns. He had a bunch of people fucking with him all day. And
Okay.
So
I'll check in on him.
Huh?
I'll check in. He's my boy. I'll check in on if my boy's
Yeah,
in trouble.
totally.
I'm gonna Hutch put himself in a bad position. It's not his fault. I don't hold it against him. That's what someone's saying. He had a
Oh no,
very
he wasn't
rough
in a
day,
bad.
says
He's not
Conscious
in a bad
Robot.
position. I actually agree with him. That's the issue. All right, so I don't know, but yeah. Anyway, it was nice talking to you. Toodles.
Thank you. Later. Oh my God. All right, I think this guy might have fixed his shit. Yo, what up? Did you fix your mute thing?
Yeah.
How you
I
doing?
think.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
How can I help you?
Oh, 1 second. Sorry. Yeah.
You can hear me, hey?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. What can I do for you? What?
Oh, crikey, mate.
Crikey. How you going?
Very good, mate. True blue.
Yeah.
I feel like I agree with you on pretty much everything. My disagreement comes from the fact that I don't think you get why the conservatives don't see themselves as hypocritical on the issue of cancel culture.
Sorry, you said I don't get why you don't see why Republicans don't see themselves as hypocrites.
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't
Or
see how
specifically
I
on the
don't
cancel
see.
culture.
You don't see how I don't see that they don't see themselves as hypocrites. Go. Hey, mate. I'm just trying to. Yes, I think I understand where you're going. Just say it.
No, I think you're looking at like cancel culture from like a more academic perspective, when the reality is it is culture. It's colloquial. When conservatives look at cancel culture, they're looking at it from the lens of, is this person out here to like stand behind their beliefs, or are they out here to just cancel? Like, is the act entirely intent on canceling? Like that guy you talked to earlier, he didn't see voting with your wallet as cancel culture.
Right.
Because that's in the realm of you standing behind what you believe in. Like, you get that, yeah?
So they're saying what's not cancel culture is when you stand behind what you believe in?
Pretty much. Like,
that doesn't work
because,
though,
like,
because they can just say that, okay, you leftists, they believe what they believe. Do you think that they're going to say that they're not sincere about their beliefs, the lefties?
No, I think the right will look at some cancel culture stuff and they'll be like, yeah, no, like, I don't agree with it, but like, yeah, fuck that person.
No, but
Or
they're
if I was
going to
in their
say
shoes,
it's still
fuck that
cancel. Even if you genuinely believe your values and you're just living by your values, they're not going to say, well, it's not cancel culture because they actually believe this shit. They believe in whatever the intersectionality or whatever. Like, I don't think that they would say it's not cancel culture because these are genuinely held principles.
I kind of do. Like,
Okay.
the biggest pushes for like fuck leftist cancel culture is almost always people saying disingenuous shit, or it's almost always framing something as incredibly disingenuous or a lie. When a thing is true, like, the right tends to back off from the cancel culture stuff. Like, I think Asmongold is probably a pretty good like litmus test here.
Sorry.
Where it's like, do you think
That's separate. So I just want to make sure I understand. A thing being true is separate from whether the person who's holding to it is genuine, right? So like, I understand what you said first is like, as long as someone is subjectively holding to their principles, they don't consider it cancel culture. But separate is like, as long as someone is speaking the truth, it's not cancel culture. I might agree with your second iteration of that, where it's like, as long as, and by true here, I mean that they agree with it, that anything that they agree with is not cancel culture. But I don't think that they hold to this like sincerely held genuine belief is not cancel culture, because I think that many of them do believe that these leftists are sincere about their views on intersectionality, on their views of subordination, on their views of oppression, oppressee. So like, I don't think that conservatives hold to this, well, as long as it's sincerely held, it's not cancel culture. But I think that a principle that I would accept that you would provide is, if something is true and just, it's not cancel culture.
Yeah, even if the act of it itself is like canceling someone.
It's obviously canceling, yeah. No, but that's just a way of saying
Yeah.
they're carving out anything that we do is correct and just, and therefore not canceling. But that's just like, no one would accept if you put it to them. Like, is your definition of cancel culture is any unjust canceling isn't really canceling? They wouldn't accept that. In practice, that's what they do.
I think some of them would.
Really? You think so?
Yeah, like do you think Asmongold sees himself as like a cancel culture creator?
No.
Why not?
Because I think behind the scenes in his mind, like implicitly, he's holding to the principle you're describing. But I don't think that he would accept it if I presented it to him. That's my way of saying that there's a hypocrisy here. There's a contradiction here. That is to say, if you were to present someone with the definition of cancellation is like, well, cancellation is anything that's, anytime someone is like drummed out of society on a good basis, on a not good basis. I don't think that if I presented that with him, he would accept that version of cancellation as like the normal definition of it, or what people mean by cancellation. But I do agree that that's what he's doing. Like, he is not considering himself canceling because he doesn't consider canceling or being part of cancel culture anytime you do something for a good reason. But I just don't think that they formalize
it's
it and conceptualize it
also not
that
just for like a good reason, because I think the right will agree with you that like, fuck that guy if you're right, even if they don't agree with you. Like, I think there's an aspect of cancel culture, and to a certain degree, I think this is changing now. Like, you go back like 5-6 years, or even you go back like 10 years, like listen to the old Opie, Anthony, whatever stuff. And that whole cancel culture stuff was just fuck people who are in it for the cancel, not anything else. Like, if they can talk to you and you know what you're talking about and you actually care about it, they're like, oh, okay, you're like a different person. Like in Australia, I can't remember his name. I think, Isaac Butterfield. He would have like these podcasts where he would talk to people who've like tried to cancel him, essentially.
Yeah.
And they would, at a certain point, they would just chill. And it would be, oh, this person is somehow cancel culture, whatever. It would be, oh, this person has like these beliefs and like whatever. Like, at the end of the day, we'll come together and meet, right?
Yeah, but mate, I agree with you that like their conception of cancel culture as it's actually doing its work, which is to say what they actually live their day to day referring to as cancel culture, is just a stand-in for their subjective preferences and some amount of like, you know, social grace or whatever it is that you're describing. I don't disagree with what you're characterizing as being what's actually doing the work behind the scenes, but the way they present it is as some kind of neutral principle. So they present it as a neutral principle, but I agree with your characterization of like what's doing the work in terms of their characterizations. Do you understand what I'm saying? The distinction. So on the one hand, is what they're actually doing.
Think well enough.
Okay, so this is what I'm trying to put in your head. On the one hand, there's what they're actually doing, which is very idiosyncratic in the sense that it's very tuned to their preferences. Subjectively, it's very tuned to who they know. It's very tuned to their social circles, all the things that you're talking about. That's what they're actually doing. But how they present it is a neutral principle. You get me?
Yeah, I think my disagreement comes more from the frame that like you liked counterpoints enough to try and strip him of his like Republicanhood. And I think that's like a very American. Like, you liked counterpoints enough that you were like, you're just a Dem.
That I was pushing
like,
that.
You had that whole thing.
Well, it's not about personal like. It's about me seeing what his values are, and they seem to be aligned with the Democratic Party. I don't know. It has to do with my personal liking him. Although, you know, socially, I think that he makes me laugh a lot of the time, and I think that we get along. But that's not the reason why I said I called him a Dem. I think I called him a Dem because I don't think he's a Republican, and like he doesn't align with Republicans. But yeah, no, go on. Sorry.
No, that's fine. Like, I'm talking about you, the person. You should be able to interject with your expertise. But like, you, from my perspective, I guess at least, yeah. I'll clarify. You liked him enough that you tried to strip him of his like Republican. Say, you're basically a Dem now. You're a Dem. Like, I like you enough. You're a good enough person to be a Dem.
That wasn't what I have to stop again. That might be what you're perceiving. I promise you, it's not what's going on in my head. That I'm like, oh, I like you enough that I'm going to give you this label. It's me trying to be descriptive, and in fact, someone might say it's like showing animosity because I'm pushing him and basically accusing him of being insincere and a clout goblin. And I basically implied that the only reason you're holding on to this label is because you want to be known as the last good Republican. So I don't know, like, I can promise you what was going on in my head was not, I like you so much that I'm going to include you in my club. That wasn't what was going on in my mind. I was pushing him and basically calling him a little bit of a weasel.
All the pushback you're giving me now on that, I think, is direct and equal to the pushback you will get, even if you win, even if they concede, on like the cancel culture stuff. where you'll say, like in the background, they're tuning their algorithm to include specifically them in their version of cancel culture. And to a certain degree, yeah, you're 100% true. I think that there are very clearly bad actors who do that. I think Asmongold, part of the reason why it's probably pretty dangerous that he's gone on board with this, the left is super violent, all 90% of violence is from the left party, is because he's not in that category, I think. Fuck whatever the conversation around him, Gamergate, blah, 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 whatever it is. I think he is just kind of like an internet goblin dude. I don't think he's like a super hardcore political actor. And I think when he starts getting on board with this stuff, it's really dangerous. And I think when you go to people like that and people like him, you say, well, look, like your cancel culture, it's super hypocritical. I think even if they agree with you, you've kind of lost the argument, because the argument isn't about, is this hypocrisy? The argument is this just, are you in it for the cancel? And when the Republicans can come out and they start cancel culturing people to the nth degree about Charlie Kirk's death, you're essentially having to argue that, like, is this a just thing?
Yeah, so I think that if you're saying that the hypocrisy argument doesn't matter for this or that reason, I'm not sure that I have a view on whether the argument matters. I think it can sway some people. Arguments about disingenuousness, I think, are par for the course. I don't know that it's the thing that sway people. I'd never, as part of what I'm saying, am implying that this hypocrisy argument is going to like win the day on something. I'm just making an observation that either is true or is not true. So maybe you're right that the hypocrisy argument is like, for some reason we shouldn't care about it. I just don't view
it's
that
not
as,
that I don't think we should care about it. I think it's more in line that, like, for you to make this argument work better for a lot of these right-wing people, especially recently converted right-wing people who are like more in the middle or more doomer, because I think a large part of why like the extremist stuff is working right now is more in line with, it's working because there's like a bit of a death of the soul. Like, people are just sick. They don't give a fuck. Like, part of the reason why like they're killing the Jewish function where that guy gunned down that like pregnant woman was that like she was crawling away begging for help, and this dude fucking murdered her despite the fact that he'd been in the same party with her like 5 minutes ago. There's a certain level of like disgustingly contempt savagery to it all, where it's like like a lot of these people just, it does not feel like it matters. Anything matters. They just want blood. I think like when you're trying to get through to people that like these people are, the Republicans are engaging in cancel culture, it is incredibly hypocritical. I think you need to touch on that. Like, I've had this argument.
I am not representing that bringing up hypocrisy is going to be a kill shot. People are saying in the chat, like, they don't care about hypocrisy. I also agree with that. Like, a lot of them don't care about it. And only some people care about hypocrisy. And even then, they'll find a way to try to explain it on some bullshit rationale. So I hope that you're not hearing me to be representing that this is the kill shot. This will show them the way. Like, I'm just making a point that's either true or not. Probably to convince people, you're going to need to more convincingly get to the heart of the issue here, which maybe is this kind of bloodlust point that you're pointing, or some kind of emotional vibe that maybe I don't have access to at the moment, or maybe I'm not speaking to. And so, yeah, you could be right about that. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Convince me.
I think, well, like, whenever you're talking about hypocrisy, the hypocrisy almost never matters. Like, the whole point, because like, I can live my life like incredibly in the moment, and you could easily find 101 Hippocratic moments where like I only committed to one ideal or one belief 10%, whereas if you looked at it at 100% intensity, obviously there's hypocrisies. Like, the accusation of hypocrisy really has value when it points out like a fundamental flaw in the person, where it's like, this person doesn't give a fuck and they're lying to you. That's like the power of like cancel culture as like a weapon by the Republic or the Republicans, is that like these people just don't give a single fuck. Like, again, maybe like Asmongold, Gamergate.
Yeah,
like
maybe
that's the angle they push.
Yeah, maybe not. I don't have strong views on what people will listen to. Like, I'm sure that MAGA is not listening to me for their cues in terms of whether to care about the kind of double standard. And I'm sure that a lot of them live with these kind of cognitive dissonances in their head that are kind of more firmly rooted. I guess, yeah, I don't know that I disagree with you on that or what you're saying, in which case this is not a disagreement.
I mean, I think the main thrust of like my point, I think, is that like I think there's a certain level of like everything the right does is like this highly engineered like bioweapon designed to exterminate all leftoids. And I think to a certain degree, like you've had your own frustration with that, with literally me, I think.
Yeah.
Where I came in.
Oh, were you
and
the
I was
guy
like,
with the girlfriend?
Pardon?
Were you the guy with the girlfriend?
No, I was the lefter, like evil, like the fucking far lefter, evil savages.
Oh. I had this like conversation with a guy with his girlfriend for like 2 hours, but it's another Aussie. Sorry.
Oh my
keep
God.
going.
You're basically in the family.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Sorry, keep going.
No. Like well, we had a conversation where it was like you need to treat the left like the far left like an enemy that they actually are, instead of like a long left friend or whatever, right? And that's me coming. That's you being like, not the left isn't all this one like fucking evil Hassan clique, right? And your thrust in that conversation was like, like we do need to like meet in the middle ground, blah 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 blah, with some of these people further to our left. And I think that like when you have conversations with like people on the right, you're always going to get like you got pushback, really frustrated with that like slag heap guy because he was getting all distracted. But like the reality was that like he was looking through his mind of like how he perceived cancel culture, and it was culture. It wasn't an academic idea. It wasn't like a legal idea. And that's something you went to as well when you started talking about Israel-Palestine. Like the description of genocide as it stands at the moment is like colloquial and to a certain degree academic. It is not legal. You would agree with that?
Yeah. I don't think that most people who call it a genocide are applying the elements of genocide. And I think they're probably getting their cues from how they feel, what other people are saying, and not necessarily from their understandings of that term.
Yeah. And like,
but I'm questioning, like, is there some kind of prescription here about how I conduct myself? Because I'm equipped more to have these like analytically structured conversations where I'm like, well, what do you mean by this? Or like, when you make this claim, what do you mean this? Like, I don't know that I'm the best. Like, I'm not a Jordan Peterson type guy. I can try to vibe people, but like sometimes I don't have good vibes, man. It's like, I am not known for having tremendously chill vibes all the time, and so I'm curious what your prescription is for me. Like, how do you want to see me conduct these conversations differently? Because sometimes it's like I have the conversations I have in the manner I have them because I am who I am, but I can try to tailor them if you think there's a more effective way to do it.
That, like our disagreement was more like the Republicans are like hypocritical on this aspect. And I was coming in and saying like, no, like to them, it's not a hypocrisy. It is like firmly within like, their realm of understanding of it, their belief of understanding it.
On that point, I think that innately they don't view it as hypocritical because it's what you're saying. They're just pricing in their objective morality or their notion of objective truth and their preferences into whatever they're calling cancel culture. So obviously it's not cancel culture if this were just like upholding objective morality. How can that be cancel culture? Cancel culture has with it an embedded negativity. And so anything that's positive can't be negative. So I agree that that's structurally what's happening in their mind. Like it is what's the kind of the gears are doing behind the scenes. The hypocrisy I'm saying is they claim that there's some objective or neutral, I should say, standard that they're upholding, not one that's merely tuned to their intuitions about morality and truth. Does that make sense? Like I agree with your characterization largely that cancel culture, they don't view themselves as hypocrites because it's just like whatever we do is good, whatever we do is truth, and it's not cancellation if we're like doing something according to our objective values. I agree with that, or like with our social circles, or to the extent that it's not interfering with our relationships, whatever the things were that you were talking about. I don't think that they're formalizing it that way, though. They're formalizing it in this kind of neutral principle that we're trying to uphold. That's what the hypocrisy is.
I think our disagreement is that like there are people who formalize it as a neutral principle. Like I think
that's what I say. I think that most of them do. Most of them say, yes, you can't cancel people because of offensive views, but they don't say offensive views that don't align with us or that do align with us. They phrase it in terms of like generic offensive views, but what they mean to say are we can't cancel people with offensive views that we agree with. That's the kind of built-in thing there. Or cancel people who we don't like for offensive views that we agree with. Sorry, people we do like for views that we agree with.
Yeah, I get to a certain degree. I think I think it'll be interesting to see how this develops. I think it's bad.
Yeah,
but,
I think it's bad too. But hey, this is I think a useful conversation because I do agree that in their minds they wouldn't call themselves necessarily they wouldn't call themselves hypocrites for some stupid reason. But thank you for your input. Appreciate it. I see William of Orange. I think I remember this name from back in the day. Yo, what up, William of Orange? Did you used to be on Twitch Politics?
Pardon?
Did you used to like do Twitch panels?
No.
Oh. How you doing?
I talked to him a lot. I was just talking to my guy over there. I wasn't in the stream disagreement.
Oh shit. I thought you
but
said.
Actually, I do have a disagreement with you. Which, sorry, hold on. I have to turn your stream up. I'm hearing myself. No, sorry about that. One of the disagreements. It's a very slight disagreement, but what you said something about unfalsifiability of a claim. It means that it's fundamentally illogical. I hate that you said that, and I hate you.
Okay, why did you hate that?
I don't actually hate you, but
I guess it maybe irrational it doesn't entail a contradiction, but it just means that it's basically there. It's noting that it's like, I guess, a bedrock epistemic truth that it can't ever be changed. I think that there's something notable to that. It's a fixture. That there's no conceivable world in which that isn't the case. To me, that's...
Every logical system has axioms which are fundamentally unprovable. So for you to say that is ridiculous.
Yeah,
you were knocking religion, and I knew you were knocking religion.
No.
Fuck you.
I guess the appropriate way to say it is like, I don't know that it entails a contradiction, but it's something... If you're saying that it's unfalsifiable, you're basically saying that it's foundational to the universe or something. I don't know. And that, I think, is a statement that would fall apart if I formalized it somehow. It probably does entail a contradiction somewhere. I'm basically saying it's stupid to hold it.
I think I think it's necessary to making an argument that you have things which are unprovable or, as you say, unfalsifiable.
No doubt. But I'm just saying, would you ever say, like, my coffee being hot, there's no amount of evidence that would convince me that it's not hot? Like, there are certain things down the line, and again, I'm not a philosophy bro background, that I'm sure upon looking at it, like
question.
I'm sure that there's some contradiction that we could draw out from that belief, and I'm not sure exactly how best to formalize it. Someone in the audience can do so, but like, if your belief is unfalsifiable and it's at the level of, observations about our society, I'm sure that would seem, we get some reductio ad absurdum somewhere.
No, I disagree with you though. Like,
okay,
let's take a concept like, and I wasn't even in extreme disagreements, but let's take a concept like murder is wrong. And then think of the idea, why is murder wrong? At some point, you have to just accept that either murder is wrong of itself, which is unprovable and unfalsifiable, or that human life has value, which is unprovable and unfalsifiable. So to
no. We didn't know what you mean by that. When you say murder is wrong, what do you mean? What do you mean by that sentence? Murder is wrong.
What I mean when I say murder is wrong is that murder is something that ought not to be done.
Okay, I agree.
It's
ought not to be done with respect to what?
Pardon? Like an individual ought not to commit murder.
Okay, and
it's prescriptive of what you should do
with respect to something, right? Some system. Respect to one's preferences is how I view these kinds of moral statements to be. I view these kinds of moral statements where you say one ought do this to be statements about one's preferences. Some people can mean other things. They can mean like God's law or whatever.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean, of course. But what I'm saying is, how can you come to the conclusion that murder is wrong without relying on fundamental, unprovable things?
Yeah, so I think that there are, so I don't know what the term is for these. These are like primitives or something like that.
Okay,
Like
you can call them whatever you like, but the idea is the same.
yeah,
that
no, but
there are things which exist that we hold to be true, which are unprovable and unfalsifiable, and that doesn't make them illogical or bad.
yeah, I think I granted you, and I'm just going to ask: did you hear me say that I'm not sure that it would entail a contradiction? So me saying it's irrational, I'm not sure is the best word after you brought up like the actual technical definition of irrational. Did you hear me say that, or did you not hear me say maybe it doesn't entail a contradiction?
No, I did hear you say that. But
Okay,
what
so
I
then,
heard you
so
say
then when,
in the
so
discussion
when,
was something different.
just to be clear, so if I grant to you, okay, maybe the it doesn't necessarily entail a contradiction, it would just lead to a reductio ad absurdum. That's me offering a correction.
No, I don't think that is a proper correction
Why
because
is that?
because I think any system of beliefs relies on things which are unprovable. So in order for you to hold beliefs, you have to believe things which are unfalsifiable. So to make the statement that every system will result in reductio ad absurdum, I think is wrong. I think you're just wrong.
So I just take reductio ad absurdum to mean with respect to some epistemic frame. So I would just adjust the claim. Like, yeah, it's a reductio ad absurdum, assuming my senses, assuming reality, assuming the linearity of time, assuming that the universe is uniform in nature. So yeah, I would just say my statement of reductio ad absurdum is with respect to an epistemic context, including my senses, the linearity of time, and the uniformity of nature, or something like that. You understand what I'm saying? So I just adjust my claim to adjust for an epistemic context.
No, I don't. What do you mean you adjust your claim so that
the scope of my claim,
the fundamental beliefs you rely on to like make your claims out of are less?
No. So when I say something is absurd, right? So when I have a reductio ad absurdum or something, that I'm making the claim that it's absurd or something, or any kind of claim, the claim does not account for the epistemic reality in which we're all brains in a vat, and where time is not linear and there are no senses, and I can't rely on my senses. My statements are made assuming an epistemic context. You understand what I'm saying? So you shouldn't understand my statement to not include.
I don't understand how that weakens my argument, though.
Well, because you're basically suggesting that we should never call anything absurd because we can't, because every belief system has some assumptions in it. And I'm like, okay.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so then explain.
What I'm saying is the more general that to call like you did, which I was talking to my boy, but what my main, the thing you stuck in my craw was that that you said it was absurd to have views which are not unprovable. That's not the word you used. You used the word
irrational. I said,
you said it was irrational to have beliefs which are unfalsifiable. And I think that that's a misleading and wrong statement.
Wait, but did you hear me? I'm going to ask you now for a second time. Did you hear me, yes or no, state that probably that was wrong, probably to say that it necessarily entailed a contradiction? So I understand irrational to mean entail a contradiction. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you, yes or no, did you hear me in response to what you said, where I was a little bit, I would agree, loose with the term irrational? Did you hear me when I said probably the better term is that it would lead to an absurd conclusion, a reductio ad absurdum?
I did hear you.
Okay, so then can I ask you why you're repeating this statement?
Well, I mean, what we just talked about is because I don't think that it would necessarily do that.
Wait, no, sorry. Do you know what I just asked you?
Maybe not.
Okay, let me repeat, because I'm asking a question, right? And so I just want to make sure you're responding to it. So my question is, you brought up this thing as like, you said it was irrational, and it's not irrational necessarily to hold certain views that are unprovable, right? That kind of thing. And I'm like, okay, maybe it's correct to say not necessarily that it entails a contradiction, but that it, for whatever other reason, it leads to a reductio ad absurdum or something like that, that you shouldn't have used the term irrational. I responded and said, yeah, you're probably right that I can't at the moment prove the contradiction. And so let's substitute this term for another one. And then I asked you my question that I'm repeating, why you brought that up again.
I didn't bring. I brought up the initial point when you asked why this initially happened, but what I was saying just before that was that I think reductio ad absurdum is also wrong unless you believe that every logical system is reduced to absurdity. Don't you have to believe that? There are obviously things which are unprovable, which we believe, and if you think that every system which relies on unprovable things eventually logically devolves, then every logical system you can conceive of will devolve.
Yeah, so I think what I clarified was...
What are we talking about?
I think what I clarified, and you can tell me if you heard this, was
sorry,
relative to an epistemic context that is taking as given some as unprovable constants or whatever you want to call them. For example, the uniformity of nature, the linearity of time, the use of my senses. That if you assume as given some epistemic frame, some epistemic context, there can be contradictions and absurdities, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just saying, when I make the claim that this is absurd, I'm taking as given the uniformity of nature. I'm taking as given the, transitive property of equality. I'm taking as given my senses, and that I'm not in a brain of that. And so you should incorporate all this epistemic context into the scope of my claim. I'm not claiming that, it's absurd in every epistemic frame. I'm not saying it's absurd in some frame in which, that I can't even conceive of where such things don't apply. You got me?
I just don't, even within an epistemic frame, I don't see how you can
say anything's absurd.
That anything which is unprovable must lead to some sort of contradiction. I don't think that's right.
I didn't wait.
No, you said that.
Wait. So now this is the third time I said this. So I am not saying.
What am I missing?
You're missing a lot. So I've said now, right, that something that's unprovable or unfalsifiable doesn't necessarily entail a contradiction. This is maybe the fourth or fifth time I've said that the better.
We agree.
Okay, but do you understand that, like, it's annoying to keep saying the same point and you don't understand it?
Well, I mean, we agree then. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway,
thank you so much.
I didn't want to talk to you. Well, I mean, I do.
Okay,
you're
but
awesome.
you're in. Okay, I appreciate you.
Wait, hold on. Before I go.
Yeah, I'll go for it.
Alley Cat fucking rules. Is she still part of this?
Alley Cat?
Yeah.
She might have left the
Or
server.
She ain't been around. Oh, did she get mad? Yeah, probably.
She might have left the server. But thank you so much.
Okay, bye.
Love you, brother. Bye. Oh my God, it's just fucking like, and this is, I think, evidence also, by the way. When I realized that, like, okay, maybe I said that wrong. When I meant irrational, I just mean like, you would never use this manner of evidence, this level of evidence, in any other context. That's the reductio, right? I said irrational, which is the wrong word to use. He's right about that. And the minute I'm like, okay, maybe that's not right, I grant it. When I notice that I'm wrong, I want to grant it immediately. And he just kept going back there. Okay. We're going to Trucky's first, North, because he appears to have a genuine disagreement. And then we'll go to Good Boy, and then you last. You'll be the last caller. No one else joined. Okay. Cool. Trucky's, how you doing?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure can. How are you?
Hey, how you doing, man? Big fan, first of all. Thank you for
appreciate you
giving me your time. Yeah. No, I guess I didn't hear any of the other argument. I don't really want to waste your time, but no, I think I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah.
I kind of think you need to hold up, I'm playing Liza P right now. Hey, press pause.
Yeah, press pause, motherfucker.
Okay. I think you kind of need to I was listening to your debate with Aaron today.
Mm-hmm.
I think you need to I think you're bullying is the way. You need to we need to ramp up our rhetoric towards bullying. We need to bully was that dude Prime? That
Mhm.
motherfucker has never been bullied, or he's old. Like I don't know what the fuck, dude. Like I don't know, dude. It's like it's out of control. Cause like yeah, man, like I just work all day. I'm just like you know what I mean. Like the
Yeah.
people I talk to, they whether they're MAGA or not, like regular motherfuckers, they care about like the babies in Gaza. You know what I mean? So like we just need like one person. Like I'm in a area that was blue that turned red,
Yep.
and like yeah, that's kind of like the one thing that like gripes everybody, I guess, is that they don't really like the Dems are too pussy to like say anything, and the MAGA like retards, they kind of like rule
Yeah,
the media scape.
Just watch the R word just because of TOS
Oh
stuff.
yes sir, I'm
Yeah, no
sorry.
worries, no
Yes
worries.
sir. Nah, like they kind of like just rule that media scape, so there's no voice to like go in, so there's no outlet for these people's frustration to even like oh you can't just say like yeah hey I'll tell my oh dude like like with the Charlie Kirk thing, I
So
had
you think I
a
should be harsher?
coworker.
You think I should be harsher and bully more against
Yeah,
Republicans?
not just against no, I get like Republicans, that's easy. I'm talking about like
Lefties?
that dude Prime, that dude Aaron, the chick Aaron, they're so gone. They really are gone.
I don't think Aaron is gone. Aaron voted for Kamala. She supported the Democrats, and
But she's
we have this.
fighting you. You know what I mean? She's fighting
Yeah, but a
you
lot of
on
people
this
fight me.
bullshit.
The libs fight me.
But it's like bullshit. They're in the way. So like we can't even just don't even like yeah. Like it like if I heard somebody I don't know, like yeah, I was talking to my coworker. I mean like he was just like
Thank you, Doobie. Sorry, go.
like I work with a lot of bad people who aren't like I don't necessarily consider myself like a good person.
No, why?
I'm you know like I curse a lot. I'm a bit of a misogynist, a womanizer, you know, shit like that. Uh but like I support people's rights and shit. Like I consider myself a democratic socialist. Uh but then there's like I feel like when I'm being like a bad guy or like when I'm being like yeah, like with Charlie Kirk shit, it's not that anybody cares that like everybody knows that what happened to him was really bad. It's just that nobody's saying that it happened to a bad guy. And that's kind of like
People are
my
saying
gripe.
it happened to a bad guy, dude.
But the wrong like the wrong people are saying like Elizabeth Warren was like and like the only person who I've heard so far with power say some shit
Say
like
that Kirk was bad. Well, it's because like the dude just got fucking killed, dude. He just died, and so
Okay, but like so did the fucking kids at Colorado. We didn't have masked our shit for that. That chick, I
there's
forgot, a
wait, hang on.
senator died.
So there's a double standard for sure, but also keep in mind that this guy's like famous. This guy, in a way that these kids, random kid, like no one knows who these random kids are, and so I understand that there's a bit of like lives. It feels like these children's lives should be, if not just as valuable, more valuable, right? Like I understand that, but like you have to understand why also people are making this a bigger deal. As one is why he was killed, and also the fact that he's like a major dude.
Like I get it, I understand, yes, but like when I see like I live in Texas, when I see anybody here from Texas, like a regular person, like I had a friend who's like a Trump supporter. She's crazy. Like she just today she posted like we are Charlie Kirk, like that is a moral failing. Like I get it, the Republicans they're done, they're gone. That's a moral failing on the Democrats because like it's so easy, it's such a layup, dog. Like I don't
To do what?
like I get it.
What do you want? So do you condemn Joe Biden for releasing a statement that was like, this is wrong? You think that was a bad
It's
thing
wrong,
to do?
but like that's easy to say is that it's wrong. Everybody knows it's wrong.
No, just
A
answer
lot
the
of people.
question. Just answer the question. Do
Yeah,
you
of course.
do you
No,
agree
I
with
don't.
Biden?
No, I don't condemn him. No,
Okay,
no.
so in other words, you agree with Biden's decision, Obama's decision, Kamala Harris' decision, and every Democrat's decision to condemn the shooting. Correct? You agree with that decision?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So I mean, like, what's the problem?
That they're not adding the context to it. Nobody. The only person I've heard is Elizabeth Warren add some context to it, and they take the bullshit seriously. Like they'll take like he was a father. Everybody's a father. I'm a fucking son. I have a brother. You know, like everybody. Like the people who are. I'm more sympathetic to the people who his rhetoric affected, which is his rhetoric affected the shooter. Like that's like
I think
don't
you should give a
understand,
little
like,
bit of grace for some of these Democrats. Some statements are better than others. I don't have a problem with what Warren said. I don't have a problem with what Pritzker said. I think you should give some grace. Like they're trying to not look like complete antisocial, like fuckheads.
Yes, sir.
So like,
yes, sir.
I would give them a little bit of space for that.
That's where I do give him a little space, but that's where I come to you is like, cause like that's where.
But I'm talking shit.
Creators.
I'm talking shit. I mean, my intro was pretty much talking shit about the double standard, about how I think Kirk was a bad person. I called Trump and him fascists. I stick by that. I don't think that they did good things. I thought, Kirk tried to steal an election. And so I'm not shying away from that. I just don't agree.
I'm saying like with like I listened to your Aaron debate today.
Yeah.
I don't really think
that doesn't have anything to do with Kirk though. And I was pushing on her.
It doesn't. It is adjacent, and it is like it is a serious pot because it's like what leads people to like not adding the context and accepting the double standard. Like in my opinion, you know what I mean? Like,
nah, I don't think that is a right read at all. She's basically talking to me about how to convince people and whether people are convincible in a debate. I don't think it has anything to do with like. This discourse, though. I don't.
So but you can't convince if you can't convince, you cannot you can't convince people logically. Like I guess, especially like most of the people that I'm around, you can only convince them like, oh, that's actually he's a pussy, like he's a little bitch, like some shit like that. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm actually. So let me give you what you want. I do think that maybe the best way to convince people is bullying. I have not been shown good evidence that empathy is the best way to convince people. Maybe for some people, and maybe in some contexts. So I'm not saying that like bullying should not be done. I think that, for example, Newsom is bullying people for sure.
He's not. He's doing it in a bitch way. He's doing it in a really bitch, pathetic way.
How?
That's like cringy. Like it's like he's just like, like you know what I mean? Like he's doing it like he's trolling in like fucking like Trump trolls. He needs to be fucking like day 153 of
Epstein files.
Pedophile Trump got away with fucking kid. Like you know what I mean? Like you know what I mean? Like it needs to be so. It needs to be so overt. I guess I don't really know.
So you want them to be meaner?
Not just meaner, because the being correct, like them, our correct positions are like really mean. I get like I don't know, like he's a pedophile in my opinion. He did it.
I don't think that there's.
We need to find out. We need to find out.
There's not sufficient evidence to call him that.
There's not sufficient evidence. Yes, I understand, but like I seen him with the pictures. Until I see some fish in it, until like I get it. Like I'm doing the whole okay. I'll back up. but they just need to press it more. I don't know how to explain it. Like they need to. It's if I say Jeffrey Epstein's a pedophile and Donald Trump's best friend,
the people are
like
saying
that's kind of rude. It's kind of rude already. Like in my opinion, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess it's rude. I don't understand. People are doing this connection. The left and the Democrat official Twitter are doing these kinds of things. Maybe they're not doing it.
They need to stop that shit. They need to stop this shit. This whole like that shit that I just did right now. That was bitch. It shouldn't have even happened. It needs to just like.
What would you
need
do?
to cut the. cut the road. Like there's like a winding road. You need to make it straight. I don't know, but
Okay.
like rhetoric wise, I don't know how to explain it though. And that's why I'm coming to
That's
you
a
again
problem.
because
That's a problem because if you can't explain what needs to be done, and if I don't understand what you think should be done, we got a problem of communication.
Well, it's like It's here. Then I'll try to explain.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like bullying, but like in like the bullying with the truth, I guess. Like truth bullying. Like instead of like this weird whinge bullying, like where like or like what's that one dude? Homan, how he just like cry bullies all the time.
Tom
like,
Homan?
oh my god.
The
Yeah,
border
like
czar?
yeah, everything is just like a problem, but if there's like no problems, and he's just like everybody's hurting everybody else. Like, and that's just an example. I don't know. Like, but like they're just cry bullies, and we need to match it with truth bullying, I guess.
Okay.
But like like, but like don't even take their shit seriously because they don't take their shit seriously. Charlie Kirk didn't take any of his positions seriously.
You don't think so?
That's like
I think he took some
mean,
position seriously.
I think he did it like to the point where, yeah, he made like a good life off it. I think he took it seriously in the sense that he could support his family and his loved ones, but not in the sense
You don't
that
think
he
that there's
took
an
it.
ideological core to him?
Yeah, I think there is, but it's a malleable core. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure, malleable.
very-
But I think it's like very rooted in ideology to Trump and allegiance to him. But I think that I think he believes a lot of what he says.
But
Believes,
no, but
sorry,
I think if there was like I think if there was a person like Trump who had that charisma and was like 40, you know what? They'd go
Who
to
you got?
him.
Who you got?
instead-
Who's your example? Good example.
There's none really right now. But like, because I don't like, that's another thing is like, because like if Trump's all messed up right now, like they're on the back foot. I think they have a lot of they have very little, and this is where I don't want to be like conspiratorial or say something like stupid. I think they have very little political capital to like do anything that they really want to do, like the Mexican concentration camps and shit like that. Like it's stupid. Like and then like you can just push back. I feel like just a little bit of pushback makes them expand what little political capital that they have. You know what I mean? I don't know.
I think that we should be more ruthless in our rhetoric and more bullying. Now, is it the kind of bullying that you describe as like the bitch bullying? I'm not sure, but in general, the words you're saying, as I understand them, in their normal sense, I agree with some of it for sure. That they should be more ruthless, more bullying.
But only because like we like not only are we right, they're so unpopular. Their positions are so unpopular. They are very political. I get it. They're in power and everything, but like look at this shit. Like it hasn't even been a year. You know what I mean? Everything's fucked. Nobody likes like, you know what I mean?
I got you.
I don't think they're in the position right now, or if they continue what they're doing, like they only lose political capital. And I don't know. I'm kind of like I don't know.
I hear you.
Every day I look at the news, I become more accelerationist. So
Nah, you don't have to follow that. But I do think that, like, for example, I think Schumer and Jeffries need to get the memo and be more ruthless. That's one example where I think we could probably have some.
Well, I feel like they're gone. They're not. They not only except for Jeffries. I don't know about Jeffries.
No, I think that I agree with what you just said. I think they're gone. I think they need to be replaced. But if they're going to stay, I don't think they will. If they stay, I think they need to get the memo, and I don't think that like they need to get it soon. You know. But hey,
I'm talking like the message needs to reach like people like Slotkin, I guess, like that type of like.
Also agree.
I don't think it will. I don't think it will.
I don't think it will for some of them. Hopefully, it will for others. Newsom learned, and now he's doing better.
Because Warren's not in that. Warren's like adjacent to that Slotkin corporatist shit.
No, I mean she's quite economically left. She was the one.
But she has like friends, I feel, right? I don't know.
She has some friends, but she's also. I mean, she
has political capital she has more political capital than Slotkin, I feel.
Because she lives in Massachusetts.
To push the rhetoric.
I mean, she lives in Massachusetts, so she's I'm more apt there. But anyway, thank you for your offering here, caller, and yeah, let's talk again soon.
Yeah, man. Thank you so much. Hey, I love the stream.
Appreciate you, bro. Yeah,
Thank
you too. All right, guys. Quick reminder again: if you have TikTok, this is a call to action. I just got a TikTok. You got to follow me. This is a call to action on TikTok. It's Pisco Liddy. Same on Instagram. You got to follow. New shit's going on there. Right now, it's daily. So that's the call to action. You got to do it. You got to do it. Just take a minute. Go follow me on that shit. All right, we're gonna do. Oh, I say Kid Not Kin, fellow streamer. I'm gonna do Kid Not Kin because a fellow streamer. Actually, let's do Good Boy first. He's been in there a while, and then we'll do Kid Not Kin. Yo, what up, Good Boy? Disagreement.
Sorry, I don't have a super disagreement with you.
All right, what's your minor disagreement?
Well, maybe it could be a disagreement, but just to get the temperature on the general subject, how do you feel about constitutional reforms in this day and age?
I think that they're needed. I don't think it's likely we'll get them.
Right. Now, how about like a broad, sweeping constitutional package? Like, let's say, like a number of amendments. Like, so I have a sort of proposal that I haven't presented like publicly before, and I just wanted to get reactions on it. So open to hearing it. So the general idea, among others, is to increase the House. I know that can be done through legislation, but increase the size of the House based off of the cube root formula.
Don't know what that is, but I'm in favor of increasing the size of the House.
Right. Cube root as in, square root, but to the 1/3 power. Rather
no, but what's the formula there? Cube root of what?
Cube root of the U.S. population.
Okay.
And then distribute proportionally among the states based on their population size.
I haven't looked into that, but I'm in general in favor of having more representatives. So.
Sure. Good. I didn't expect much contention on that one.
Yep.
The reason I bring it up is because I have a more controversial proposal, which is to also increase the size of the Senate by 1 seat per state, and to basically reform the Senate in the following way. So retaining 1 seat for popular election, 1 seat going towards appointment by state legislatures, as it was done prior to the 17th Amendment. And the 3rd seat would be elected by certain classes of civil associations.
Unless there's, I mean, it's not intuitive to me why that's preferable to just having general elections for each one of them. I think it's overcomplicating, and I don't know what the policy purpose is of that.
So for the state legislatures, I think there's 2 reasons why I would want to return at least 1 seat to the states, and that's for federalist reasons, to rebalance the powers between states and the United States overall, the federal government, and to get people more engaged in their local politics, so as to.
I think it's naive in this day and age. I think people, with respect to their federal government, they view it very unitary, and I think the end result is just going to help Republicans, and it's just because they are able to. We haven't solved the gerrymandering problem, and they gerrymander the fuck out of their state legislatures, and it benefits Republicans, and so I'm against it for that reason. I don't think I think the Federalist concern, maybe in the old times it made sense, but not anymore.
Sure. And without getting into too much detail, I do cover that, and I've been writing a whole set of amendment proposals, and so gerrymandering and universal suffrage and things like that go into some of these proposals.
So but there should be considered in the set.
Yes. Okay. And if you're interested, I can DM you the whole.
Yeah, DM me the whole. We'll take a look at it sometime.
Sure. But to cover the civil association part of it, So what I'm trying to do there is to provide a means for, like, say, corporations, unions, co-ops, nonprofits, etc., all of these different types of associations to sort of be a conduit through which people can represent some of their interests and passions. And because we have this problem with like an imbalance of the landscape of civil associations, right? So like for-profit corporations tend to take up the lion's share of power via their ability to petition the government much more effectively than any other type of association, right? And so my proposal is to sort of rebalance those scales by offering a seat at the table for all of these different types of associations, and sort of on the back end trying to figure out ways to balance their landscape within that.
I'm concerned because I think that the bedrock sovereign in our system are the people, and it really does feel like here you're putting at least one core aspect of a way in which that sovereignty is manifested through these kinds of associations. And in a way, I think that I don't know, I guess spiritually feels wrong. As I sit here, I haven't thought a lot about it. It does seem like a new thing that I haven't considered, so I'm not going to just dismiss it out of hand. But I'm telling you, my natural feeling is I'm repelled by it. But I am open to hearing your policy arguments in favor.
Well, I like that reaction, and I've had another reaction similar to that where someone said to me, "So you just want to give all the power to the oligarchs, right?" And so I like that reaction just because I think it means that this proposal is very thought-provoking at the surface. And so one of the ways in which I try to get around some of those concerns is by setting up the electoral process as one where you have two tallies being taken, one in which a block vote, where every association has an equal tally, and then the other is a proportional vote in which the members of the associations form basically a constituency, and those two tallies are averaged out, and that's what decides the winner of that election. And so people are still represented in those associations, but also the sort of core associational interests are also taken into account. And so that's sort of like one of the ways in which I try to sort of like manage that concern that you have.
Yeah, I think it would preference people in those associations, and so there would be this two-tier of citizenry: the citizen who gets I guess suffrage in every single Senate election, and those who are a privileged class who get additional votes. And so there's something there that I think is concerning to me, I guess, on a rights perspective. So, but like, why don't you send it to me? I think the devil's in the details, and we'll take a look at it, and sometime this week. Is that good?
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you talking to me, and have fun with your debates.
Appreciate you. Later.
Have a good one.
No one else join. We'll do Kid Not Kin, and then we'll do the last callers. Do not join. Yo, what up, kid? What up, kid? Kid? He's deafened. Yo, what up?
Hello.
How you doing, bro?
Good. Do you hear me fine?
Lord Vader, do you hear me? Yes, I hear you.
Loud and clear?
Loud and clear, bro. You hear me, right?
Yeah, I do.
Nice. What's good? You a communist?
Yeah. Are you a cop?
No, but like, I just want you to know the thousands of bodies that your ideology has on its fucking.
Holy shit!
Okay, what's good?
Dude,
what's up?
What was it? How many hours ago was it that the president of the United States started saying that they were going to be keeping tabs and making lists of people on the left to crack down on? The first thing that you say when I come in is, "Are you a communist?"
I lose track of sometimes the threats by the current occupant, but yeah, I was told that as a prescription, I should ask people who are left adjacent if they're communist and try to debate them out of it. So I'm just.
You were asked that?
I was told that this is a good thing to do, so I'm following the prescription.
You were told that do you believe that it's a good thing to do, or are you just kind of succumbing to the popular demands of the chat?
I'm
what
trying,
is it?
I'm trying it out to see if it's good, and you failed.
Dude, you succumbed to people whipping you way too much.
well, do you think? I mean, or do you think this is maybe just you fighting against that because you want to embed yourself and destroy the movement and turn
Listen,
this
if you need
party-
to take a second to disavow really quickly so your audience doesn't turn
I
on
do
you,
disavow
because right now
Stalin.
you're being a little bit friendly.
I do disavow Stalin. I do disavow Mike from PA. I disavow Denim. Yo, what up? What up? What up? What up? Let's get serious. What you into? Did you say some shit about Kirk? What'd you say?
Did I say some shit about Kirk? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I said I don't give a fuck.
You don't give a fuck
about him? I don't give a fuck about him at all. And I think you want to know my hot take. If you want to just jump into it, I'll give you my hot take.
Okay, go.
I think people on the right are more glad that he's dead than people on the left.
Oof.
I think people on the right are more glad that he's dead
I
than
don't
people
agree.
on the left.
I think that there are people who are sincerely
Why do
upset.
you think that would be my take?
I think that you're going to say that there are people here who are using his death to achieve political or business goals. And I think that there probably are some people who are using this opportunity.
Not just political or business goals, but I think ones in terms of their ego. Here, I'll give you the flip side of this, okay? Because I think when Donald Trump lost the election, I think when he was not away, that he did not get away with January 6th, I think that you had people on the left who were bummed out about that. I think on some level, you had people on the left who were bummed that Trump didn't win, because Trump being Trump being president.
Trump did win. Are you fucking having a stroke, or do you mean 2020? Trump won. Are you having a stroke, or are you talking about 2020?
Didn't win. Yeah. Didn't I say January 6th?
Yeah, you said he wasn't. Can you just repeat what you're saying? It sounds like you're saying that they were bummed that he didn't win. You said,
yes.
Sorry, but he did win. So I don't know if you're having a stroke.
That he didn't win the last election?
Oh, you mean in 2020?
Yeah.
Okay.
I said that when he failed with January 6th.
The left was bummed when he failed to overturn the election in 2020?
I think on some level, yeah. I think they were upset about the fact that it was going to be going back to a status quo, that a lot of their sort of, a lot of the values that they got, a lot of the like solidarity that they felt, a lot of the movement that they got, I think that was something that a lot of people were sort of, on some level, they were upset that it was going to go away, and did go away.
I don't know, like, so people who were making content, maybe, like people who are content brained?
No, not people that were making content. People that were going to protest. People that were fighting with Patriot Prayer. People that were
Oh, maybe I don't know. I was happy. Against, I'm gonna tell you, I was happy. We played celebration music. We fucking popped open champagne. We were all very, very, very happy in my circles.
Yeah,
but
for sure. So I think people are pretty complicated. I think that you can have sort of these two things existing at the same time.
Okay, I think that a lot of right wing people are genuinely upset that Charlie Kirk was fucking shot, and I think that you saying that most are.
I think partially.
I think there are some people who are taking advantage of a tragedy, but that's true of any tragedy. I don't think it means.
I think the vast majority of the people that are online saying that it's time to go to war. I think the vast majority of those people are glad that he's dead, so that they can say that.
Oh, I am not sure about that. I think that they're angry.
I am.
Most people. I think most people are angry and genuinely angry. Well, because I see them be moved, and I see their reactions, and most of them I take to be genuine reactions, and like maybe not all the content creators, but certainly in the replies.
From the people that are saying that they're ready to go to war, those people.
I think that they're actually mad. Yeah, I think that they're for real.
That they're mad, that they're ready to go to war. That these are people that are saying that they are ready to go to war. That means to
it depends
kill,
what you mean.
right?
Well, war could also mean like it can be a political hyperbole. Yes, it can mean tweeting. It can mean like we're going to war metaphorically. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to have a civil war.
Yeah, so it's a LARP, right? So it's a LARP.
Some of it is a LARP for sure, but I do think that
some of that is a LARP.
I think that there's a lot of
people
genuine.
That say that they go to war. If they're not going to go shoot people, then it's a LARP.
I think people are genuinely upset. I think that you're wrong to think that most of the content creators. I don't know. I mean, some of these people I think
they're
don't have
upset
souls.
On the one hand, and then on the other hand, I think that there's a level of excitement, you could say, about the fact that they feel like they're a part of something and that they feel like they're
there's
a part
excitement,
of, and
but
next to people who feel
I think,
strong about it.
I think there's both excitement, but also grief.
How many of these guys do you think actually believe that there is this boiling over violence that's coming from the left? How many of them do you think actually believe that?
85%.
85% of them.
Yeah. Maybe 90.
Maybe 90% of them actually believe that
Yes,
there's
they actually believe it. Yes.
I can't believe that. But numbers is
Why not?
numbers, I guess, if that's you. Because in the same way that that I don't believe that that even these people that are anti-abortion, and then they say that it's immoral, it's murder to slaughter these babies and stuff like
They
that,
believe it,
and
man.
that
They
is
believe
a
that.
genocide of babies, and it's
They
like
believe that,
but
man.
none of these guys, huh?
They believe that.
Yeah, they say it. It's complicated, right? Like,
You're saying
because
their
if you did
actions
believe
don't
it, you
match
would
their
think that they're
true. Yeah, that they would be like bombing abortion clinics or
I
whatever.
think I would say that the thing that they're saying and that they're prescribing to is inconsistent with the way that they even rationalize anything else in the world.
No, they could
doesn't.
take the view that it's a genocide, but that being violent won't stop it. That being violent will not be fruitful for their ends. And so even though it is a genocide, the prescription of just being violent to stop it will actually not stop it and will lead to further of it. So I don't think people will often bring this out. Like, if you really thought it was murder, you'd be doing this. But like, they could just be taking the view that if they try to do that, they'll be like basically having a huge backlash that will push back their movement when they've been so successful in legal ways and other ways, political. So I don't view it as
Can you repeat that last thing that you said?
People view it as a huge slam dunk to be like, well, if you actually thought it was murder, you'd be bombing all these abortion clinics and killing all these people. But they could just take the view that the better way to stop it is through political means, and they'd probably be right about that. I don't think it's that big of a dunk. That they can just be like, okay, yes, we do think it's a genocide, but us doing terrorism in response isn't going to get us our way. So the better way is through legal and political channels. And so I don't think it's that big of a dunk.
Do you think that maybe it's something that is rhetorically effective? Do you think
I
that
think that
maybe
there's people who also make it. Yes.
signal? Do you think that maybe it's a virtue signal to a large degree? That people that are using it.
What do you mean by
saying that as
virtue
such-
signal? What do you mean by virtue
Well, that
signal?
they're signaling a particular virtue. They're saying that it's
Yes.
not that it's immoral, and that it's and that not only is it immoral, it is one of the most immoral things. So how
But I don't
could
think
you
it's
ever...
insincere. But I don't necessarily think it's insincere. I don't have any reason to think it's insincere based on the fact that they're not killing people.
So, what do you think is the most dangerous part about this situation with Charlie Kirk? Yeah.
I think the potential for government authoritarianism and overreach.
Did you and you've been listening to Trump, and I assume you've been following all of the media and the content creators and this sort of like culture war shit.
I always do, yeah.
And so do you see what Trump is doing as inciting a massive amount of political violence?
No. I take
No, why?
I take incitement to be a reference to our legal standard of incitement. So unless you mean something else by incitement.
No, what I mean by incitement is, do you think, would stochastic terrorism be a measurement for you here?
It depends what you mean by that.
Depends what I mean. So you saw his response first off, I guess, to the assassination of Charlie
Yes.
Kirk, right?
I thought it was
Where
horrible.
he declared that it was
Yeah.
that he declared that it was on the left, and that the people responsible for his death are the people that have been calling people fascist, or it's them. It's those people on the left that are responsible for this, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. Let me give you what you want. So if what you mean by incitement is the legal standard, it wouldn't be that, because I don't think that by itself gets the legal standard of incitement. If you mean stochastic terrorism, that is doing speech that is likely to increase the propensity of violence against one group, then yes, I suppose that would be it. But like that's also true of like I guess a lot of speech that I would consider fine and like okay, like I'm sure there's a lot of speech that I
What do you
do.
think that it was speech that I mean, where does it stand for you? What do you think was happening there when he's saying that this was done by the left? The left is responsible for this.
I think he's laying the groundwork for authoritarianism, for different forms of authoritarianism and overreach. I think he is signaling to his base. I think that he is rallying the troops and trying to breed anger towards the left. All that stuff, but I just don't know if that fits your definition of stochastic terrorism. Then
does it fit your definition of stochastic terrorism?
I don't really have a strong notion of what stochastic terrorism is. I understand stochastic terrorism to like you're intentionally trying to bring about violence against the left, and I guess I don't know enough to know that he wants that. But
you don't know enough to know if he wants that. I don't understand because I imagine that you've been watching Fox News and that you understand that there's I guess you could say at this point a monetary incentive, I guess a demand for putting out content calling for war, right? And I'm sure that you've watched.
I think it has more to do with
explicitly saying that it is time to go to war, right?
Yeah, I think that's him justifying his authoritarian overreaches, not necessarily him trying to get vigilante violence to occur against left wings. So I think that he's in the mode of trying to centralize and monopolize authority and using the government as a power.
I understand that it's vague, right? Where it's like it could be a lot of things that he could be able to do out of it. He could justify all kinds of shit, like taking away people's taking away people's passports.
All I'm saying is I don't know that I would be able to justify the claim right now that when he said the left is to blame, that he is specifically trying to get right-wing terrorists to kill lefties. I don't know that I could make that claim and have it be believable. I think that
just incitement of violence, right? Like,
what do you mean by incitement? What do you mean by incitement? What do you mean by incitement? What do you mean by incitement?
I think he wants to increase violence against people on the left.
Okay, I don't know. So you think that he wants not state violence, but he wants terrorists or right-wingers to be more violent against the left? Okay.
Yes.
And what's your case for that?
Not only do I think that he wants that, but it's exactly the rhetoric that followed immediately after as well.
Okay, I think that they.
It's exactly like it's shocking, isn't it? The amount of like shit that's being on Fox News or the largest content creators or and tons of these people that are that's. It's hard to find people on the right now that aren't calling for war. Right? Isn't that shocking? Isn't that fucking weird?
I think that he would abide that kind of violence and make excuses for it. I think his purpose, if I had to divine it based on my intuition, and maybe you can convince me, I think that Trump is a horrible person, piece of shit, and I don't think he's above that. I just think that his intentions right now have to do more with like government interference and using the DOJ to investigate DHS, that kind of stuff. Not so much, inciting specifically right-wing vigilantism.
If I were going to guess the type of thing that Trump would want to do specifically himself, it would be manufacturing consent in order to do exactly the things that you're talking about.
That's what I think he's about.
That would be, I 100% agree with that. But I think that one of the things that's most effective in manufacturing that consent is to be intentionally vague for the killing effect that follows, which is it explicitly should be understood. Like, I bet that when he said those words, he knew that there was some level of increasing violence against people on the left, right? That would be something that is not just like a risk that he took, but he was aware that would be part of the part and parcel.
All I'm saying is I don't know that it's his conscious object. I think his conscious object, that is to say his primary purpose, that what he wants to bring about is greater uses of authoritarian control, executive control, which he already has. And he just wants to use it against his enemies. I don't know that it would behoove that purpose to have a bunch of like this big streak of right-wing vigilante terrorism against left-wingers.
I don't know if it would behoove that. I don't know. That's a funny word. I don't know if it would behoove that purpose to do that. And I think that his primary motivations would be finding ways that he could crack down on people. Legally and stuff like that.
And I think if there was a big rash of right-wing terrorism in response to his call to that, it could really hurt him.
It could. Yeah, I think I think it's incredibly dangerous to do that kind of thing. It's playing with fire, but I think he is in fact playing with fire here, and especially if you put it to, and just like as far as that goes, because the thing is that when you're debating the very very vague, empty rhetoric like that, you're talking about what the chilling effect could be. And then you're trying to piece together what the intent of that statement is. You're not gonna have a good time because that's sort of the fucking point, right? And but the thing that I more so want to talk about is not what his intent was. What the thing that I want to talk about is the thing that it is necessarily doing, whether or not like his intent was this way or that way. Like,
yeah, it's riling up the crazies. I think I think it's making people more apt to violence.
Happening on Fox News, right? You do see that this is happening.
I think that it's making people more apt to violence. Yes, I'm just not sure that his conscious object is to bring that about.
No, that like I said, that's besides the fact, right? Like that's one thing, and there's it's largely speculative. I get that, but the thing that I want to make sure really quickly is that you see that this is a massive amount of calls to violence happening from people on the right.
Yes,
like a historic, dangerous, very fucking dangerous amount of calls to violence on the right.
I don't know enough to compare. I think that people were doing this in Black Lives Matter too, so I'm not sure.
You thought people were doing this in Black Lives Matter? What do you mean?
The right wingers were calling for the use of violence against BLM? Yes.
Was Fox News saying we need to go to war? Was it like that? Was was it viral for like every channel to say that like it's time to?
I'm not sure. I'm saying my intuition
is enough is enough. We have no choice anymore.
I don't have a view on it. My point is I don't have that strong a view of it. It's possible this is unprecedented. I'm not sure.
No, but you should have a strong view on it.
Okay, I don't.
Listen,
make the case.
The first thing that you said to me when I came into this call was, "Are you a communist?" Because somebody in your chat said that this was a good thing to do.
Wait, Cam. That was a meme. You understand that or not?
Okay.
Okay, so you're convincing me this is unprecedented levels of calls for violence. I'm not sure about that. You're saying I should know for sure. I haven't done a comparative analysis. I'm not sure.
Did you see the Unite the Kingdom rally with that Elon Musk called into? No. Get this, 100,000 people. 100,000 people. Like huge, right? I would you should see the amount of people that are in this crowd. And Elon Musk calls into it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Were you following anything about the
I haven't seen Elon stuff. I saw one tweet with him saying something. I didn't watch it.
What do you mean one tweet with?
I saw one tweet of him.
I
saw one tweet of him where he was on video saying something, but I didn't see Unite the Kingdom. I don't know what that is. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a massive, largely anti-immigrant rally that was happening. Clearly, I would assume it's intentionally named after the Unite the Right and led by Tommy Robinson. You know who that is?
Yes, I'm familiar with Tommy Robinson. Is that in the UK? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, he was calling into the UK protest. Okay, now I'm more familiar.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did I say something else? Or?
No, I don't think you did. I didn't get it.
Okay. I probably just named the rally, but yeah. So Elon Musk calls in, and Elon Musk is his messaging. It's similar to like you're on Twitter, right? So you probably see his shit there. Similar to the whole thing that he's been saying. You know, the left is the party of murder and stuff like that.
I saw that quote. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he calls in and he says that we don't have time to wait 4 years for we need to dissolve the parliament. They are flooding this country with immigrants, and they are coming to Starmer.
Right?
Yeah. He's saying that they are actually, it's not even just a reference to anything except the talking points that were happening in the United States, because it's the same thing that he was saying to them. That
dissolving parliament is a reference to Keir Starmer, right?
Sure. But when he's saying that they are flooding your country with immigrants, and that they are coming to and they're flooding it with immigrants so that they can get them to vote so that they can, get rid of your freedom of speech. These immigrants are coming to.
Got it. What's the point? What's the point, kid? What's the point? Okay, yeah, he went to the AFD. Wait, he went to AFD and said something similar.
The point is that what he said was explicitly, and I promise you, this is not hyperbole, is that if you don't do something, they will kill you. They will hurt you. If you don't take matters into your own hands, they will kill you. The left is the party of murder, and if you don't do anything, you will die. This is not hyperbole. This is basically a direct quote, by the way. If you don't believe me, you can please look it up.
Okay. I'll Google.
But this is to a crowd of 100,000 people. Right? And this is the and I would say watch this video and think about how many people are watching this, how many people this sort of message is being promoted to. This is a insane amplitude of calls for violence, specifically against a political group, a political ideology that could be represented in anything. It could be represented in a fucking trans person that lives down your block. That it could be whatever, right? It could be you. It could be brown people. It could be
unhinged.
Jews, whatever.
What's the point? I'm asking. Yes, he said some shit that looks unhinged on first inspection.
What do you mean? What's the point, dude? You just told me that you're not convinced
Elon Musk.
that this is a
No, you asked me specifically.
Call for violence.
Okay, Elon Musk. I'm saying I'm not convinced. Okay, Elon Musk said they will kill us. They said you need to fight back against political enemies. I will note that America has had a lot of usages of the term fight. I mean, that was Kamala Harris's fight like hell.
Okay, Doug, you need to watch. You need to watch the video.
Listen. So what's your point? Yes. Okay. I think this rhetoric is bad. Well, I don't know if it's unprecedented. You haven't done a comparison between this and other eras.
I'm not asking you for a virtue signal. You told me
kid. You agree that all you've done is point to statements in this era. That's not making the case that this is unprecedented. Agree? Yes or no?
Sure.
Okay. So then I don't know what you're trying to convince me of. You're just saying there's some bad speech. I agree. Bad speech. Very irresponsible. Very, very bad. Horrible. What do you want me to say?
Okay.
Condemnable. Despicable. What do you want me to say?
Listen,
yes. Horrible.
I'm not asking you for a virtue signal. Okay. I'm not the people in your chat. I'm not asking you for a virtue signal. I'm trying to have a framework so that I can actually talk to you about.
No. What's the point? Like, yes, this is horrible. You're saying you need to show me this because you need to show me it's unprecedented. This doesn't show that because it's only comparing the statements now. It's not saying this has never happened before in history. I'm not convinced that it's never happened this bad in history. Maybe it is.
What was a larger call to violence?
I don't know. I'm saying I don't know. I don't know. This doesn't show this. Just to be clear, because you're saying this has never been this big of a call to violence. I'm not sure. Maybe you're right. Why is it important to your point?
Okay, I can. What I'm getting at here is that this sort of this virtue signal back and forth, who's going to condemn what, who's going to say this, who's like, are people joking about it, are people saying this, are people saying that? This is the framework of the politics that's happening today, of taking away people's rights, of increasing violence against innocent people, of trying to convince people to put immigrants in fucking concentration camps in the United States and elsewhere, of the overthrow of this government by a fascist country that is ruling through like a chilling effect and ruling through manufacturing consent around this fucking stupid culture war shit. And if we're just going to get stuck here talking about whether or not somebody disavows this or disavows that or whatever the fuck, what are we doing, dude? Because it's like, it seems like I'm
not
pulling
getting
teeth
caught up in
here
it
to try and convince you.
I'm not.
It's like I'm pulling teeth.
Wait a second. No. You're basically. What I understand is to have a couple points. One is Trump, as his direct object, trying to literally incite terroristic violence? I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. Maybe he is. I'm not sure. I don't know that I could make that case convincingly. At least maybe you have more evidence than I do. I think that his conscious object is to institute authoritarianism and use the trappings of the state and of the federal government to go after his enemies. That's my intuition. The second point when you made was like, You agree we've never seen this kind of call for violence in the past. I'm not sure about that either. Perhaps we have, like we had the Civil War. Maybe that's too far in the past that you're not including that. Maybe there's some kind of time window that you're considering that's more apt.
Sure.
I'm not sure. So like, and then the last thing is like, we're getting caught up on whether someone disavowed or not. I'm not. So I mean, you're implying that I'm getting caught up on who disavowed or not. I'm certainly not doing that. So I just don't understand your point.
Doug, I was watching your debates with people where you were where you almost agreed with one of these guys who's telling you that like he thinks that we should be taking away people's freedom of speech and we should be.
I almost
like,
agreed with him. Wait, you're about to take that back.
No.
You're about to take that back, right? You said you almost agreed with him.
Oh, I'm about to clarify because you almost agreed with him prior to him saying that. Because the thing that you guys were talking about is how lefties have gone too far with the jokes that they made on Twitter or some shit like that.
What?
Where then you also said that like you wouldn't want to live next to them. He was telling you.
Would I want to live next to someone who is happy that that Kirk was assassinated? Probably not. Would you?
Would I want to live next to someone who joked about it?
That is not what I said, kid. I didn't say someone who joked about it.
Then I misheard you. I'm sorry.
Would you want to live next to someone who is genuinely happy that Charlie Kirk was assassinated?
No, I think that's almost non-existent.
No, I'm not at. Did you hear me say that's non-existent or how many people that is, or did you? You're like doing the thing.
No,
like,
I'm saying, no, I wouldn't.
I said if. Okay.
I don't think that those people are actually like
but that wasn't the question. He asked me, would you want to live next to such people? He didn't ask me how many such people exist. So, and what did I say something in that conversation that you disagree with? Can you identify a single thing that I said in that conversation that you disagree with?
I'm talking about the conversation that of the disavowals, where about the disavowals of this this Twitter discourse about like going back and forth between who's saying things that are not okay and people who are saying things that are okay or are good. We need to have people that are disavowing this. We need to have people that are disavowing that. And it's like all the while, the most important thing that should be getting people's attention is not getting people's attention at all. And we're just talking about this like basically Twitter like culture war of like who are just dumb shit. Like you realize that, right? Like we're on the same page about that, right?
You can watch my introduction monologue. I spend 90% of my time talking about the calls to violence. And the hypocrisy of the right, saying that they, the cancel culture point where they're literally going after them and also using the trappings of the government to do that. So I think that I'm clear about what my priorities are, but I'm also going to condemn things that I think are condemnable, such as people like celebrating the death of this guy. So I mean, you can be like, don't do that. Is it your point? Is that I shouldn't have done that?
No, I'm saying that I think that there's a domination of this discourse around this and. Take this as like not it doesn't have to be a criticism of you, but there is a domination of this discourse around what people are saying on Twitter and TikTok that is making this outrage of shit that really isn't even that outrageous at all. Compared to any of the shit that's on Twitter or any of that shit. And as far as like whether or not there are people that are happy that he's dead, I don't think that most of these guys are happy that he's dead either. I don't think you do too, I would imagine.
I am not happy that he died and was killed. I'm not happy. I don't know how many.
Not you.
I think that there are people. I think that there are like probably hundreds of thousands of left-wing people who are happy that he was killed. I don't think that
hundreds of thousands of left-wing people that are happy that he's killed.
Yes.
Do you mean like what do we mean by that? Like they watched the video and they smiled?
Yes, that they're happy.
Do you think that they watched the video and they smiled?
I don't know that they're generally happy that he was killed.
Do you think they because I want to be really specific here because if you find out that somebody's dead. And then you say a particular thing. What are you saying? What is it the thing that you're doing, right? And in the same way that I was talking about people on the right who take advantage of his death to construct like this fetish object that they can use to rally each other around and build this movement and role play that they're going to war until people actually start hurting people on their behalf for them. I think that there's a couple various reasons about for like when it comes to most people, I think that make jokes or say that like, oh, I don't care, he got what he deserved or whatever. I think what you're looking at there, in my opinion, is what is the culture war? Is this like this fear that on the one hand, this is one option. I think there's many different ways that this can come about, but one of them is that like when Charlie Kirk died, I think one of the fears that people had is that he would become this like this fetish object, this martyr, that he would be whitewashed and then sold back to people, and there's this sort of preemptive like reduction of him, right? This preemptive reducing of his value or what have you, which turns about as jokes. Or you have people that the only thing that they really care about because they're just so online that they just want to like trigger the right wingers and they haven't even seen the video or whatever. Or you can get a situation where like, are you following me so far? Do you agree with this, or do you think that like, because I want to separate that between somebody who like
there are probably people
is watching the video, they see the video, and then they like they see him get shot, and then they smile.
Okay, so what I'm understanding you to be saying is there are people who run the gamut. There are some people who are genuinely happy that he was killed. There are some people who are making jokes because it's part of a larger context or because that's how they deal with these kinds of events, or they're just in general kind of irreverent in humor. That there are some people who perhaps are like, engaged in a larger political or cultural war, and so they're kind of disingenuous when they claim to be happy that they're dead. Like, I'm sure that there are people who fit into these
Not
different...
just disingenuous.
Hang on. I just want to finish what I'm saying.
different.
So I agree that there are probably people who fit in these different boxes, but I also think that there are hundreds of thousands of people who are genuinely happy he's dead and was killed. Nothing inconsistent. I'm like, you're putting out these boxes. It's your intuition that very few people think that are actually genuinely happy that he's dead. It's my intuition that it's more than just minimal. I mean, I think that there's a decent amount of people who are happy.
I'm just trying to figure. I don't know what you mean by boxes. I'm trying to figure out what exactly like we're talking about here, because we're looking at people posting things on TikTok and posting tweets and shit like that are like making jokes. And I think that a lot of this is sort of an appeal to people's emotions of how upset they are about his death. But like basically all of these people, they don't know this fucking guy at all, and they're projecting some other shit on top of him to make it mean something. My question is, what is that thing that they're projecting on top of it? Because they don't fucking know this guy.
What do you mean they? Who? Republicans?
People who don't know them that are responding on the internet. Like if you have some guy who lives on the other side of the country and they don't know him.
They do know him. They
about,
watch him do these fucking things. They've been watching him for years.
Oh
He's been a figure in their life. They know him in as much in any parasocial way. Like, do you know who I am? Do you know who Hassan is? Like, what do you mean? Like, yeah, they don't personally know him, but they know who he is. They have a parasocial relationship with him. They know him.
They know, yeah, sure, they know of him, yeah,
No, but they've seen him interact.
It's kind of like besides the point here, right? Like,
okay, I didn't know who James Earl Jones was, but fuck, I was sad when he died. I didn't know who David Souter was in the sense that I didn't personally know him when he died. I was like, I think he died. Yeah, I was like, oh fuck, he died. Like, you don't have to personally know someone to be affected by their death.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Of course. And if you don't know the person, so here's an example that my friend had, right? So like, by the way, I think most people felt bad when he died. I think most people felt bad when he died.
I agree. I think most people probably felt bad.
I think most people when they, especially if they watch the video, I think that hurt. You know, I think that felt terrible. And if you saw some of the videos of like his little girl like running up to him and you know saying Kennedy or whatever, like that shit is like heartbreaking. You know, like that shit is like. Is really, really powerful. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And like, I think in situations like that, and this is what you oftentimes hear people say is that, especially if they don't know the person, then it's like, what is it that's where is that reaction sort of coming from? What are people attaching to it, right? And don't take this as just like me, like. That it's just a way for me to discredit anything about it at all. But like, this is how it works, right? I'm just talking about the bodily affect, how it works. And you see this little girl running up to Charlie, and he picks her up, and it's like really adorable. And then you think about your kids, and then you think about like, what if it was you, or you think about like, what if it was like your dad or whatever, right? Like these are the things that end up, like, in my opinion, for most people, especially if they don't know him, these are the things that get attached to the person, right? And that I don't think I think the vast majority of people felt bad when they saw these things, including people on the left. And I don't think that it's anyone's choice to feel, because I think that's a bodily affect. I think that's you don't have it's not like you choose to feel good. You don't choose to feel bad. And I think the overwhelming, like almost every single person, if they saw that video or whatever, they felt bad. They felt something terrible in their body.
I think that's true. What's your point? I think most people felt bad.
And then what happens?
What do you mean? What happened?
No, I'd say, and then what happens? So you have people like that, because what I'm saying is, I think a lot of these people that are on the left, that you're saying were happy that he died, I think almost all of those people that you're talking about felt those things that I just told you, and that they didn't have a choice in the matter.
Hang on, I don't know. I don't know about the notion of choice. They didn't have a choice. Like, I don't choose my feelings. I don't even believe in libertarian free will. I don't know what you mean by choose.
Bro.
I don't know. Like, do I choose any emotion when I fall in love? Do I choose to fall in love? Do I choose what I'm attracted? Like, I don't know why the notion of choice is embedded in this at all. I'm not saying that people choose or didn't choose. I just think that there's most of the people probably felt bad. I think you're right about that. I think there's a minority that didn't.
The moral value of someone has to do with judging the choices that they make.
I don't view it
if
that
you're saying
way.
that someone doesn't feel that, what?
I don't know what do you mean by choice? Like choice in the sense of like what they do, or choice in the sense of like some other notion of choice. I don't have this concept of libertarian free will, so I don't understand the choice actions versus non-choice actions.
I don't even listen. I'm just trying to use simple language here. I don't want to get into like philosophy.
I don't understand how do people choose their emotions. Yeah. So you're like they didn't choose to feel good or bad. Okay, granted, I don't understand what the point is. Yes, some people. Granted, they didn't choose anything.
Is acting bad. Someone that you would say is a bad person. That has to do with their choices, right?
No, well, it depends what you mean by choice. If you mean by choice is their action, like what they do and what they decide to do, then yes, what they do.
I mean, in like a toddler way. I mean in like a literally whatever the first thing that came to your mind. That's the thing that I'm talking about when I say choice. I'm not trying to pin you into some corner or some philosophy.
Yeah. So I don't think that you're a bad person just because you have a feeling necessarily. Although I'm like, I don't know. Would you, like, if someone has the feeling of like, fuck, I really want to fucking assault that guy and just kill that woman, oh my god, would you say they're a bad person if they have that thought? Usually we're like, okay, it's thought plus action. So if they like prevent themselves from acting on that thought, we wouldn't necessarily say they're a bad person. Just so they have bad thoughts. So maybe, but I guess I just don't understand what you're driving at. Okay, some people are just are holding it in and they just have a gut reaction. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about the people who had that feeling and then celebrate it online. And I agree that it's a small percentage of people, but I do think that it's more than just minimal.
Because the point is what is happening when people are celebrating online? What is happening when that what is that?
I don't know what you're driving at. What are they? What's happening? They're celebrating. You're fishing for something. I have no fucking clue what you're talking about. I'm sorry.
I'm not fishing. I'm trying to spell something out. It's not a trap. I'm trying to spell something out for you.
I'm trying to understand what you're trying to spell out. I literally am. What is happening when they're cheering? They're cheering. I don't know what you mean beyond that.
Why are they cheering? Why?
They fucking hate the guy. They hate the guy. They think he's a piece of shit. They don't like him, and they're cheering.
Yeah.
Because they're happy.
This blanket, like they just simply are. You have to be able to say if they started out and they were sad when they watched the thing happen, then they became happy and they put some shit on Twitter saying that I'm happy about this. What are they doing?
That's your assessment
it's not
of
complicated.
Dude. So there are some people who maybe felt bad and then felt good. I don't know. Maybe there's some people who felt good then felt bad. I'm not characterizing that at all. I'm just saying, regardless of the chronology of how they became happy or how they lost their happiness, there are people who are happy he's dead. That's all I'm saying.
And so if there are people that are happy that he's dead and they're posting online and they're posting some memes and they're saying like, I'm glad that he's dead because he was a monster. He said this about black women. He said this about immigrants. He said this about Jews. He said this about yada, yada, yada. If you look at all these things that he's saying some Nazi shit, and now it's a Nazi who's dead. And for some reason, they want me to worship this guy when a week ago, we just saw someone murder some fucking children inside of a church who aren't doing any of that shit. And they want me to treat him as more important than them. Why? And then you have people that feel resentful about the fact that they're being asked, and not just asked, but also threatened with that if you are not disavowing the fact that there are people online, quote unquote, that are happy about this thing, quote unquote, that people saw this viral footage of this guy getting shot in the neck. If you don't go out there and add this attribute this extra value to him in relationship to these dead kids that you just saw that nobody fucking seems to talk about, that no one wants to do anything about the gun violence that happens in this country every single day, and now they want you to worship this guy.
Yeah.
It doesn't add up. And then
what
people
doesn't add up?
I would imagine tons of people are joking about it because it's like, well, you want me to fucking celebrate this guy as he is. You want me to uplift this guy who I know for a fact is part of the reason why there are people in my neighborhood who don't want to come outside of their house because they're afraid to be put into a concentration camp. And dude, this idea is like, oh, well, those people joked about this. I got to disavow. While there's a huge, huge call for violence against people on the left generally. It's so fucking stupid. It's like a waste of time.
Okay, so are you happy he's dead, that he was killed?
No, of course I'm not happy that he's killed. Look at this. I just told you that there's a...
So I'm just saying, you're different. There are some people who are actually happy he's dead. And it doesn't have to do with the double standard. They're just happy he's dead. There's some people who are happy he's dead for other reasons. I don't know. I'm not trying to diagnose why they're happy. I'm just noticing that there are people who are happy. That's all I don't have a clue into, and my intuition is they're happy because they think he's a hateful, bad person who is doing bad things in the world. That's why I think they're probably happy. But yeah, is there a double standard? I view that as a separate question from whether there are happy people. Should we focus on other things? I view that as a separate question about whether people are happy. Are they trying to ignore other instances of gun violence? I view that as a different question than whether there are people who are happy. And I'm just like, what is your point? What are you trying to get at? Do you think I should be doing something different? Like, I truly don't understand. Like, what is your prescription? What are you saying that's wrong? What is the normative extra thing that you're adding here? What is your observation?
Here's the normative thing. Here's the normative thing is that all of these things that I just mentioned about increasing the violations of people's rights and going after immigrants and continuing all of this shit with the racially profiled, all of that shit. And I've watched it and you have good coverage.
Appreciate you.
And I love you, buddy.
I love you too, dude. It frustrates. I don't know where you're. I don't know, and I'm trying to understand. I don't think you're setting me a trap. That's not what I'm feeling. I'm just feeling
I'm not fucking with you. I'm not fucking with you.
I don't think you're fucking with me. I'm just like, I'm anxious because I don't actually know what you're saying, and I'm trying to figure it out.
What I'm saying is that this is a really, really dangerous moment, and there's very little that can be done about it because
I don't know.
This video of him getting shot is viral, and if everyone has seen this video, and the horror and that terrible feeling that you get, that, like I said, almost everyone gets. And then if you were to tell people, there are people out there that saw that video and they felt happy. And you tell people that, and you say that there's a good amount of people on the left that saw that video and they felt happy. That is what the manufacturing of consent of
well, that's a true fact.
Getting rid of.
Well, that's a true fact. That's a true fact. There are lefties who are happy.
It's not a true fact. You don't know that to be a true fact.
What do you mean? I don't know.
You don't know that to be a true fact. Make it a true fact for me.
Well, there's evidence of people celebrating that they're happy, and you're saying that isn't that good evidence that they're happy?
Well, that's why I gave you the example of people that are playing this culture war game because they don't want to elevate this guy who has extremely far right fascist views out of this sort of moral demand.
They look happy. There are people who are dancing. They're smiling. That's all good evidence. I mean, I guess I can't read their mind.
Well, it's not real, right? Like it's not. It's like they don't know this guy, right?
Why does it matter if they? Why does it matter if they know them? They can be happy even though they don't know them.
What do you, dog?
Did you know Osama bin Laden? Did you know Osama bin Laden?
What's that to do with it?
because it's a fucking. It's to illustrate the point. You don't need to know someone. You don't need to know someone. Sorry, there's a super chat I have to read. Sorry for the lips of an adulterous woman, her feet. I don't know what this means, Nick. Mad. I mean, it's fucking weird shit. So I'm not gonna read it. Actually, it's schizo shit. You said. I mean, I don't even know what to make of it. It's like I'm having a stroke right now. I feel like I'm having a stroke, and I'm going crazy, and the chat's all in on it. I have no idea what's going on. All right.
No, I know the feeling.
So you're basically saying. Oh, sorry. I brought up the Osama point is. People didn't personally know Osama, but they were happy he died. They don't need to know him to be happy they died.
I think they're happy I don't think they're happy that he died. And you know, I was never like happy that he died. Like, I don't think that's what people are happy about. I think people's happiness comes from somewhere else. Like whether it's a reason to celebrate, whether it's, you know, you feel good.
Do you think that people were happy Osama died?
Wait. Huh?
People were happy Osama bin Laden was killed.
If you heard me out, you would probably be closer to understanding what I'm saying, to be honest.
All right, I'll hear you out.
Yeah, I think that if you were to think about the reason that people were happy that he died, I think it could be ranging from things like, well, this could signal a reduction of war. This could signal my son coming home. This could signal this something to bond over with the family. This could be something that, you know, like when people are happy that their sports team wins. Why are they happy? Like.
But now you're talking about the reasons why they're happy, not that they are happy. And you were contesting. You were saying they weren't actually happy. Now you're just explaining why they're happy.
That's an incredibly important part of this, right?
Okay, but you said it's not a true fact that people are happy, and now you're just giving reasons why they would be happy. So I'm just asking: are you contesting whether they're happy?
No, I'm sorry. Contesting whether or not people are happy.
You were like, I'm like, people are happy, and you're like, that's a true fact. I was like, that's a true fact. You're like, that's not a true fact. I'm like, but they are happy, and you're like, that's not a true fact. So are you now giving explanations why they're happy, or they're happy?
That's why I said
dead.
About what?
That he got killed.
About what? That's the. Listen, I'm not trying to be confusing here, but this is not very.
People could be happy that they're dead for multiple reasons. Be happy that he's dead because. You know, they'll lead to good outcomes. They're happy he's dead because he deserves it. Happy he's dead because they just are. Happy they're dead because, you know, Kirk fucked their wife. I have no idea about everyone's particular reason why they're happy. I assume it's because a lot of people did because they think he's a bad guy and they think that he does bad things. And so they're happy when bad people die.
Sure. Yeah. Whatever it is. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but like,
yeah, I think
are you contesting that? I think I heard you to be contesting whether or not people were happy he died. You're like, that's not your fact because you don't know if they're happy.
I know for a fact that there are people that are happy that he died.
Okay, cool.
I know for a fact that there are people that are happy that he died.
Nice.
Okay. I know that to be a fact. I don't buy any of the virtue signaling of people saying that it's like especially that it's like this immoral thing for them to be happy that he's dead. I don't believe in any of that shit. I think all that's.
Would it be immoral to be happy if, like, let's say that you got in a horrible accident with your family, and basically your entire family was annihilated for no reason because someone else was drunk and hit your car, and basically you were about to go meet your family for like this amazing event, and then you got died? Would it be immoral to be like, I'm happy that happened? Would that be an immoral belief? To the extent that there can be immoral beliefs, wouldn't it be immoral?
I would shame people away from doing that kind of behavior.
Okay, but if your point is that like beliefs can never be immoral, then I guess. But like to the extent that there are immoral beliefs.
Getting into moral philosophy, I feel like is not going to be the correct direction here. I'm not I don't believe in objective morality. Or I don't
neither
believe
do
that
I.
is a thing.
I'm not asking objectively. I'm asking you personally.
Oh, then if you're asking me if something is immoral in my view, that I can only tell you whether or not that's something that I would prefer or not prefer to.
Right.
To
yeah. So would you prefer that someone have the belief that they're happy you and your family were annihilated? I think probably not.
Right. Yeah. And if someone said that they don't want it doesn't make them feel good when people say mean things about the guy that they like on the internet who died. Yeah, that probably makes them feel bad. Yeah.
No, but do you think it's bad to do that? Do you think it's bad to Jokes are something else. I almost put jokes in a different category, but like for the people who you admit exist, who are genuinely happy and celebrate online, I think that you would say that's bad, right?
In general, I don't give a shit at all.
You don't give a shit if people celebrate.
It depends.
Genuine celebration, saying I'm happy that Kirk died. Do you think that's bad?
Oh, I don't give a shit about that. It doesn't. I don't feel anything about it.
Whether you feel isn't what I asked. I asked whether it's good or bad or neutral.
That determines if I think it's good or bad or neutral.
It's how you feel. No, whatever your frame of mind is for good, bad, or neutral. Like, do you think it's good, bad, or neutral, or you don't know if someone celebrates that Charlie Kirk was assassinated?
I would more so think that person is projecting something, and I would be more interested to see what that thing.
I'm not asking
that
what you're more
is.
interested in. I'm asking you whether you think it's good, bad, or neutral.
I thought you said you don't believe in objective morality.
No, but I'm
telling you.
I'm referencing your subjective views.
The answer if you don't believe in objective morality.
I'm talking about your preferences vis-a-vis morality. I'm not speaking about what is a more interesting question. I'm not referring to objective morality. I'm just asking you personally. You. Do you think it's good, bad?
In a vacuum, in a vacuum, I would not want people to celebrate death.
No, not in a vacuum. Under the current context, are you okay with people celebrating his death?
Current context, and then you have people that are like constructing this fetish object and statues and shit like that about him. I would say that it's probably more upsetting the fact that
I didn't ask what's more upsetting. I asked this. I didn't ask. It's not a comparative question. It really is not a comparative question. I'm not saying are you more upset by something. I'm not saying.
Like I'm being difficult when I answered your question pretty directly.
You actually did not. Well, you did initially. You said I don't give a shit. That's not.
I don't fucking care.
So
yeah, I don't. I don't.
But you saying you don't care is not answering whether it's good, bad, or neutral. You understand that? You agree? You're not answering.
You understand that you're asking me if it is objectively good or bad.
I'm not
right?
asking that. I'm asking. No, I'm not asking objectively. I'm asking you.
That is the meaning of the thing that you're asking.
No,
yes.
it's not. No, so do you think when I'm asking you what your view is on morality, I'm asking objectively, or I'm asking your particular subjective view?
If I say that I don't give a shit, I'm saying that it's amoral. It's not good or bad. It's neutral.
Okay, you're saying it's neutral to celebrate the death of Charlie Kirk in his assassination. It's morally neutral.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's the fucking deranged, but
sure, because you feel worse about it.
Okay.
Because there are things that I find way worse. And the fact that the thing that I find actually the most upsetting is that the only thing that I see from people like Ezra Klein or whatever the fuck is spending more time virtue signaling to people that they are not one of the guilty ones, that they are one of the innocent ones. While this construction of this idea of who is guilty is the basis for taking away people's freedom of speech and advocating for a massive amount of violence against those people, while people bicker on about what fucking retards say on Twitter and TikTok and shit like that about what they think about shit that they are very, very, very distanced from. I don't expect anyone to have a reasonable a grasp over the situation. It's all a simulacra. It's not a meaningful fucking thing. Why the fuck should I care about how could I even imagine what someone thinks about this situation when they're so far away from it that it's basically television? And then virtue signal about whether or not it's bad or good if they say a happy thing or sad thing about this shit, when what's actually happening politically is that this virtue signal contest that's happening is being used as leverage to take away people's rights and to go after innocent people and to hurt innocent people. I would more so look at that situation like anyone who is actually entertaining this for so long without talking about what's happening politically are so far gone that I think that that's worse than celebrating
that's all
Charlie
consistent
Kirk's
with it being bad. So other things being worse is consistent with the thing itself being bad. So you could say it's bad and other things are worse, but you didn't say it was bad and other
because I
things are
think
worse.
that this thing is bad and that thing is neutral, so therefore it's worse, right?
Well, no. What I'm saying is the worseness of other things doesn't mean that the thing itself can't be bad. But you said it's neutral.
That's true, but I don't believe in objective morality. So.
I'm not saying that you do. I'm not saying it's objective. This is all with the reference point of your ethics, and you said under your ethical view, it's neutral. And one of your reasonings was because other things are worse. I just don't understand why that follows. Why?
Because it's basically because I think most people's involvement in actual relationship to this and things that they say about it is basically like reactions to a television show. I don't think that it's a real thing or a thing that anyone has.
What do you mean it's not a real thing? What is not a real thing?
Like a television show. When I say
what
it's like
is not a real thing?
His death.
His death is
him as a person. His death.
So Charlie Kirk's death is not a real thing. I don't know what you mean by that. Are you disputing he died?
To most people, it's like a television show. Most people, it's like a television show.
So in what sense does it make it not real? Because they didn't personally know him?
I'm saying it's not real to those people, dude.
But they know he died. They knew who he was. They didn't meet him. So in what sense was it not real?
They knew of him, yeah. But the amount of distance that they have between this person is so great that would you say that they truly know him? Would you say that you said that they know him, but would you say that they truly know him?
I don't know what, like, if by truly know him, you mean knew him in a robust sense? Probably not.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that might be, yeah.
But I don't know why that is incompatible with them, like, being, like, it not being real to them. Like, they could know someone in a more limited sense.
Just establishing that there's a gradient between, like how much you could know him and the amount that they know him over here, way far in a distance where they only ever saw him on TikTok shorts.
Okay, I mean, I grant that a lot of people who don't know him in a robust fashion are upset. I don't think that their feelings aren't real. I think that they're actually really felt. And B, I think that Charlie Kirk is literally actually dead. And 3, I think...
I'm not saying that their feelings aren't real, dog.
Okay.
I'm not...
So in what sense is it not real to them? And it is real. If by real we mean existing.
I'm telling you why I don't give a shit whether or not people joke about him.
Because you don't think they should care about him.
I don't fucking care. I'm telling you that I don't feel any sort of way. I don't feel any sort of way. When I see people joke about it, in most circumstances.
Not joke about. We're talking about genuine celebrations. You don't care about that. So joke is fine. Like, you don't have to give a shit about jokes.
I don't believe that that's. I don't believe that that's a nearly as widespread of a thing that you.
Whether it's, I'm not saying that it's necessarily as widespread as you're. If it exists at all.
Yeah, if I saw someone who watched the video of him getting shot and then celebrated immediately after watching him get shot, then I would think that person is probably like a sociopath or some shit. I would think that person's fucking.
A lot of people
crazy.
have that reaction, and by a lot, I don't mean a good percentage. I
mean
thousands of people.
That you have any concept of what a lot would be in this instance.
A lot meaning at least 5,000 people had that reaction.
Based on what?
Based on the amount of videos of individuals literally celebrating.
Was there a count or something?
I've seen at least probably 80 to 90, and I think that there's probably more in terms of texts that I've seen.
80 to 90, that's a huge discrepancy between those two numbers. And it's important for me to point this out because the thing that we're referring to here is algorithms, right? That are like you realize that like
it's an
when
estimate.
you see people saying things.
It's an estimate. I'm not saying that I've seen 5,000.
Yeah, I know. But
I'm saying
the purpose of these algorithms is to it will necessarily obscure the amount of people that you think believe these things or whatever, right? Necessarily.
Okay, I mean,
you cannot have a metric.
I'm not saying that they represent a given percentage. I'm just
on your Twitter.
Okay, you're granting there's at least one person, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I saw people do. He had it coming. He had it coming. I saw like at least 2-3 people being. And being genuine about it. I saw at least 2-3 people being like, he is dead and that is great. And then there are people saying things like, well, it's okay. You don't have to feel bad and you should be happy because this person's there are people who put text and saying, we're glad he's dead. Next person is this. What's that? What is your point? What is your point? Like, yeah, okay.
Why do you think you see this shit on Twitter, dude?
I'm just saying. I'm not trying to. I just think it exists. But what is your point? It exists.
Makes you stay on the platform longer.
What the fuck
you talk about it?
It exists. I'm not characterizing it more than it's just like there are tons of people who feel this way. And by tons, I mean thousands.
The only thing that I said is that I think that you don't have any metric for how many people actually believe these things, and that you're likely because you don't have any metric, you're likely exaggerating it like crazy. And
okay. I mean, like we can at some point do a count.
Do you disagree with this? Do you disagree? Do you think that you have a reasonable metric for how many people are doing it?
I think I have an intuition based on me seeing at least like dozens and dozens of such things, and me also, by the way, like talking to people in my circles, and in some cases like having some sus responses from different individuals, and having to be like, hey, this is not okay, you feel this way, I'm not gonna it's no one in the political sphere, it's people in my personal life. So yeah, like it is a heuristic. I admit it's not like scientifically backed, but it is my intuition that there are probably thousands of people who feel this way.
Hundreds of thousands, right?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
That's not
Besides
a
the
lot. That's
fact-
not a lot
listen,
representative of the
I hope you
country.
understand.
That's not a lot representative of the country, but I think it's a lot of people in terms of like the magnitude overall.
Sure. However,
And when people are asked, by the way, people say intuition and built-in surveys. By the way, there are polls about assassinations and people's intuitions about them, and they're not like
in general.
Yeah, in general, for sure. But I mean, I bet if you asked, someone should poll it. I mean, we'll get the poll in. I'm just telling you my prior based on what I see in terms of the amount of videos. And it's, first of all, I can reflect it to be like, all right, I think that at a bare minimum, 5,000 people are happy Charlie Kirk is dead. And if you're fighting me on that, I mean, maybe you have a different sense, and maybe you're like, okay, it's absolutely, minimal. And,
No, ultimately, my point is that there is
all the posts
that
getting
you don't
hundreds
have
of thousands of
the
likes,
point.
all those hundreds of thousands of likes and retweets, those are all bots too. I'm granting that there's a lot of bots, but I think it's cope to think that there's not thousands of people who are happy he's dead. I think that's cope. Even just the number of yeah, I mean, you can think differently.
Listen, we can disagree about the number. That's fine. That's fine. Like that is necessarily vibes based until we have any evidence of that. I'm granting you that. The thing that I was saying that is important is that there isn't a measure of this kind of thing, because when you go onto these platforms and you see
what the fuck is your point? What is your point overall?
Dog.
What is your point?
Dog, if I finish a fucking sentence, do you think at that point you can figure out if there's a point?
No. Like,
you think at the end of the sentence
you
figure out if there's a point, or at the beginning of the sentence?
I don't know what you're saying. You're like contesting the amount of people. Okay, fine.
I'm saying this virtue signal shit, this culture war shit is fucking retarded.
Wait, so
it's not helping the situation.
Should people condemn it? Yes or no?
No, they fucking shouldn't condemn it. No, because what they're getting is they're getting people on the right. No, this virtue signal shit is fucking retarded, because all this virtue signal shit is the weapon that's being used to manufacture consent to go after innocent people, dude.
To condemn a fucking
killing? And they're uplifting a guy who was explicitly trying to increase the threat against these people.
So say it.
And
you condemn every single Democratic politician who says this is no place in our country. You condemn Barack Obama saying this. You condemn Joe Biden saying this. You condemn Obama. Every single Democratic politician to a person condemned the shooting. That was wrong. Sorry, I'm gonna hear you say. Was that wrong to do? Was that wrong to do?
Every single person.
Sorry, I mean, don't meme. Just own it, right? Were the Democratic politicians wrong to release statements like this has no place in our society, we condemn the shooting? Was that wrong to do?
No.
Wait, but you just said it's pussy shit, you're manufacturing consent. What are you talking about then? If you don't condemn when they actually do it.
These are politicians that don't have a choice. They don't have a choice.
But we do.
What are they gonna say? What are they gonna say? Doug, you have a choice.
Okay,
you've spent more time virtue signaling about how bad this is, and then whenever I brought up how dangerous, dude, bro, whenever I brought up how dangerous this is for people and how unprecedented the level of fucking threats that are happening against people.
Stop. So no, we had a disagreement about what the primary method was going to be with the overreaches from the right. I thought it was largely government, and I haven't seen sufficient evidence to know that it's a conscious object of Trump to specifically promote right-wing terrorism at this moment. In response to I think it's more likely that he's pushing for government overreach, National Guard deployments, investigations, baseless witch hunts, that kind of stuff. That's the disagreement. I've been crystal clear about the threat from MAGA. I talked about it in my response stream. People even said I spent too much time talking about it. You're just fucking wrong about what I've spent my time doing. And basically you said, it's okay, the politicians, they're right to condemn the shooting, and I should what? Why should I not say what I actually believe, which is I condemn the shooting? You're like, I shouldn't state something that I actually believe. And the reason is why?
No, actually, no. Actually, I agree with that a million percent. Actually, I think the thing is that people should be saying what they actually believe, and I think that most of these people that are making these sort of public performative condemnations are doing so because there's a threat of them being punished if they don't do it, and everyone's too much of a pussy to actually say that. Like, honest to God, they don't fucking care.
Okay, but you should condemn it. Here's the difference, right? You should condemn it.
Oh, you should condemn it. I thought you should say the thing that you believe. Should you say the thing that you believe, or should you condemn it so that people don't punish you?
Both. You should believe this, and you should speak it out. Yeah, both.
I love you.
Wait. What are you talking about? Like, you agree that this is bad, right? I thought you said it's bad that he was killed. Did you agree with that?
Yeah.
But you're indifferent as to whether or not people celebrate a bad thing, right?
Yeah, because those are just people online.
Okay, and also,
I don't. It's. I mean,
so
generally
did you just
speaking,
do
I don't think that's a great idea.
Did you just do a wrong thing? Because I asked you, like, is it bad, and you said yes. Did you just do a wrong thing?
Wait, for what?
Because I asked you if it was bad, and you just said it was bad. Did you just do something wrong by acknowledging that it was bad?
He's killing.
Yeah, you said.
I'm saying what I think. It made me uncomfortable when he got shot.
No, was it bad?
It made like I felt sad to see that video.
No,
of his
I didn't
child
say
running.
sad. I didn't say uncomfortable. I said, was it bad? Was it wrong for him to be killed?
Why did you tell me that you don't believe in objective morals?
I don't. Well, I'm not referencing objective morality. I'm not. I'm asking you, is it bad?
Only a reference to the feelings
I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I'm asking you your preferences. I'm asking you your preferences.
Yeah, I would prefer people don't shoot each other. Yeah, I would prefer that.
So it was bad, right? It was bad. So did you?
Yeah, I would tell people to not do that thing. That's why I would say it's bad, because I would tell them not to do that.
So would you like what you just did was condemn it, right? You just condemned a bad action. Did you do something wrong by condemning it?
Do you think that the thing that I'm arguing is that if you is that like condemnations in general are bad to do?
No, I don't think you're saying that condemnations in general are bad to do.
Okay. So we're almost on the same page.
I think you're saying condemnation of this is bad to do, which you just did.
Listen, in a flat sense, like if you saw this and then someone was like, I don't get it. Is that good or a bad thing? Like, you should probably say bad. And I think everyone's kind of on the same page about that. The thing that I'm saying is that like this culture war, this back and forth of trying to figure out whether or not someone is guilty or innocent is a mode of manufacturing consent to hurt innocent people. You do agree with that, right? You do understand that, right?
I'm not sure I understand it. If you say this attempt
that people are saying that that an example of people that we don't want in this country are people that we could take the right of free speech away from, or whatever, are represented by whether or not they joked about Charlie getting shot.
You said that this is a form of manufacturing consent
or hurting innocent people.
Are those the same thing, or is it an or? You're saying it either is this or it's that. It's either manufacturing consent or of hurting people. That basically
manufacturing consent to hurt people.
Manufacturing consent to hurt people. That this kind of like witch hunt, you're saying, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or scapegoating.
Yeah, I think that some of the scapegoating has the effect of creating a permission structure to hurt people. Correct.
Mm-hmm. And I think that when you, I think that when somebody says that, to be clear, I personally did not laugh. I don't think that it's good when people laughed, and there are people out there who are laughing and dancing right now, but I'm not that person. I think that the thing that happens there is a more of that, creating the innocent versus guilty. That you're saying that you are innocent, though there are guilty people out there.
But I feel that.
Do you think that it's what do you think is more serious? But by the way, what do you think is more serious? Do you think that like whether or not people are making jokes about Charlie Kirk or this public figure that's been part of that's been in the culture war
Again, you're
discourse.
bringing it to jokes. I
That
put
or-
that aside.
That or the rights that they would be taken away, or the
authoritarianism
amount
is
of
a bigger
violence
threat. Authoritarianism is a bigger threat.
How much bigger?
Significantly bigger.
Like almost as big as that, like maybe this hyper focus on this part of this issue might
but
be.
I'm just not. I'm not
needless
convinced. I am not convinced that people saying that they condemn the assassination will increase the odds of authoritarianism. That is just an absurd. Why would I believe that? Why would I believe that you're making it more likely to lead to authoritarianism by condemning it? That's fucking stupid.
Well, I think that's measurement of whether or not the innocent versus the guilty people is the mode of doing this.
Doing what?
What do you think, dog? What do you think? The scapegoating.
Wait, but I don't.
If like you had immigrants coming to the border and then you had to make sure that they checked on a paper. Like imagine an immigrant coming to the border.
They're gonna scapegoat. You're acting like us saying, condemning or not condemning is gonna affect whether they're gonna try to scapegoat. They're gonna scapegoat, dude. It's not gonna affect anything.
No, that's how they do it, dog. That's how they fucking do it.
What?
Imagine you had an immigrant that goes to the border. They have to fill out a piece of paper that says that they promise they are not, and they condemn the rapist immigrants, the drug dealing immigrants, and the immigrants that are sex trafficking children. It's like, bro, like this culture war shit. This is that manufacturing consent. That is that manufacturing consent.
I have.
That's how they do that.
I think it's a very narrow thing that I'm asking is what is the evidence that the Democrats, which by and large condemn this attack, you yourself said that it was a minority that were genuinely happy. What is the evidence that people acknowledging their true feelings, which is condemning assassination, will more likely lead to authoritarianism? I have no reason to think that that's the case.
I don't think it's their true feeling. I think almost everybody that is going out of their way to say this, especially in public or to an audience or whatever, I think that almost all of these people are virtue signaling, and that they wouldn't be doing it if there was no
okay, now you have a contradiction.
Taboo or pressure on them to do that. Because
now you have a
when you say that you condemn something, by the way, when you say that you condemn something, that is you putting your hand up, right? That is you saying that you are aware that you will be punished if you don't say it.
No, it's not.
It is. It has to be.
No.
That's what it means.
It's what I genuinely feel. You're basically now saying
do you think that it would be possible
you're basically now saying that the left wing people who are condemning this are not being genuine. That's what you just said.
I'm saying that a condemnation.
Did you say that yes or no? Did you say that yes or no?
It's not about whether or not they're genuine.
I'm asking you. You just said most of the people are not doing this for real. They don't actually feel it.
But yes, yeah, I think most of the people doing this are not for real about it. No.
Okay,
I don't think that it exists in a context where there isn't a threat associated with them doing it. That there isn't some level of coercion with them doing it. I think that's sort of the point of these condemnations. Okay. Piers Morgan, right? Piers Morgan, right?
Do you condemn Hamas? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Piers Morgan, right? You understand that that's coercive, right?
I don't know what you mean by the coercive.
Is that if you do not make the condemnation, the normalized condemnation of the guilty and innocent party, if you do not do that, then you will be punished, right?
Yeah, because it's an abhorrent view. It's like saying, so if I said to you, do you support slavery of black people? Am I coercing you?
Well, I mean, obviously, I would hope you would not have to ask me whether or not.
Am I coercing you when I ask that?
Okay, so to be clear, you do not think that I'm saying that condemnations in general.
Sorry, answer the fucking question. Am I coercing you?
You are.
Am I coercing you? Am I coercing you? Am I coercing you when I ask that?
I'm asking you again.
Okay.
If you understand that I'm not saying that condemnations in general are bad, but what I am saying, which you did disagree with, is that condemnations imply a punishment if you do not do the thing. If you were to believe otherwise, that there would be a punishment.
I don't agree that condemnations necessarily imply that. Is that what you mean? Necessarily imply that?
Imply that there would be punishment if you didn't agree with it. That's what the condemnation is.
Do you mean necessarily imply?
Yes.
No, obviously not.
Why?
Because people condemn for a variety of reasons, including the situations in which there is no threat of punishment.
No, that they would be punished if they did not believe that thing. Like if you say that, like
not
I
every
condemn Hamas, by the way,
condemnation.
the thing that you were saying is that
So I'm
you
going to
don't
answer
need to
more
be
of your
punished
questions, but you need to answer me first. If I ask you, would you do you think that slavery of black people is justified? Am I coercing you? Yes or no?
If you ask me if it's justified,
Yeah. Would it be
well, I would
justified
say
to
that it's not
enslave?
justified. Yeah, and
I
would
didn't
hope
ask
that-
you. I didn't ask you whether or
Oh my
not you
God,
actually
bro.
thought it was justified. I asked you, am I coercing you? Did you hear the question now? Not, do you actually agree with slavery? I'm asking you, would that question be coercive?
If you're asking me if I disavow it, sure, yeah, why not?
It's coercive to ask you a question about whether you agree with slavery. Okay,
Dog, I promise
then
you, if
every
you- dog,
question
I
that
promise
has
you-
implications on like whether people would see you away, I guess is coercive. That's not how I understand coercive, and so I mean, I guess we just have different notions of coercive.
Dog, I swear to God, if you let me finish the sentence,
Okay.
you would be so much closer to understanding any of the fucking things that I'm saying. I swear to God, dude.
Okay.
If you say that you condemn something, that means that you know that it's you would at the very least understand that this is a virtue signal, right? You are signaling a particular virtue, right? In the absence of what it would otherwise be.
if
That,
what-
like,
if
if
you-
you
if
didn't
what you
believe
mean-
that thing, you would probably be
I'm trying to
punished,
answer.
right?
So, what do you mean by virtue signal? So I understand virtue signal to be signaling some value to your audience.
Yes.
But I think that almost happens by definition of you tweeting anything or saying anything publicly. Everything is virtue signaling. But now there's a different notion of virtue signal that is usually what people mean. Typically, when people say virtue signal, they're implying it's insincere. That's typically what people mean when they say virtue signal in a negative connotation.
No,
Because-
I mean it literally.
Okay,
I mean
if
it
what you
literally.
mean is literally, then every single thing I say on stream is virtue signaling because I am in some
Well,
sense.
it's your job, yeah.
Yeah, that's I am trying to signal to my audience thing. So that just becomes this totally elastic version of virtue signal that yes, it's virtue signaling. Okay, cool.
Yep. Yeah. Our virtue signaling is our job. That's what we do.
Okay, yes. So
That's
a
our job.
condemnation by definition is
Yeah,
virtue
yeah.
signaling. Okay. Even if it's sincerely held. Go.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
So by your logic, or sorry, by your meaning of the term virtue signal, you're saying, yeah, of course the condemnation is virtue signaling because everything you say publicly is virtue signaling. So yes, it's virtue signaling.
Well, no, not everything that you say.
Okay.
The things that you are prescribing a particular virtue for is, but
Wait, sorry. So if I said something like this, I like democracy, that's virtue signaling, right?
yeah.
If I say I think that Trump for the United States was
Especially if you're,
wrongly
like,
decided,
celebrating it, right? Because the idea is that you feel good about the fact that you like democracy. So the virtue would be that you like democracy, right?
well, I don't know. You're telling me. I'm asking you what you mean by virtue signal. So
Like if you were to say something like, "Oh man, I'm hungry,"
so if I say
that's
like,
not virtue.
why not?
You understand?
I'm thinking about my audience. I'm thinking about what
Wait,
they're
what do you
thinking
mean
about. You said virtue signal means anytime I'm thinking about something related to my audience, right?
No.
Okay, so help me out.
No. It's like saying that you are signaling, making it clear that it is good to say or do something, right? So if you feel good because, wow, I love democracy so much, you were making it clear that the virtue is that you love democracy, right? Or if someone does something bad and you say, that's not good, and then you're making
So
it
if I
clear
say
that
Schumer should step down, any should statement is a virtue signal. Any normative
well, I guess
statement.
it depends on why. I guess you have to say what the virtue. It has to be clear what the virtue is, right? If it's not clear what the virtue is, then it can't be
Okay,
the virtue signal, I guess, right? But
Is a virtue necessarily attendant to any normative statement which is reasonably clear?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so I mean, like that would be true of like
This is step one, by the way. This is step one because there's a step two that I'm getting to. I just want to make sure you got like super like.
The Celtics should they should appoint Brad Stevens as head coach. That is a virtue signal. Fair?
It depends why you would, right?
Well, I'm asking whether that statement in isolation you would take that statement from some
What is
commentator.
what is the virtue there?
I'm asking you. Like, is there some?
Like it's like, oh, we should hire this person because they have a fat bulge.
Because
right?
they're good at basketball.
That would be okay. So the virtue is having a fat bulge. What you want is the fat bulge.
Okay, so that's if that's your meaning of virtue, which is any normative value or any normative end or any generally normatively what you consider to be a normally good end, then I mean, a lot of things are going to be considered virtue signaling.
Yeah, but it's not about whether or not it's virtue signaling. That's, like I said, this is step one. I wanted to make sure that like we understand that it's something that is being signaled about your moral values, right? It's something that you are signaling to tell people about your value, that you are innocent because you believe this, and you're
and
not
that's
guilty because you.
For any
because you
political
don't-
commentator and for any like influencer, where part of your brand or part of your job is to influence public thought, any statement you make is thoughtful about your the perception of you as an agent, as a moral agent. And so I think like most statements, any one of these
What do you think
influencers is
I'm
going to, I honestly don't fucking know.
Then why aren't you following me? Why are you trying to? Where are you going right
I'm
now?
trying to understand what you mean by a term, virtue signal. I don't have a clear concept of it. I'm trying my best.
I thought we could. I thought it was fine where we were at. It's not
No, but
complicated.
you're
I'm not
fighting me like
playing games here with you. Like it seems it's really, really difficult to get you from I gave you step one and now I'm trying to get you to step two, but you're not following me here. You're trying to argue about step one, even though there's no reason. I don't know what you're arguing about.
Right now, I'm just trying to understand a word. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. What is the word that you think I'm trying to understand the meaning of? The meaning of the word. What term? Virtue signaling. So I don't right now have a clear concept of what you mean by the term virtue signal. Until I understand what you mean by that term, I can't move on. If you're like, this is step,
good.
What is
good?
So virtue signaling means what is good, right?
You are signaling to people what is good.
Signaling to people what is good. Okay, I think I understand what that means. Okay, that's virtue signaling. So for example, just make sure I understand the concept. If I say it's good to hire Brad Stevens as a coach, that would be virtue signaling. It's what is good, right?
Sure.
Yes.
I would say that if you were defining the virtue itself is the thing, not the action, but the why. So if you are hiring this person because their cock is fat, right? The virtue is that their cock is fat.
So now you're adding
Therefore,
other things. So now I'm making me not understand your concept, because before I understood it as what is good, and now you're adding like other concepts like the virtue itself, and now it's making me not understand what you mean by virtue signaling. So when you add these specifications and something other than what is good to the example, and just to specify when in which it would be virtue signal, when it wouldn't be, then I'm not understanding your concept. If you're adding additional things which I don't understand.
Because there would be a reason why you would want to hire this person, right? If you just say it would be good to hire this person, it implies that there's some good reason, right? That there's some good.
It's my preference. I understand good to be someone's preferences. That's what you said. Do you have a notion of good other than that?
But you just said that it would be good to hire this person, but you didn't say why, right?
Good meaning my preference. I mean, you could have multiple different reasons about why it's your preference, but that's good because it's your preference.
Right. And the multiple different reasons about why it's your preference is the thing that we'd be talking about there.
Oh, so virtue signal refers to the components that make up the rationale for why something is good?
No, but
or the ultimate conclusion of what is good.
There's no reason why this has to be.
Because your definition of virtue signal is what is good, not why it's good.
It's signaling to people what is good.
Signaling to people what is good, not why it's good. What is good, correct? Correct?
It's
signaling to people. I understand those terms. Communicating to people what is good, and I understand that to be
what the good is.
What the good is, not why it's good. What is good. Fair? I don't know.
I don't know, because I have a feeling you're going to say something like, okay, so like the what would be something that hiring Jacob is good, so therefore it's a virtue.
Wait, no. You are defining this term, dipshit. You are defining the term. The term is virtue signaling.
Oh, it should be fine. It should be simple here. It should be on its face.
So you're asking me like what I'm going to do with it. Like I am trying to understand your term, and we're going through this effort, so I understand it.
It's not my term. I didn't make this term.
How you mean it?
It's not my definition. This is just what the word is.
Okay, let's just be.
I didn't make up the definition. You can just look up what is virtue signal, and you can go with that definition if you want to. It would never have to be this complicated.
Hang on a second. So, what?
I don't know why
you have a notion of what virtue signaling is. Otherwise, you wouldn't say it, right? You're not going to say something that you don't understand the meaning of, right?
Yeah, of course. But you're getting confused for like no reason.
Wait, no. So you have some meaning of this word. I don't know what you mean. All right. If you want me to look and you say, I mean the dictionary definition, I can look that up and we can talk about it. But I need to know what you mean. Do you mean virtue signaling meaning a dictionary definition of virtue signaling?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so I'm going to look that up.
That you would be hearing
so
anywhere.
wait on. So I'm going to be looking that up and we'll see. Virtue signal.
Okay. Okay.
So this is from Oxford Language on Google. The public expression of opinions or sentiments intended to demonstrate one's good character or social conscience of the moral correctness of one's position on a particular issue. You agree that's different than what you said before, correct?
No, that's exactly what I said before.
No, you said what is
good. Real,
dog?
Wait, are you for real?
Wait. So just to be clear, when you said what is good, that's different than what
Remember
I just...
when it said the particular? Wait, can you repeat the part where it said particular there?
Hang on. So I just want to clear. Are you agreeing? Are you stating that what you said before is this?
Yeah, dude.
Okay. All right. I mean, that is insane. People can go back and maybe I'll even make this a video and we can clip what you said.
The audience can choose for themselves. Yeah.
Okay. So the public expression of opinions or sentiments, or is opinion what is good? Is an opinion necessarily what is good? Yes or no?
Are you fucking with me?
Wait. Kidnakin. Is
you fucking with me, dog?
Wait. Is an opinion or a sentiment necessarily a signal about what is good? Yes or no?
Oh, it could be a signal about what is bad, dude. What, are you for real?
Wait, yeah. So you agree with that, right?
Yeah.
Or what is ugly, or what something that's not having moral value, correct? So a public expression.
You can have opinions about things that are not like
so a virtue.
Capital.
So you agree?
Good, yeah.
You agree, therefore, that this definition includes things that yours wouldn't, correct?
What?
So this definition of virtue signaling includes things that your definition wouldn't, correct?
Why? What?
Because it includes public expression.
What's the difference between our two the two definitions?
Because what you said was virtue signaling means signaling what is good. Okay? And this is the public expression of opinions or sentiments intended to demonstrate one's good character or social conscience. Very different things, correct?
No.
Oh, okay. You think those are the same thing?
What is good?
Hang on. Do you think that those are the same things?
Wait. What is good? What does that mean?
So good I understand to be someone's in my moral system, the preferences of someone. That's what I understand to be good. But do you agree that so I'm going to give you the following sentence, right? The public expression of opinions or sentiments intended to demonstrate one's good character or social conscience, compare that to signaling what is good. Are those the same thing, yes or no?
Yeah, dog. Yep.
Okay. That means you literally, I think, don't understand what words are. I mean, like, those are different things.
Dude, come on, man. Wait, give me a definition of good that is not about the,
No, it's not the definition of good. It's so signaling what is good is different than a public expression of an opinion or sentiment intended to demonstrate one's good character. Because
that's not the expression of it is not the
so
good.
Let me explain to you what elements are different. So one element is there's an intention element to the virtue signaling definition that from the dictionary that wasn't included in yours. Correct? Yes or no?
So when I say signaling, do you think that was like
I asked you a question.
Intent?
I asked you a question.
You think that it was void of intent? I just answered your question.
Sorry. Is there a virtue?
Is
there an intention requirement in the dictionary definition that was absent in yours? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Yours was signaling what is good. There's no intention or mental state in your definition. Agreed?
No.
You don't agree.
False.
So where's the intention element in your signal? In your definition?
Signaling. You're signaling.
Wait, no, but
you're doing the act of signaling.
You could signal.
You are
something.
doing the act of signaling.
Can you signal something unintentionally? Yes or no?
What?
Can you signal something? Sorry. Can you signal something unintentionally?
No.
Okay, so it's impossible to signal what is good without intending to signal it.
Signaling.
That is insane. I mean, I don't know what to say about that. I'd be like, that is an insane position. Of course, you can signal things unintentionally.
Is it an insane position?
Yes.
Wait, I'm sorry. Out of all the positions that we went through today, is this the insane one?
Yes, it is insane. So for example, if I have some like maid walk in and I give her a plate of cookies, but without intending to signal what is good, I am signaling what is good, correct?
Hold on. Are we just is what you want is me to just clarify that when I say signal to signal something?
Right now, I'm just seeing if you will give ground on anything. Right? And what I have
No,
is
dog, you
you're
realize that
not
the,
giving
you
ground
realize
on
that the
anything.
definition-
You're not giving ground on absolutely anything, and it's insane. Like
I've
these
given
are
ground
very
multiple
different
times.
definitions. I hope you know that.
They're not very different definitions. You just seem to be very, very confused about
Okay,
what
so
good
I'm
means.
so at this point I'm going to put those two definitions on the screen so people can see them. Just one sec. Just so people can see what we're dealing with. Because if you can't give ground on this, I mean, I don't know what we're doing. Like, this is just the conversation becomes crazy, man. I don't know what to do.
I don't even know why this is why this has to be so complicated. Like, it seems like if the word that was confusing you is whether or not I was saying intent behind a thing. Is that the thing that was confusing you?
No, I'm confused by your entire. I don't understand your terminology, but at this point, we're just seeing if these two definitions, if you'll agree that they're different. So just give me a second.
They are different words, yeah, with different emphasis and different
meaning,
yeah.
with different meanings, right? So here I'm going to give your initial definition in this blank piece.
Okay, go
and
ahead.
so you said virtue signal equals signaling what is good. You agreed you said that, right?
Signaling the good, yeah.
Did you say or did you not say signaling what is good?
Well, I think I said signaling what is good, yeah.
Yeah. And
but if somebody said, "Oh, that's confusing," I'd probably add an asterisk.
So this is kid, right? And this is dictionary. And I'm going to just
Are you
put them
for real, dog?
Yeah, 100%.
Are you for real?
Because if we can't agree on this, then it's like this conversation's in danger. It's really in danger.
But you told me that you didn't have a definition of it, and then I said if you want to use a dictionary definition, that's easier.
I am trying to understand what you mean, and so all I'm asking is, are these the same thing in your mind?
Wait, do you want to know what I mean, or do you want a gotcha by trying to find discrepancies in the thing that I said? Wait, hold on. Don't lie to me, Pisco. Don't lie to me, Pisco. I watch you too much. I know when you lie.
I'm not lying at all. I am trying.
Is it the case that you were looking for understanding, or is it the case that you were looking for a gotcha in a mild discrepancy?
I am trying to
the connotation of the word signal and intent.
So I am trying to understand to make sure that you and I are approaching this conversation in good faith. Because in order to
no, you're not.
Yes, I am.
And what are you doing right now? Look at your screen, dipshit.
Wait, hang on a second. So I need to know if we're doing this in good faith, because I need to understand what you mean. And when you tell me that these mean the same thing, we're in trouble.
Here. The definition that is on the screen, the dictionary definition, is what I was trying to explain to you. Does that help you?
So I am asking you not whether anything else other than do these two sentences, two phrases, mean the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. I think that the conversation has to be over, right? Because like the conversation has to be over, right? Because like
that's the way. No, it doesn't.
Like this.
Doesn't.
How do I proceed?
You cannot be for real, dog. You can't be for real.
How do you proceed? Like, okay, these words don't mean the same thing, right? So and these terms don't mean the same thing.
These are different words. These are different words.
No.
There are different words on the screen.
They mean different things. It's not just that they're different words. They mean different things, right? So, for example, here there's an intention, right? Here, an intention to demonstrate one's good character or social conscience. That is completely absent from your definition. This intention to demonstrate one's good character or social conscience. Do you acknowledge
where does the
that?
intention come from? Okay, you said that intention is part of the definition. Where does that come from?
Wait.
Where does the intent come from? You're talking about the definition of the word virtue signaling.
This is subjective
does
intent.
virtue have intent, or does signaling have intent? Where does it come from?
I don't know what you mean. Where does it come from?
What do you mean you don't know what I mean?
What do you mean? I don't
this
know.
This is the definition
I don't
of
know.
Virtue signal.
I don't know.
Is intent implied in the virtue, or is intent implied in the signal?
I don't know that it's implied in either. I don't know if it's implied in either.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's a compound term. It's a compound term. Not everything is related to.
Oh my God, you're not serious.
Not everything is related to a particular term within two words, right? Like that make up a term. You agree with that or no?
Did you know that you can also take like different letters and add them to other letters?
Something can be greater. Something can be greater than the sum of the parts. Correct?
Did you know that if you have $5 and you have another
Oh
dollar, then
my-
it's $6?
Bro.
It's a totally different amount of money.
So do you agree that this second definition includes something that's the intention element, the intention to demonstrate one's good character or social conscience, right? Social conscience isn't here, right? That's not implied here.
Implied with the dog. It's implied with the good, dude.
So you think
What is
signaling?
good? What is good? What is good?
Sorry,
We can break down these words. If you want to figure out what signaling means, and then you want to figure out what
you're
virtue means, we can do that.
You're asking me a question. We're trying to figure out what
I'm
you
asking
mean.
you a question. Yeah. What is good?
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what you mean, dude.
No, dog. You're not.
Yes, I'm trying to understand what you mean.
No,
right?
you're not, bro.
This is
Don't lie to me, Pisco.
Kid, you have to be serious right now. Like, this intention to demonstrate one's good character or social conscience, that is absent from what you said, correct?
No.
Where is it?
Why do you keep asking the same question?
So you
What
think
does good
so,
mean,
so,
Pisco?
so signaling necessarily implies an intention to demonstrate one's good character or social conscience? That's what signaling means to you? Signaling just means
You just
communication.
looked at the fucking definition of virtue signaling. Tell me what virtue means, and then tell me what signaling
that's
means.
not how.
And tell me
that's
where you
not
find
how
the
we.
intent.
So that's not how we define. That's not how we get terms
Oh my God,
necessarily
bro,
together.
you're not serious.
Hang on. So just putting the term virtue and signaling.
Dude, out of all the shit that we could be fucking fighting about, this
is crazy. It's crazy.
It
you
is
won't,
crazy, yeah.
It's crazy. You won't grant that these are different things.
I'm not going. Listen, I'm not going to rub your feet when you're being retarded, dude.
This is like bedrock.
I'm not going to suck on your toes, bro.
Is
you're wrong, and we're going to tell you, dude.
I'm not wrong at all. Everyone can see that this is a different definition than what you said. So I'll give you.
What is virtue? Tell me now.
So I don't understand what you mean by virtue. What do you mean by virtue? I don't know.
No, I just asked you what is
I don't
virtue?
I don't have an independent sense of virtue other than it refers to.
Then why the fuck are you arguing with me about this?
Hang on. We're trying to talk about your term, right? In your definition, correct?
You're telling me that it's wrong, and you can't tell me what the word that
So
you're
I have
saying
an
is the
understanding.
difference between the two.
No.
You're telling me you can't tell me what that is.
So you
dude.
have this view of terms that they're just equal to the sum of each other. So virtue.
Oh my God,
so,
bro.
So this is
There's
your
no
vision.
way.
So that just make
There's
sure
no
that
way.
just to make sure that
You're fucking with
just to
me.
make sure the audience understands your view of
You're
how
fucking with me.
your view of how terms work is whatever virtue is plus whatever
You are
signal.
fucking
Hang on.
with
So just let me finish this. Whatever virtue means plus whatever signaling means, that must mean what virtue signaling is. Is that your understanding of how these terms work? That virtue signaling is
Dog,
whatever
I'm
virtue
telling you
is
that the
plus whatever
definition that
signaling
you
is.
put on screen from the dictionary is the same one that I'm fucking describing
it's
to you.
Literally
and it's
not.
melting your brain for like 30 fucking minutes.
It's literally not. It's literally not the same thing.
It literally is.
It's literally not. So so I'll give you a couple of examples where something would be not captured by your definition, right?
Okay.
You want to go?
Okay.
I'll give you some examples. All right.
Yep. Give me examples. Yeah.
You say something like, "I love puppies." Okay.
Are you serious?
I love puppies. This is an expression
Can I,
of.
in 5 seconds, prove you to be bad faith? Really
Hang
quickly?
on. No. Let's do this, and then you can do that. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So
Sure.
I'll
let you know afterwards.
The
It's
expression-
embarrassing, but
The expression "I love puppies."
uh-huh.
That is an expression of a sentiment that one could intend to demonstrate one's social conscience, but it isn't necessarily someone signaling what is good, saying "I love puppies."
The moral correctness.
So that's an example.
Are they expressing the moral
No.
correctness?
So here they're just expressing a sentiment intended to demonstrate one's social conscience. I love puppies. Subjectively, they're intending it, but it is not a signal about what is good. That's an example of at least one example that would be covered by the second definition that wouldn't be covered by your first.
Dog. Do you remember when you wrote down these two definitions?
Hang on.
Wait,
So-
hold on. I don't know. Wait. Hold on.
You can do this, right? You can do whatever you want to do. Can you answer mine first? Is that an example of something that would be covered by the second definition, but not the first?
You're being like embarrassingly bad faith.
Wait,
okay?
can you
be real with me?
Wait,
You're fucking with me.
Hang on.
No. Be real with me.
You can do this, right? You can do this, right? Just answer
No,
my
be real with me
hypo.
right now. You're fucking with
Just
me,
answer,
right?
I'm not fucking with you at all.
Be real. You're fucking with
Not
me, right?
fucking with you at all. Not
You
fucking with you at all.
are fucking with me. Now you're lying to me.
Not fucking with you at all. 100%. 100% sincere.
You are
100% sincere.
Or else you would pause for a second.
100%
You would be like,
sincere.
wait, actually,
100% sincere.
Did I severely misunderstand something really fucking basic
Hang
right
on.
now?
So 100% sincere. I will answer whatever you want to answer. Can you just deal with the example that I presented?
Yeah, but it's pretty fucking retarded. Dude.
So why don't you just deal with it then?
I'll play your.
Okay.
I'll play with your like keys with you. Your jingling keys.
Saying I love puppies is not signaling what is good. Okay, but it is. But it could be an expression of a sentiment intended to demonstrate one's social conscience. You get me?
If you love puppies, it's good. This is not what my position. But if you love puppies, this puppy's good.
No, not necessarily. No.
No. Are puppies good if you love puppies?
No, not necessarily.
Do puppies equal good if you love puppies?
No. You're not answering my question. No. I answered yours. No. So
puppies, so they don't.
So I want to be clear. This is an
Puppies
instance.
are not good.
This is an instance in which so you're asking me personally. I'm giving you an example of someone who doesn't like puppies, right? Isn't signaling what is good, but is making an expression of a sentiment to demonstrate his social conscience. That's something that is covered by the second definition that isn't covered by the first. Agreed?
You want to know something really
my
funny?
God. Okay. I mean, it's just a meme at this point.
Wait, hold on. Fuck off.
Dude, this is just a meme at this point.
No, but this is a meme right now, right here. Yeah. Because any moment that I try to actually make it clear to you where you're severely fucked up, you start. Oh my God! Just let me do
You haven't engaged. You haven't engaged at all. I'm giving up on the hypothetical. You go. What's your question?
No, bro. Come on.
You haven't engaged at all. It's disappointing.
You know what's really funny?
Go ahead.
You know what's really funny? You know what's really funny?
What?
Scroll up.
What?
It's gonna be. This is how silly this is.
Are you drunk? Have you drank?
Are you for real?
Yeah.
Are you for real?
What's funny?
Capitalize the G.
What's G?
G and good.
Good.
You for real just ask me if I'm drinking right now?
Yeah.
Why?
Because you sound drunk. You're making no sense.
Because I sound drunk?
Mm-hmm.
Dog, you've been arguing about the word good for 45 minutes.
Yeah. No, we've been arguing about the
We've
word
been
virtue.
arguing about the word
We
for
haven't
45
been actually. We've been arguing about virtue signal. Agreed?
You're fucking with me.
Wait. Have we been arguing about good or virtue signal?
You're fucking with me.
Which word have we been arguing about?
Asshole, bro. You're being an asshole, dude. You're being a dickhead.
Bro. I want to make sure that we're having a real conversation.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
Then why are you being an asshole?
Because
like being a dickhead.
Because you're changing and shifting definitions, and you're not helping me get clarity, and you're not able to give ground on jack shit.
Okay, then I can prove that you're wrong in both
Okay,
of
go for it.
both of those two things that you just said. Okay, first
for
off,
it.
when you first wrote those things down, and everyone can go back in the VOD and check, and you said this is your definition, right? And I said, well, if I were to give that definition right now, I'd put an asterisk or clarify or change it in minor ways to help people understand what I'm saying. And then you said, no, this is what you said, correct? And I said, fine, you can fucking put it on the board. Right? Did that happen or did that not happen?
Wait. So I don't. You were.
Did that happen or did that not happen?
No, it didn't happen. No, it didn't happen.
Did that happen or did that not happen? Yes or no? That's a yes or no question.
No, it did not.
No, it did not. Okay.
I asked what you said. I asked what you said. So you added more words and elaborated to make it seem like a bigger thing. I asked what you said and what you gave as a definition. I always thought
different than what I.
Because
how's that different than what
you
I
made it
said?
sound like I would be not open to you amending it.
I tried to amend it, and then you said, no, this is what you said, right?
But amending it means... Okay, does amending it mean adding something material?
You want to know what it would be amended? This
So
is really
you're
fucking
adding
simple.
shit to it, so it means you're changing what it means, right?
No.
Okay, no.
I'm changing the clarity of what it means.
Okay.
I'm changing the clarity so that you don't get confused. But dog, you've been this confused this whole time, so... It's the good. Capital G. The good. That is the difference. What is good versus...
That doesn't make these equivalent. I don't know how I can... Maybe I need someone else to...
You need to tell me. You need to tell me what
yes.
What it is.
Yeah.
You need to tell me. You need to give me your definition.
So let me tell you, right? So no, I don't need. To, so hang on. I don't.
Wait,
need,
no,
I don't need to tell. I don't need
saying,
to. Hang on. I don't need. You agree in a conversation about what you mean by a term? I don't need to give you what I understand to be virtue signaling, right? Do you agree with that? in a conversation about what you mean by a term, I don't need to give you what I mean by a term.
I'm going to be honest. I don't believe you, bro.
About what?
You know you're being a dick.
I think that
I'm
trying to get clarity. I'm trying to get clarity.
You're not trying to get clarity. This has been obfuscating the entire point
we can restart the entire thing if you want, and we can just move on. But I am trying to get clarity,
bro.
These are not the same thing.
You're being a dickhead.
These are not the same thing. These are not the same thing.
What is good? Tell me when you say that they are not the same thing.
Why are you asking me what I view to be good?
This is directly relevant to the thing that if you were saying
what
that
I understand to be good. What I understand to be good is in line with someone's preferences.
Huh?
That doesn't make these two definitions the same. They're not.
So I gave you the one example about showing that how you were being bad faith.
No,
the second example here's the second example that I was going to give. I said if you want to use the dictionary definition itself, then we can do that, because the thing that I was trying to explain was the thing that you were seeing in the dictionary definition, and then hopefully if that's going to be more productive, we can use that and move on. This is what I said. And you said no. This is what you said. Correct? You're being a dickhead.
I'm trying to make sure that you're understanding, right? Like when you say just pull up the dictionary, when you pull up the dictionary, hey, I'm not lying to you at all. The reason I'm doing this is because
you're being a liar.
Because you're acting exasperated when I'm asking you what these terms mean, because you're being incredibly unclear, and you're like, just bring up the dictionary definition. It's the same thing. And I'm like, no, it's not. It's don't lie to me and say it is. That's why I did this, because you're saying, oh, you're acting like you're fucking exasperated, because I'm literally trying to understand your point, and you're like, just pull up the dictionary. Same shit, dude. It's not. They're not the same thing. So don't act like they are. They're very different.
But tell me how they're different.
I'm trying to. That's what I said. So they're different because so number one.
All right.
I understand.
If you're not being a dickhead, then do this, okay?
Yeah.
Instead of the signal, what is good, make it the capital G good.
I just did. What is the good? I just allowed that. That doesn't make these synonymous.
Okay, then show me how.
Okay.
If you want to stick on this.
I understand. Right. So I think public expression and signaling are generally synonymous. I think that's correct. I think an opinion or sentiment need not be one's notion of good. All right? An opinion or sentiment.
That's not what that says.
So an opinion or sentiment intended to demonstrate one's good character or social conscience doesn't mean they're signaling what is good. You understand that? These are different things. An opinion or sentiment intended. A good is one's preference, but that's not necessarily embodied. But that's what I understand. So you could give. So I'm trying to explain to you. Yeah, I understand you don't understand, right? So I could say a bunch of.
No, you don't. You're being a dickhead, and you don't want to. And you're being a dickhead. You're being bad faith, and you don't actually want to engage at all.
I really am.
Don't fucking play with me, dude. I know when you're being a dickhead.
Kid,
no, you're not trying.
I am trying to explain. I am trying to explain. All right, so I'll give you an example.
No, you're not, dude. I'm trying to help you understand.
I can give you an example.
And the moment that I do, you start fucking shouting over me, saying that you want to do these games instead.
No.
For what? Is this good content for you? For what?
So an opinion or sentiment intended to demonstrate one's good character or social conscience is not necessarily a signal of one's preference. Agreed?
Their good character, good conscience, or their moral correctness.
Correct. Right? But an opinion or sentiment intended...
You're the one that said that it was about preference. Why are you asking me to relate to the preference?
So
did you just say that the definition that you gave is concurrent with the one that you're showing on screen?
No. I'm saying your definition...
Then why did you say preference? Then why did you say that
No, that's the definition for the good, what I understand to be the good. All right, but my notion of what the good is different than the dictionary that I'm showing definition of virtue signaling. So I'm going to explain why these are completely different. Right? The core of virtue signaling is inward facing. I'm a good person. What? No, inward facing. Inward.
Oh, but I'm sorry.
So the core of what virtue signaling is under the dictionary definition is, I'm a good person. I have good conscience. I have good social value. That is different than your definition, where the focus is on trying to teach people what is good. And the ramifications of those distinctions are hugely important, because one can give an opinion or sentiment that is actually not good, but designed to make people think they are good. That's why they're different. They're very different. And the reason why I'm asking, like, which one is the right one? Are they the same? Is if you don't understand that core distinction between what the dictionary says virtue signaling and what you said, then we have a big problem. They're very, very different. Now, I'm not saying that this is like more valid.
No, I keep asking you, but I know you're fucking with me.
I'm not. I'm not. Listen, dude, I'm totally for real. Just, do you understand that difference?
Did someone pay you to be retarded? Is someone paying you right now to do this?
It's funny you're saying that, bro. It's funny you're saying that.
Bro, don't cope at me.
If you don't understand this distinction, I don't know what we're gonna do.
Bro, you still refuse to tell me what? You can't be serious.
I refuse to say what? Finish that.
I said you can't be serious. There's no way that you've been hung up on this for this long. That you think that out of all the things that we've talked about, this is important.
I didn't say this is important.
You did say that it's. You
no,
just
I said
that
this is to see if you're in good faith. This is if you're in good faith.
You just said, bro.
I don't think it's broadly important. I think it's important to the notion that like we're gonna have a good faith conversation, but important in some other sense. No.
Good faith conversation, bro. You're not looking. Bro.
Are you having this conversation right now? You're just like standing back saying, bro, what? Just have the conversation. Do you understand?
Being such a dickhead?
Do you understand? Do you understand the distinction?
No. Why? Why are you being such a dickhead? For what?
I'm not being a dickhead.
You got defensive over something that I said. What was it?
I'm not being a dickhead. I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
Don't fucking lie to me, Pisco.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
I am trying to
understand. I am trying to understand what you're saying.
You literally, bro. Don't be.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying. I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
If you're no, you're talking over me. If you're gonna literally fucking listen, if you want to be a dickhead, we can be a dickhead, okay?
I'm trying.
If you want to be a dickhead, we can be a dickhead. But if you're gonna go into like make funny voices and mock me, and then say that you're not being a dickhead immediately after that,
right now, okay. There are moments
retarded.
when I was a dickhead before. Right now, I'm not being a dickhead. Now I'm just want to have the conversation.
Were you not being a dickhead when you were making funny voices and trying to mock me?
I mean.
Were you being a dickhead?
I think it was earned. I think it was earned, but I guess it's being a dick, yeah. But right now I'm not.
Okay, so you are fucking with me.
I'm not fucking with you. Never been fucking with you. I mocked you, but it's because you won't actually address like a conversation.
Dude, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, bro.
Do you want to have the conversation, or you just want to keep saying it's embarrassing?
No, I wanted to have a conversation. I was trying to.
We can move past this. Listen, we can move past this for sure.
Let me finish the sentence, right?
Yeah.
Let me finish the sentence that I'm saying here first, right? I know that we can move past it. We can if you won't let me even finish the sentence, dog. Because I was just trying to say, listen, I just wanted to get a basic framework for, would you say that, our job is to like virtue signal, right? Like we are communicating to people what the good is, then that is what politics is sort of like all about, right?
If you mean signaling what is the good, that is a core part of our job. If you mean the public expression of opinions or sentiments intended to demonstrate one's good character or social conscience or the moral correctness of one's position on a particular issue, in some senses of that, yes, and others, no. I don't think it's part of our job to virtue signal in some senses of that second definition. They're different definitions.
Which one do you want to use?
It's your point. I'm asking you. Like, you're making the point. You can choose yours.
Care, bro.
You should care. They're different. You should care. This is your point. This is what's so crazy, right? Like,
what's my point?
I generally like you. I don't know what your point is. I'm trying to understand it. I can't understand it if I don't understand the term.
Then why the fuck do you just say it's my point?
No,
dipshit. What the fuck are you talking about?
You're trying to make a
point.
You're
gonna tell me what my point is. You're gonna say that. Oh, that's your point. That's your point. Then I say, what's my point? You said, I don't know. How would I know? What the fuck, dude?
I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
No, you're not.
I am.
No, you're not.
I really am. You can pick your own adventure. You can start from clean and say, I want to pick a brand new definition of virtue. I need to understand what you're saying, bro. I need to understand what you're saying in order to make sense of what your point is. Just tell me what you mean. But if you tell me these things are the same, I can't work with that. They're not the same.
Argue with me about the about what I mean by virtue signal for this long.
I need to know what you mean.
I swear, dude. It doesn't make any sense.
How do I proceed if I don't understand what you're talking about?
I think you do, though. You know, I think you do.
I don't.
When I say virtue signal, what do you think I mean?
I understand virtue signal to imply some bad faith insincerity when people use it that way. That people are focused. Okay. You're using it in some other sense. And so that's why I need to know in what sense you're thinking.
Do you think that your definition fits with either mine or the dictionary definition?
No, I'm just using how it's used in the culture and common practice and on streamers. But people say you're virtue signal. Hang on. Listen. You brought up the dictionary, dipshit. I didn't bring it up.
If you need to, I literally said we can use whatever fucking definition. If you want to take the dictionary one, we can take that and we can fucking run with it.
And then you said, I'm going to write yours down on the screen, and then we're going to compare the two, and then you're going to tell me if this is what you said, yes or no.
So I need to know which version. I need to know which version of virtue signal you're using. You asked me what I understand virtue signaling in this context, and typically in the streamer world, when someone's like, you're virtue signaling, they're implying something negative about your character. They're not saying it in a neutral sense. You understand that? Do you agree with that?
You understand that we literally had a conversation about that right before we got into this part, where I said it's literally our job to do it.
So I understand you're using virtue signal.
Do you understand that? Yes or no?
I understand that you're using virtue signal not in
yes
the sense,
or no? Do you understand it? Yes or no?
Yes, in the sense that you're not. Wait, hang on. So you're not matching what I understand virtue signal to be in this context, and so that's why I'm trying to get clarity on what you mean by the term. Okay, and I can't just use any definition because I need to understand what you mean, because we're not speaking the same language, buddy. I need to understand what you mean.
We're not, dude. No, we're not.
So why don't you help me? Just tell me what you mean.
When you think of the word virtue signal with a negative connotation, take the negative connotation out of it. When you are trying to express to someone something that is to be a virtue or the good or something that is supposed to have a moral positive value to it, that is the thing that I'm talking about.
Got it. I understand that.
No fucking way.
Okay. So virtue signal, you mean signaling, publicly communicating.
Dictionary definition out loud. Yeah.
Wait, no, that's different than dictionary definition. We can't do that. Like, you can say something and then say it's a dictionary definition, but it's not, right? Like, I'm not gonna.
You're right.
Okay.
You're so correct, Pisco. You're good.
Okay, so what you mean is signaling the good, right? Like communicating the good to your audience, communicating what is righteous, what is good, what is virtuous, right? Is that what you mean?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Okay, I think I understand that. So so we were talking about like whether you should virtue signal. I think you should virtue signal.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, I agree.
Okay. So what's the problem in virtue signaling with respect to Charlie Kirk should not have been shot?
Well, I was halfway through the position when you interrupted it and then kept us here. Like I said,
I needed to know what you meant.
I know that, but you spent 45 minutes trying to prove me wrong about something that you don't have a definition for yourself. And
the only
dude, you were fucking.
The only thing I was trying to prove you wrong was the notion that your definition was the same as what was in the dictionary, and the only reason we got there is because you're like, just pick any definition. It's all the same. Like it's not the same.
Who gives a shit? Stop being retarded.
No, hang on. I give a shit. I give a shit because I need to know what you mean, dude. It's actually disrespectful for me to just like.
I don't give a fuck.
It's no. It would be. I'm not talking about you. I'm saying it would be disrespectful of me to let you continue and be like, yeah, sure, but if I don't understand what you're talking about, that would be disrespectful for me to do that. I need to know what you mean.
You think that the respectful way for you to figure out what what I actually meant would be to write down two different definitions?
Okay, so this is what you said, and like, is this the same thing as what is written down here?
So and then I say, well, yeah, that's what I mean. Both of them mean what I mean. And then you're like, oh, well, that's inconsistent because this is a different word than this.
Wait, no, hang on.
It's fucking retarded.
They're very different. They're very different. You can say they're the same. You look like an idiot.
Bro.
But you can continue now. I have an understanding of what you mean.
Do you?
Yeah. You mean publicly communicating whether something, what is good, what is virtuous. I understand what that is.
So you understand that the definition that I was using was signaling virtues.
what is good and what is virtuous. I don't think that's what usually what people mean, but
signaling virtues.
Yeah. So
did you really come to the conclusion that what I meant was signaling virtues? Did you really just come to that definition?
So I understand that that's what you mean now. But for example, I said something like, it would be good for the Boston Celtics to hire Brad Stevens. That would fit your definition because you're publicly expressing what is good. That is, it's good to hire Brad Stevens.
No, that wouldn't fit my definition.
Why? But why not? I'm signaling what's good.
The good. Wait. You let me amend it to the.
Yeah, the good.
Right?
Yeah, the good.
It is not the good to hire somebody.
Why not?
It is not the good to hire somebody. What do you mean? Why not?
I thought we both understood the good to be according to someone's preferences.
You never fucking told me what the good meant, no matter how many times I asked.
I did multiple times according to oughts according to someone's preference. I said
multiple. That is not what the good is. No.
I said multiple times that the good, as I understand it, is an ought related to someone's preferences, what someone thinks ought happen. I told you that. So the good, if someone thinks that hiring Brad Stevens, if that's their preference, that would be the good, correct?
Why did they hire Brad Stevens? Remember this?
You
remember this?
No, but that doesn't matter because that's not part of your definition. It's like why something is good. The definition is what is good.
Doesn't matter. Do you understand what the fuck I'm saying?
Which part? Not your definition anymore. No, not anymore. Because when I give you the Brad Stevens example, you say why, but that's not why something is good. Isn't part of your definition of virtue signal, so it doesn't matter. So
hiring him
it confused me.
Good. No, hiring him is not the good.
Well, what do you mean by the good then?
The good. What?
I have an understanding for what the good means.
There's a reason why you're hiring him, dude. Because there's a reason why you're hiring him.
Okay. I'm asking you what you understand the good to be.
The reason why you're hiring him. Oh, this guy's great. He's got a huge cock, so I'm going to hire him. Okay, now I know. Huge cock is the good. That is the virtue is having a huge cock.
Okay,
that's it.
But
not the action.
Your definition
of hiring him.
Your definition of virtue signaling is publicly expressing what the good is.
Do you understand?
And
what
if someone says,
no? Do you understand what I just said? Yes or no?
Yeah, that there's components into what makes something good according to someone's preferences, right? Right? That there's some inputs there and some reason.
Yeah.
Right? No, but your definition your definition isn't expressing. I think I might need to get Dr. Avi or someone clearly, I don't know. You might be triggered or something. I'm trying to understand you completely sincerely. Yeah.
Really?
I am not able to communicate. I'm trying my best, right? So your definition, publicly expressing,
don't fuck with me. Hey,
publicly expressing the good, doesn't say about why it's the good. It just says publicly expressing what the good is.
You should not be caught up right here. You should not be caught up right here.
I think you're caught up.
You're fucking with me, dude.
No.
Do you think that I don't know when you're fucking with me? Do you think I don't know that?
I'm completely sincere. That's my curse.
Do you think I can't see it? Do you think I'm stupid?
My curse is I'm completely sincere.
No, stop fucking with me, dude. You're not being completely sincere.
I'm being completely sincere, yeah. I am.
No, you're not.
I wish I wasn't.
You beat a dickhead. Is there pressure on you to do this?
What's the pressure? I'm here. It's 3:30 in the morning.
Are you trying to signal to me that you're sleepy? And so if you're being a dickhead, then it's because you're sleepy.
No, that's not what I'm signaling. I'm saying I'm not in a rush or I'm not Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
That why something is the good isn't what the good is. You know?
You understand what I'm saying? Yes or no? When I say virtue signal, when I say that somebody is virtue signaling, are you confident about what I'm saying?
I'm not. No, I'm not confident.
No, you're not confident.
Because when I give an example
is in line
with what you say, you reject it, and then it makes me not understand.
If somebody said that I disavow people making fun of Charlie Kirk getting shot, and I said that they were virtue signaling, would you understand what I'm saying?
under what we now understand to be virtue signaling,
You
what you're saying right now?
that you understand what I'm saying if I said that?
No, I couldn't be. No. Based on this conversation, no.
If anyone else said it, would you understand what they're saying?
I think I would. Yeah, because I
What
would.
do you think it would
I would
be
assume
on
that
face
they're
value
using
pretty
it.
fucking obvious what they're saying? Do you think on face value it would be pretty fucking obvious what they're saying?
I think that they would be implying that Charlie Kirk, that this person was being insincere. You're virtue signaling. You don't really you don't care about this. That's usually what's meant in this context. When someone says you're virtue signaling, it's basically like you're making this all about yourself. You don't actually
It's
care.
not them being it's not about what. It's not them being.
That's what people. So when someone comes up to you and say, "Kid, not kid," when you talk about Palestinian children.
Okay, so the definition that you just gave, yes or no, is that virtue signaling means that you are being insincere. Yes or no, go.
Yeah, so virtue signaling is,
Oh my God,
as I
bro.
understand it
All
right
right.
now, as I understand it, and
Oh my
the
God,
way it's used, is typically to imply some level of insincerity, or people, you don't care this much about the issue. What you care about is yourself and your brand and your social status. That's what you care about. And that's the insincerity that's implied there. You don't actually care about the thing. You care more about yourself and this other thing.
Yeah, because it's relative to the common good, right? Which is why you're signaling.
I don't know what you mean by relative
right?
to the common good. It is relevant to the common. What is relevant?
I know
to
you
the
probably wouldn't.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that
'Cause you're
there's
making
not
no
much I can
sense,
say
dude.
without- you don't know what it means.
I don't know like what's
No,
gone
because
into you. I don't know what's
what
gone
the
into
fuck
you.
you know, bro. Stop. I don't know why the fuck you think that that I don't see it when you fuck with me.
Okay, I mean,
Is it something for your chat? Is it something for your chat?
No,
that you do it for?
I am getting no
Like,
joy. Do you think I'm getting joy out of this?
Do you think that I
Do you
really
think I'm
can't see
getting
it?
joy with this? I am not getting joy with this.
No, I don't. No, I think that you are. I think that you're playing a game. I think that you're.
Why
playing
would
a
I
game.
play a game? Why would I subject myself to this?
Because you have people watching you. Because you have
Who the
people
fuck
watching
cares?
you. You want them to-
Who cares?
You care all the time, bro.
No, but
you care.
Do you think that
I see you care more than anyone else.
I'm
about what they
losing?
think about you.
I'm losing viewers. So I'm virtue signaling to my audience. I'm losing viewers because this conversation is
No, you're
looping like a
totally-
motherfucker.
you're a dickhead about it. Yeah.
I mean, so I don't think that you can accuse me of like prioritizing content. This is not good content. This is shitty content.
No, it's not prioritizing. It's the fact that you have eyeballs on you.
Yeah,
feel
I'm
weird about it.
streaming. I'm streaming. I don't know what to do about that.
Now you're being a dickhead, and you.
Do you want to take this offline? Like, you want to loop on this offline?
No, I'm doing a marathon. I don't give a shit.
Oh, how's
I
that
don't give a
going?
shit.
Is it
It's really
24 hours?
Well, I pause the timer when I sleep.
Oh shit! Wait, do you record yourself sleeping? Isn't that weird?
No, I don't record myself sleeping. I think that would be weird. Yeah.
Some people I think do it, but sometimes I think it's like fake body doubles or
Some
whatever.
people do. I don't trust people on the internet to do that shit.
Yeah. How you been though, generally?
I've been pretty fucked up. About what's happening and politically.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is super fucked.
The president just said that he wants to, go after people who think like me. And right now online,
Yeah, it's
it's
totally fucked.
basically an endless feed of, especially, I'm sure partly my algorithm, but like an endless feed of people saying it's time to kill people like me, right?
Yeah, no, I think it's fucked.
And the president is amplifying this. Fox News is amplifying this, etc. And then I go online, and then people are hand wringing about whether or not people made fun of Charlie Kirk, and I think that's just gay.
I mean, I don't think I'm hand wringing. Like, am I going after people who don't? Like, I'm not really. I'm just saying what I think is the good.
I don't know. It's not a criticism of you.
Oh,
who
do you think
you
is
just
like?
asked me because that's what I wanted to talk to you about. But
These are people like Wick TV. These people like Wick TV.
Sometimes I actually expected him to do it more than I've seen. Where I've seen him put some emphasis on people on the right. I figured that he would do it more, but.
So who's been like a big who's been like a big example of this? Because
Ezra Klein had an insane.
His was ridiculous, but his was ridiculous. But
it was insanely ridiculous.
I think that there are some people who have a bad faith criticism of what he said, but in general, I think that there's a lot of fair criticism going his way.
I don't know what people said, but I just see it as sort of like tantamount to like almost like I said, and this was the point that I was getting at, right? Is that when you do a disavowal, the thing that I was saying is that it's relative to this sort of moral value
and there's a innocent party and a guilty party. And you're saying that you were not a guilty party. You're an innocent party. But there is a guilty party. And I think that what Ezra was doing was spending so much time hyperfixating on that it almost makes it seem as though the existence of a guilty party is more important than anything that's happening politically that has actual effects on people's lives. And that is the thing that I'm arguing here. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I think there's some people who are walking the line well, who are like basically saying, yeah, he shouldn't have been killed, and this is wrong for him to be killed. But at the same time, like, let's look at how the right is behaving, and let's also like make sure that we're not being pressed upon by authoritarianism, and let's call out all the bad shit. So I agree that there are some people maybe who could fit that category that you're describing, but I just think that there are people who are, and that includes a lot of Democratic politicians, who are like walking a pretty reasonable line here.
Here's something that people on the left don't like me for, right? Is that one thing that I say is that I don't fucking care what people's labels are, right? I don't care what people's labels are. If you say that you're an anarcho, whatever the fucking thing, you have some fucking flag with what, I don't fucking care. Because at the end of the day, your politics, as far as I'm concerned, is what you do, not what you call yourself. It's like I'm a this kind of socialist, or I'm a this kind of person, or even I'm a liberal, I'm a progressive. And it's like, no, you're a consumer because you stay inside of your fucking house and you don't do anything all day. What does it fucking matter what you say that you believe, right? It doesn't mean anything to me. It's a bumper sticker. It's like a club that you say that you're a part of, right? Does that make sense?
And so you're basically saying that like you care less about the label and more about what the action is.
What you do, yeah. Okay. If you are somebody who is doing things that I think are beneficial politically, then that's good, right? That would be the good.
Yeah. Okay.
And, don't do it. If you don't, then yeah, I don't want you to do that, right? And sometimes you get people that are like conservatives, for example, right? But like maybe they're conservative and they might think all sorts of things, but at the end of the day, they're in a union. And the things that they actually do is on behalf of the people that they work with. And so like you might have someone like that's more of a like on the left in their values than as opposed to someone else, right?
Sure.
That's the way that I consider what people say online.
Sorry. Thank you for the raid. Go for it. Sorry.
No, it's fine. That is the same way that I value things that are online, right? So like if you make a joke or if you say this or you say something about this or that is one thing.
Yeah, but the same. Can I just get in there? Because like I agree that what you do in life and your actions matter, but like words matter too. And I think that's part of our argument is that like Elon Musk's words matter and they have significance, and the president's. Now I agree they have different power levels for Elon Musk versus Trump, for sure. But I just don't want to say categorically that words don't matter. I think words do matter.
I'm not saying that words don't matter. The thing that I was building it to is that like the words do things. Right. It's not about whether or not the words are good words or bad words. It's what do the words do.
Right. Okay.
And so if we're talking about what do the words do, then what is it that makes particular words bad versus particular words good?
Yeah, I hear you. So like you can judge whether words are bad based on like their effect. So for example, if I say okay, this is a hypothetical. It doesn't actually happen.
Don't say the N-word.
Let's say that Sarah says a racial slur, random Sarah, behind the scenes, where no one can hear her. Is that wrong?
No.
And she's white. Right. So, okay.
Yeah.
But like you might say saying the N-word is wrong.
Yeah.
So like it's kind of like, okay, sometimes when you say are words wrong, you're referencing like the thing it's referencing. That is like
the thing that it does. Yeah, the thing that it does.
Either the word's effect, or you're referencing like the statement contained within the words, which has some kind of like substantive part there. So if you say something, let's say privately, you say all of X race should be slaughtered, right? Is that a wrong thing to say? Well, if you said it privately, it doesn't really hurt anybody. But if you're measuring like the content of the words, it's a wrong thing to say in that it's a false or bad statement if
Yeah.
Right?
As someone
You know
as someone who doesn't believe in like a objective morals, I would say that that is something that I would shame people from not doing. So like, if I say that is bad, that means that if somebody says that, I'm going to punish them. I'm going to shame them. I'm going to tell them, no, Pisco, stop it. That's what I'm going to say. But as far as is it like objectively good? That no. That's not a thing that I'm saying. So like, the thing that it does is the thing that I care about then. So if somebody says the N-word into their pillow at night because it's the only way that they can fall asleep or whatever, it's not a bad thing. But I would say it's a bad thing if someone said it in like a public or said it to a person because of the effects that it would have. I would shame those things.
They're just two different
right?
senses, and I acknowledge both are thing. Like if you say into your pillow at night, the Holocaust didn't happen, like you didn't actually hurt anybody because no one else heard it, but the statement is a bad statement because it's not true, and if it were said widely, maybe it would lead to harmful results.
Yeah,
so.
if it were said in public, or if it was said to a person, or if it was written down and printed, or right, because it has effects, because it's doing a thing.
Right. But I just think when most people are referring to the words, like this is a bad statement, I think most of the time they're thinking about the content of the statement as opposed to its likely effects. But sometimes they are thinking about the effects.
Right, but this is why people get confused about racism, right? This is why people get confused. That's why the whole N-word discourse even existed in the first place, is because people's minds broke about the fact that like the effect of the word is different than the meaning of the word itself, or the like whether it's in essence good or in essence bad. That's what people like the lefties or whatever back in that culture war period. Versus like the was it Vosh or Destiny or whoops, I forget who exactly, but like when people were arguing about like what if you say the N-word like when you're at home or something, and nobody can hear it.
Okay. Yeah.
And that really pissed people off because of the fact that it was this discrepancy between what the word means and what the word does. And people don't think about what the word does. And so they just think, okay, the word is just simply bad. And it's like, well, no, we're saying that the word is bad because of the thing that it does.
Okay, as long as you're clear about what you mean by the word being bad or the statement being bad, I'm fine with that. So if what you're saying by statement is bad is the effects and not the content of it, then I'm fine to understand both versions of that. So just help me out there. So let's get to your point.
So the thing that I'm looking at when people say things online, or especially when it's jokes or people even celebrate or saying this kind of thing or that kind of thing, the thing that I think is the most the worst thing, the thing that I'm most concerned about, are the things that people are saying that is advocating or just advocating for violence, advocating to hurt people, advocating for things that would hurt people.
Okay, now I'm going to play conservative. Okay,
as in, hurt their feelings, but hurt people as in take away their rights or
so I think I understand your point. It's like, who does it hurt, right? Who does it hurt to say that you don't condemn Charlie Kirk, or who does it hurt to celebrate his death, right? That's kind of what you're saying.
Besides
is like
their feelings. Besides their feelings.
Besides feeling, although I think feelings is a real thing that you should consider as part of this.
I think feelings is a real thing, but compared to the other, I don't.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to play the conservative in response. So on the one hand, I think it is hurting a lot of people's feelings, and that's a real thing. And secondly, we think it does encourage more violence. What would you say to that?
That it encourages more violence. Yeah, they might. I would disagree, which is why I wouldn't really care. But I would disagree. The vast majority of people that commit political violence are statistically on the right for a reason. And the idea that somebody is going to be radicalized by jokes like this or people celebrating or whatever to kill another person on the right, statistically, basically a mermaid.
You're saying it's very unlikely for any
very
particular
unlikely,
individual, but you wouldn't say the same thing about Elon Musk and Trump because they have a cultish following or something?
Well, because we have evidence that that there has been a massive increase in political violence from since Trump has been in office.
Okay. Well, I think that there's I'll meet you halfway. I think that my prior is that in terms of who's going to be more influential to their respective bases, who's more cult like, it's probably this MAGA cult who accept Trump as like a near divine figure, or at the bare minimum like a very, 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 very highly respected figure, versus like random TikToker. So as between them, but I do think that there's a point like if there were sufficient social cover,
There are people saying things with violent intent, right?
Well, yeah,
Violent intent,
but regardless of the intent,
with wanting to instigate violence.
okay, but
That
wasn't part of what you were
norm.
thinking about, right? Like you were saying the likely effects, not whether you intend those effects. So I'm just, again, I'm not trying to be a dick right now. I'm just trying to call you to what you said.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I think it's when I'm comparing the things that are being said on the right to the things that are being said on the left. I don't think any of the things that people are saying on the left is being said with like this. Most of the things, and if there are like other people, then that would be outside of the scope of I guess of this.
So when you're considering the
And
harm,
then
you
maybe
are
I might-
considering
maybe I
the.
might play maybe at that point I would put on my Pisco hat and start. This is about. Sorry.
I'm just trying to be. Listen, I am as good faith as can humanly be possible right now. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what you're saying. So you're saying you consider both the effects of the words
I was fucking
and
with you, okay? I was fucking with you that time.
both the effects of the words and the intent behind them. You're considering both.
But I'm considering the intent in relation to what the effect might be, right?
In relation to
if
each other.
if somebody makes a joke about Charlie dying, what is the intent there? Because a lot of them are just kind of silly, right? A lot of it is just kind of like using funny names or like saying funny words at the same time, or like just kind of like childish mocky stuff, right? Just kind of poking people, trying to trigger people, that kind of thing. Whereas like if you're someone on the if you're one of these people on the right that are putting out these videos saying, we've had enough, we need to stand up and we need to treat them as people who are equally responsible for the death of this guy. To me, that's like night and day.
Maybe. I mean, I think that you're potentially underselling
not
a little.
maybe.
Like, if it's true,
Underselling it.
if it's true that there was like a sufficiently large block of people who are excusing and justifying these kinds of assassinations, I think that could be dangerous.
Sure. Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
So, again, I'm not like. I guess I'm wondering, like, what is the harm in us being like, yeah, this is fucked up. I get your point about like, don't harp on it, but like if I say it's, it's fucked up, this doesn't have any place here, and this is horrible, and then I just like, but I spend my time adequately covering.
I think it depends on the. I think it depends on the context. Like if I were to say like, oh, this terrible thing happened, or like this horrifying thing, this guy got shot, and if I were to say that, right, that would be communicating that sort of that it's a bad thing, right? It'd be communicating that I don't feel good about this particular thing. But if I were to sit down and I were to write out Ezra Klein. Right. If I were to write out like Ezra Klein, and I would be, or if I were to put out a video looking at the camera and I were to say, okay, guys, I think it's time that we have to have a conversation. Violence like this has no place in the United States. And I'm so disappointed in people on the left. And I thought that we were better than this, but I guess that we're not. But we really, really, really need to make sure that we get past this because this is not okay. And all of these people on the left that are doing this right now, they need to stop because I'm being a little bit facetious. But you can understand the difference there, right? Like there is a difference between.
Yeah, I think putting unnecessary blame where it doesn't lie, I think, is bad. So like blaming all of the left for this guy's death, I think, is crazy. So I'm sure there's some room for agreement. Sorry, I have to go in like a minute. Do you want to give a synopsis? I do appreciate where the conversation ended. Maybe we can touch base again sometime soon, and I'll raid into you.
Ultimately the thing that I'm getting at is that it's hard for me to find places where there's a emphasis on just how dangerous the sort of rhetoric that's happening on the right by way of the president, Fox News, the largest media channels for the right, but also just period, are saying or are signaling to their base that violence or retribution is justified. I think that is being sort of drowned out by a lot of the hand-wringing and the focus on the hand-wringing of people making jokes about.
I agree with that, but I just don't think it should. That doesn't help determine whether you should condemn it. I think that you're probably right about that description, but I just think that like we can just be smart and condemn it and do that kind of like calibrated coverage ourselves.
I shouldn't have to condemn it.
I think you should.
I shouldn't have to.
I think you should.
You think I should?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't hurt you.
That means that you're. There you go. That means that you would punish me, right? If I
if you
felt
didn't
otherwise.
condemn it.
No, if I didn't condemn it, then you would punish me, right?
If you were, I don't know that. I don't
you
think
wouldn't be rating me right now if I refuse to condemn it, right?
No, I've rated people who I think have abhorrent beliefs. I've rated like Rob Noor. I've rated people who, but I think it would be if you truly are indifferent as to whether someone is assassinated. I think that is an abhorrent belief. But why I rate into someone isn't necessarily the people who I think are least abhorrent.
I'm fucking with you, Pisco.
Okay. Hey, great ending to a interesting conversation. But I appreciate what you have to say. I'm sure we'll keep the conversation going. And hey, best of luck with your 24-hour marathon thing or whatever the marathon.
It's 22 days now.
22 days. Holy fuck. All right. Much love to the Kid Not Kin audience, and stay cool. All right.
Yeah. If you're a fan of Hamas, do not follow him from the raid. Make sure that you leave the chat. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, no problem. Hang on 1 second. Just let me get the raiders in there and give them a follow, whatever. Raid implemented. All right, sick. Later, brother.
Okay,
I'm done. I'm sorry, Nanya. That was excruciating. But by the way, I'm completely right about this. This is insane. All right, later.